Yeah, welcome to our show tonight. This is our second feed. Ile ingine nilikuwa nimefungua ni kama it is suddenly ended, so just bear with me so you can follow this one. So karibuni siku ya leo. Is my hope that mwaka wenyu umeanza vizuri. Your year has started well. Na uko na mipango mingi sana ya huu mwaka, na kupitia mwana wa Mungu hiyo mipango itatimia. So is my hope that tutaweza kuchapa hiyo ujumbe up to the level whereby we can say that we are doing the right thing for Kenyans. Ndio lazima sisi kama wana Kenya tujipange. Hatuwezi ngojea ati Kasongo all the time ndiye ati anatupanga. How? So lazima tujipange, and we have to know that we are doing this one for posterity of Kenya. So yes, hey, Paul Kisianga, you are always there. Karibu sana. Nitaweka tu video saa hii. So wacha niweke link kwa wale wanataka kuingia waingie. Na nitumia Stone PK. Meanwhile, as I send to Stone PK, nimeona Paul Kisianga ni kama amepost somewhere. Before I send to Stone PK, let me look for a video which can start it off. So sijui kama mnajua, is there anything serious happening? Aya, wacha niwekee Chris plan. So Chris kumekucha atufungulie. So wacha Chris kumekucha ama ni Chris kumekucha afungue uwanja. But remember, we have to unite and we have to plan for these people. Kama vile wanatuchorea pia wao. Vile wanatuchorea na sisi tuwachorea. And we will defeat them. Na pia tunahuzunika na wale watu, nasikia ni kama kuna nyumba imebomoka Nairobi. I hope it is okay. So I don't know. Mbona? Oh, nisa.
Traditionally on this channel, we normally offer a prediction of the year we've entered. And over the years, many times, we have managed to give all of us a heads up that is pretty accurate of what to expect. What kind of year should we expect the year 2026 to be? Now, I need to prepare you for what I'm about to say. No kidding. There is a very huge difference, very huge, between somebody who is prepared for what is coming and somebody who is taken completely by surprise and is therefore completely unprepared. There is a very huge advantage. And therefore the good news here is that if you believe what I'm about to tell you, you will have a huge advantage over many other non-suffering Kenyans who will be taken completely by surprise. So, now that you're ready, let's get on with it. 2026 is not going to be a good year. I am afraid 2026 is going to make the year 2025 look like a picnic, a golden age, a very good year, when things are okay. Now I need to remind you, I have no intention of not going to scare anybody. In fact, what I'm hoping and praying for is that you'll be prepared. You'll take precautions. You'll make arrangements. So that for you, the year 2026 will be a very good year, despite everything. You know, I've said this on this channel many times, that there is no better place to find opportunity to leap forward a great distance than in chaos. Trust me, there is no better place to find plenty of opportunities than in chaos. Welcome to my show today, where I will not only give you details on what kind of year to expect, I will also mention something specific that we need to look out for. Actually, we need to wait for it, because it is coming. It is definitely coming. Karibuni sana, twende kazi.
I think Chris Kumekucha is trying to explain the deadly strategy which Ruto wants to use. Actually, the power of money, YK92 2.0. Listen, then we analyze.
Now, this big event that is coming in the year 2026, actually a very big event with catastrophic consequences. Do we have any idea what kind of event is going to be? What is really going to happen? Actually, no. But we have a very good idea of what is going to trigger it, where it is going to come from. And that in turn should make us very accurate in any speculations we may have of what exactly, specifically, may happen in this year of our Lord 2026 that is going to have catastrophic consequences and is going to be a big event. Now, please be patient with me. Allow me to go slowly, step by step, so that we're all on the same page and so that we all understand completely what we're talking about here concerning this year we've just entered into. Now, at the tail end of the year 2020, hiyo ilikuwa mwaka wa homa ya mchina manenos. I'm sure most of us remember. At the tail end of that year, I produced a very controversial video predicting what kind of presidency we would get in case William Samoei Ruto was elected president. Actually, if you listen between the lines then, it was a warning video, warning Kenyans to be very, very cautious because, well, let me just play you snippets from that video so that you listen for yourself and determine if really this was a warning video. Actually, they are very brief snippets. Listen in. The difference between Moi and William Samoei Ruto is the fact that Moi's temper never ever turned violent. The truth is, there are quite a number of instances when the deputy president's temper has turned violent. In the days when he was a mere assistant minister, he fought a man called Reuben Chesire right inside the grounds of State House, Nairobi. Is it a good idea to have the most powerful Kenyan, somebody who has a violent temper? So, what would a William Ruto presidency look like? Kenyans paid a very high price for those weaknesses in Mwai Kibaki. Will Kenyans pay an equally high price or even higher for the weaknesses in the character of William Samoei Ruto if he ascends to the presidency? But in my view, the biggest concern for those who may want to elect William Samoei Ruto as the next president of Kenya is a very disturbing pattern in his politics. Yeah, that reminds me many times of Moi tactics. For instance, the way the deputy president rewards political loyalty. It seems to be very similar to the way Moi rewarded those who were politically loyal to him. Most of these characters became fabulously wealthy. There is little doubt that William Samoei Ruto was a keen student of Moi politics. We have even gotten a glimpse of how the deputy president handles political views that are different from his. For example, the deputy president was bang in the middle of the Jubilee response to the opposition during the 2017 presidential elections. And we saw the brutal, ruthless way in which the opposition were dealt with. People lost their lives. And so, is it stretching our imagination to imagine that a Ruto presidency will be very similar to what we saw in 2017? That the opposition and anybody with political views that are different from that of the Ruto presidency will end up being dealt with very ruthlessly? And again, if we go back to the Moi rulebook, Moi once said the following about politics: siasa ni kama kutongoza mwanamke. Ukishamtongoza na akishafanya vile unataka, bas mambo yake kwisha. Loosely translated, politics is like seducing a woman. Once you've gotten what you want, that's it. And that is why I'm very frightened of what kind of person we will see in President William Samoei Ruto once his campaigns are over and
hiyo ni point noma sana. Siasa ni kama kutongoza mwanamke, meaning that promise whatever you want to promise, ukifika huko mbele utajua kile utafanya. Meaning that you can promise Singapore, you can promise what, you can promise hustle a narrative and nothing of it. Unaweza promise pesa mfukoni and nothing of it you are going to do. Courtesy of Kumekucha, which I agree. Politicians rarely do the right thing, including even what they promise. Go ahead.
Safely inside State House. In the famous words of the late Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, founding father and first president of Tanzania, if you like somebody, buy him a cup of coffee, buy him a cup of tea, to show your sheer love for him or her. But never, ever use your love for somebody to make a decision to give them the presidency. The only thing that is useful to you as a voter, that will help you as a voter, is the character of the person you have decided to elect into office as president.
Start the year strong at Planet Fitness. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 9th.
Now, let me take it from there. Experts in clinical psychology have warned us that there is something you should never, ever, ever do to a narcissist, especially somebody classified in the category of malignant narcissist. Okay? Bila kizungu mingi, what they actually say is that doing this thing to a narcissist is like trying to hold a live wire, a wire that has high voltage electricity flowing through it. And what is this thing? Never, ever, ever, ever ridicule a narcissist. Now, we're very much aware of the fact that our leadership in this country called Kenya is very narcissistic.
Hapo Chris kumekucha ni kama he is describing the current Kenyan leaders in power as narcissists. So a narcissist is a person who has an excessive admiration for oneself and a great need for attention and admiration from others. They are characterized by having high self-esteem and believing themselves to be superior to others. Wow. Narcissist. Can negatively affect interpersonal relationships. So we have them in power.
Please, I'm trying very hard not to lose anybody. I am trying to keep it very simple. And what is going on in the country at the moment? There is a lot of ridicule of the leadership. Caricatures, videos, artificial intelligence is even being used to produce some very hilarious content. All of it ridiculing the leadership. That should be pretty obvious. Even to people who live very far away from Kenya, but come into the Kenyan space online only for a few minutes, they will immediately see it. And remember, we're doing this to very powerful people who are able to do stuff and things that will hurt us big time. Please, please, let's not get emotional. At least for a few minutes, let us focus on this thing that is coming. Because trust me, it is important to know. It is important, very important to prepare. And so, what is the reaction? What is this reaction that experts fear so much? That they tell us, never ever try and do that. Okay? Actually, there's several: explosive rage, unbridled anger, etc., etc. But I want us to focus on something here. Yeah? Something so dangerous. Something that makes all the other very bad reactions look like they are nothing. Now, because of their characteristics, it usually takes a narcissist a very, very long time to realize that they're going down. And this is where the danger is. And I believe we will reach this point in early 2026, latest mid-2026. When narcissists realize that they've reached this point, and especially malignant narcissists, the usual reaction is that they will bring down everybody with them, using whatever malicious tools they have available. In our case, I can edit that and say, using whatever malicious, powerful instruments and tools that they control because of their powerful positions. In other words, and this is very scary, in other words, narcissists will not hesitate to make a kamikaze move in return for the satisfaction that even if things are bad for them, they're going to be a lot worse for others, and especially those people who ridiculed them.
Hapo, they come down with whoever. So does it mean that once Ruto understands that the country is not with him and he is not getting power, he will do very bad things as he reaches close to exiting power? It's something I would want us to analyze, because Chris Kumekucha ameileta vizuri sana. When malignant narcissists understand that they can no longer hold on to what they have been holding, they bring everybody down. Very key. Go ahead.
I believe that is what is going to trigger this big event that will leave us with catastrophic, crazy consequences. It is coming. It will definitely happen. And if it does not happen, then all these experts and all these things they're telling us are rubbish. And what we in fact have is a very good leadership, an understanding leadership that has empathy and understanding for Kenyans, especially ordinary, long-suffering Kenyans. And they have always had our best interests at heart and not their own selfish interests. If what we're saying does not happen, then that will be the conclusion with evidence. Please decide for yourself which of the two it is. Simply put, is it true we have a very narcissistic leadership, or do we not have it? You decide. I pray for the preservation of regulars on this channel and even the prosperity of regulars on this channel, despite that very crazy section of that bridge we have been describing on this channel since before the 2022 general elections. And for those who have been following, take heart, because I believe this is the last terrible section of that bridge. And what it means is that we're very close to that new desirable.
I think Chris Kumekucha is predicting a revolution, based on what I'm hearing from him. So maybe it is not a matter that a revolution happens in the ballot in Kenya, but hiyo ni noma. He predicts. Let's see huyu Mkenya mwingine anasemaje story ya Duale.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the heart of
huyu anaitwa Professor Ogora. We can listen to him. He is one of the people who are fighting day and night. At one time, I believe they will also come to the united opposition. They will unite with us. The last time when I talked with him, it's like he was vying for presidency. But wacha tusikie vile anaongea story ya Duale leo. Thank you.
Of this village called Mulia Dispensary, which is in Voi sub-county, Taita Taveta County. Looking at what is happening on 6th of January 2026, should God make us cross over there? The clinical officers have called for a nationwide strike, and there will be a nationwide mandamano. It is going to offer very clear, deliberate outcome that must be there. One, occupy Afya House. Secondly, occupy Shah House. Remember, the NHIF house in Upper Hill has been renamed as Shah. Means that everything that was NHIF has just been given a new name at a very expensive cost. So because of what's happening also in KNH, we are going to do the following. We are going to call for occupy Afya House. We are going to cut Afya House into 4 and carry them and put them in Uhuru Highway. Shah must be occupied as a house as well. So occupy Afya House, where the so-called Aden Duale sits, and then Aden Duale must go home on that day. The only thing that can save him that by 6th, by end of 5th of January 2026, he should have brought back to life NHIF. He should bring back to life the so-called Kenyatta National Hospital in operation, so that patients can have food, and patients can have medicine, and patients can have doctors attending to them. So can you imagine? There is no food in NH at KNH. Secondly, clinical officers are going on nationwide strike. What are they doing there? There is even no water. How are they going to survive? All the suppliers cannot be paid, and we have Shah. Then someone says Shah is working. So because of that, on 6th of January 2026, occupy Shah House, which is the former NHIF. Secondly, occupy Afia House and send Duale home. Thirdly, we put on fire EACC because that is the corruption epicenter in the country. It was created to sandwich. It was created to machine wash. It's a washing machine for corrupt people. It must end on that day. And I want to call upon the president. If you want to save this country, let him do something before 5th of January 2026. If not, 6th of January is a date with destiny. We are going to have the mother of all Mandamano beginning from 2026. If you operate from Nairobi, don't waste time going to work. It's a public holiday. Because we cannot listen to people just TikToking. There's no medicine in KNH. There's no food in KNH. Then someone runs to Luo Nyanza with Luo Nyanza leaders telling them they are having a partnership to go to 2027. There's no food. There's no medicine. There's nothing. Someone says taking us to Singapore. Before we go to Singapore, let us just first of all fix KNH, fix SHA. Let clinical officers be at work and must be paid. Permanent and pensional jobs must be given to them. We don't want to hear anything else. And to the opposition, we don't want to listen to you, oh, Nini Wakombozi. Kenyans are dying in KNH today. Those without food have no food today. Those who can receive healthcare have no healthcare today. When you open school in January, those who will go to school will not go to school in January, not 2027. So I'm calling upon you all opposition leaders to join me as one of you on the streets. I'm going to lead this Mandamano. And I'm asking you, if you say you are former this, former that, don't sit with the security of GSU protection, government vehicles, the pension you are earning as former this, former that. Come to the street, let us eat the tear gas with you. Let us liberate Kenyans right now. 2027 is too far for some of us. Some of us are suffering too much. 2027 is too much, especially those in KNH. Those doctors who have no salary have not been paid. They don't know what Christmas is. They don't know what New Year is. For you, we're talking about 2027. Come out and vote. Vote for what? Can the dead vote for you? We are coming back to cripple you on that day. Opposition should join us. Don't wait and give press statement in the evening after the work. I will be there myself. And I want to tell you, Ruto, should a bullet hit anybody, then we shall come. For now, we are not coming to State House. State House will only come if you throw a bullet. We are not coming to State House. We are only going to bring down Shah building. We are going to occupy it. We are going to bring down Afia House, then ban EACC, Integrity Center, because there's no integrity in Kenya, and there's no Afia in Kenya. So Afia House is useless without Afia in Kenya. Integrity is useless without integrity in Kenya. So that's our real call. All Kenyans, Gen Zs, we're also adding the clinical officer strike, KNH strike, with this thing from Davadi saying that he wants to amend the constitution. So that day, after we bring down those buildings, we are marching to the office of the Prime Secretary, and we are going to put it on fire also. If he wants it to be saved, let him call a press conference and withdraw and recant all his statements. From there, we shall talk. For now, I wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Even if I say that, it's time for peace. But peace cannot be just the absence of war. There's no peace in people's hearts, and therefore there's no peace in Kenya. Lack of peace for one Kenyan, a lack of peace for all Kenyans and all of us. It is not just our time. It's their time to suffer. Let's suffer with them. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you. Guys, let me tell you what this story of Singapore. You're being told Ruto want to take you to Singapore. Let me tell you, just like I told you earlier about the hustler, that when Ruto said he's doing bottom up, his bottom and his up was his. We never knew what it was. We only discovered that bottom up means taking from the citizens and feeding himself up there. That's what we discovered from his action. But his once thought that he is going to raise up people from the bottom to up, which has not worked. Now, this Ruto Singapore. Ruto Singapore is not your Singapore. You have to ask yourself, who am I? Where am I in this Ruto Singapore? Am I the meal, or am I the one who is dining in this Ruto Singapore? And I can tell you very well, Ruto Singapore is his, and he's the one who knows it. I cannot tell you what it is now, but you can imagine. Ruto Singapore is a route to his own wealth creation. He wants to become a powerful president. And that's why you're hearing now someone says he wants to amend the constitution. He wants to extend his power. He wants to stay in power forever. That is his route to Singapore. And that is all the scams he's doing around here. So if you want to know Ruto is not going to Singapore the way we want it, is this way. If you look at the team Ruto has assembled, a team that cannot take you to Singapore, that cabin crew cannot take you to Singapore. The Speaker of National Assembly, his closest friend, is the one who sold almost all embassies that Kenya had during Kibaki administration. That case is there. The Prime Secretary, who is Musalia Mudavadi, is the one who stole all the land that was supposed to be used for building a cemetery. Someone who has stolen from the dead, being part of a team to go to Singapore. Mark my word, that's not possible. Now the other person is now William Ruto himself. He is taking money from citizens, like sick people. KNH is going down because of him. SHA is a pain for all women and children, and even elderly. How can such a person take you to Singapore? So he's Singapore, he's not your Singapore. Let us define our route. Even when God told the Israelites that I will take you to Canaan, God gave them Moses, later on Joshua. So is Ruto equivalent of Moses or Joshua? Of course, Moses also had his own challenges. But God, when God calls even the broken, God writes straight on broken lines. When God calls you to do his work, even if you are broken, God cleanses you. And you know, this story is way too many. Even Mary was a prostitute. She got converted. She helped Jesus' journey. You go to the story of Moses. Moses was a killer because he killed and he called Egyptian. But when Moses converted, he followed God's will. Go to any other person whom God called. Even Peter denied Jesus, but later Jesus handed him the keys to the gates of heaven, and therefore you can see that journey. So ask yourself: are these people who Ruto have?
Stone PK, are you there?
Yes sir, sema.
Jema kabisa. Sasa huyo ni Profesa Ogora anaita maandamano na anasema tunaenda kuchoma. Can you, na unasikia hata anaambia mpaka upinzani
Yes.
They are enjoying magari ya serikali and heavy parts.
Yes.
Na wanasema tuko barabara moja. So anasema if they are serious, they should go and eat tear gas together with him. Anyway, I appreciate people who are trying to do small efforts. Can you react to what Ogora is saying? Some people might think he is crazy because he is not Raila Odinga to say Tuesday.
Let me ask, why would people think it's crazy? Number one, why would people think it's only Raila Odinga who can make such a call? I mean, this is stupid of us as Kenyans. I mean, why would it not be stoned? Because he's not using different words. He's just being blunt. When he says we can't wait 2027, isn't that true? Isn't that the feeling of so many Kenyans? Only that, of course, very many are not able to say it the way he's saying it. Surely speaking, without trying to sugarcoat, isn't that not the feeling to most, not all, but is that not the feeling to most of the Kenyans on the ground? Yeah. So here he comes in, and for me, there's nothing crazy about him. He's just being blunt. I mean, he's just calling it as it is. People might make a joke about it, but I've followed Professor Ogola for a very long time. And of course, some things he says them and he goes, he falls a little bit short, because like for me, if I was to start calling for such thing, I would not want to compare myself with anybody, and I would not want to go tapping my chest and saying that I am this and that. But I would rally the Kenyans and tell them, if you are feeling the way most of us are feeling, then join us. I would have that bit of humbleness, so that people don't think I'm trying to equate myself to Raila Amolo Odinga. You know, that is the mistake people make, trying to, like now, trying to think that any other thing you try to do must be measured. Unatumia Raila Amolo Odinga as a benchmark. Never do that. You can never be Mahatma Gandhi. You can never be Mother Teresa, for example. But you can be who you are and stand for things that are maybe similar to what those people did. So, Prof, even in his interviews, he has articulated so many things so well, and there is nothing new. He doesn't bring in new agenda. No, he's bringing in the same agenda that we have, the suffering of the people. And all those people in opposition are talking about the same thing. Okay. The only the only marks I remove him is I had attended a few of his, I monitored a few of his interviews where he seemed to be, he talks like he's the Jesus. Okay. That is where now our people should stop really dwelling on that, because you cannot be Jesus alone for Kenya. It is a team, because if he was the only one to save Kenya, then let him go for Maandamano alone. And that is what I also tell all those other people, Akina Kalonzo, Akina Nani. They should know that they need people of like-minded, people of like minds, people who believe that there is the suffering. So the rallying call is good. The only thing we should try to help him out with is, as of now, are people ready to come out and do exactly what he's saying, or have Kenyans been subdued to an extent that they are so scared that they cannot do that? Then second question, which again he has made the mistake. He should have kept quiet. You don't tell people we are coming out to do X, Y, Z, but not going to State House. You don't have to say that. Call people out and let it flow. Wacha watu waingie, wakuje kwa dance, watu wa dance vile wanataka. Wakitaka kudance mpaka siku 5, wakitaka kudance mpaka kule watadance. Don't limit people. Don't limit people. Na watu wakija usiwaambie sasa, ikifika lunch tuende tukakule lunch alafu turudi, ama tuende nyumbani ikifika jioni turudi kesho. No. When you call for people to come out, because it is an agitation, waambie watoke tu, siku ya kurudi ijulikani, because you come out a certain mission. Okay, what are you coming out to do? You're coming out to accomplish 1, 2, 3, 4. So you only retreat or go back after you accomplish. So for me, I would think, yes, let him try and, let him mobilize people. Let people also, we see the rallying, the people rallying behind him. Let's see whether it will happen. Yeah. I don't know when he did this. I didn't see that clip. Maybe because I hear him wishing people Merry Christmas. And today is the 2nd of July. I don't know when he started calling people for that, and whether it has sunk to majority, to people. Yeah, thank you.
Anaishikanisha na mgomo ya clinical officers, which should start in January 5. So it was a message for Christmas and the New Year, and he was talking on the basis of the field health. That's why he was saying, tutaenda Afya House, tutaenda wapi, tutachoma hapo, tutaenda Integrity Center. So ni kama kuna mgomo ya maafisa wa kiserikali wa afya, either January 5 or January 6, Monday or Tuesday. So now I think now he was now trying to charge them, and also see how, and also try to call Kenyans to join the health workers who are also suffering. So, Bwana Stony PK, that's how it came. You get? Stony PK, you get? And by the way, sijui kama mumesikia hata Iran kuna maandamano mbaya sana inaendelea sasa as we speak. Wacha Manyora aseme kitu alafu nimwambie Iran. Sijui kwa nini hapa Manyora ni kama anaongea ukweli. Sikuwa nimeshare. It was a wonderful talk in X. You can see Ndegwa Njiru, Professor Gitiri, all the legal scholars in Kenya were here.
No way Ruto can go past 35% of the vote today. Absolutely no way. The opposition has the numbers. It is up to them to create the relevant structures. If they don't,
what do you think about this projection, Aman Manyora, first of all?
those projections, the opinion polls and all that is about numbers. Elections and politics, all this is about numbers. I may not agree with the opinion polls in terms of the numbers, but I want to say something. In 2022, the run up to 2022 election, Raila had the numbers, big numbers. I do not see anybody within the opposition today who can command the sort of numbers Raila was commanding. So numbers are important, but you must do something about those numbers. In 2022, once again, I said William Ruto was not going to win that election. I have maintained throughout that William Ruto did not win 2022 elections, but William Ruto became president of the Republic of Kenya, and we are currently his subjects. What happened in 2022 is that Raila lost the elections. Ruto did not win. Raila lost the election. Now, this is very important because none of these people in the opposition have said has the sort of numbers Raila had in 2022. So you must look at 2022 and draw lessons for 2027. Ruto does not have the numbers the opposition has as of today. But the opposition...
Yeah, Manyora seems to be a little bit condensed there, and up to that statement, I agree. Ruto does not have the numbers which opposition has. So Stony PK, leo Manyora ameongea, ndio nilikuwa nikitaka usikie. Sijui kama nimwanzishe or you are listening in the background. Stony PK, are you listening? Nakupotea leo. Stony PK, can you hear me? Stony PK, I wanted to start the video kama hujasikia because Manyora leo ameongea sana. Have you listened? Ama nianzishe because this one is important sababu Manyora ameongea sana leo. Even though some of us we don't agree with him. Can I start Manyora or ulikuwa umesikia? Stone PK ni kama sympathy. Stone PK, say yes or no? Can I start off the video ama iendelee from where it was? Kama umesikia.
Yeah, you can play Njiru. Pole, sikusikia manake simu yangu ilikatika.
Let me start off because nataka usikilize Manyora alafu you come and analyze please. He spoke explicitly very well.
Absolutely no way. The opposition has the numbers. It is up to them to create the relevant structures. If they don't,
What do you think about this projection, Muhammad Manyora, first of all?
those projections, the opinion polls and all that is about numbers. Elections and politics, all this is about numbers. I may not agree with the opinion polls in terms of the numbers, but I want to say something. In 2022, the run-up to 2022 election, Raila had the numbers, big numbers. I do not see anybody within the opposition today who can command the sort of numbers Raila was commanding. So, numbers are important, but you must do something about those numbers. In 2022, once again, I said William Ruto was not going to win that election. I have maintained throughout that William Ruto did not win 2022 elections. But William Ruto became president of the Republic of Kenya, and we are currently his subjects. What happened in 2022 is that Raila lost the elections. Ruto did not win. Raila lost the election. Now, this is very important because none of these people in the opposition, I have said, has the sort of numbers Raila had in 2022. So you must look at 2022 and draw lessons for 2027. Ruto does not have the numbers the opposition has as of today. But the opposition, even with the numbers the opposition has, it is quite possible, as in 2022, the opposition could lose the election and the Ruto will earn himself a second term without winning the election. This is very important. And losing an election simply means there are certain things you ought to do and yet you are not doing them. Or there are certain things you are supposed to avoid and yet you are doing them. I want to mention just one or two for 2022. I said the biggest undoing for Azimio was lack of structures. I want ODM, I remember I was on Citizen TV, and I want ODM, I want Azimio. If you ODMized Azimio, if you make Azimio ODM and ODM Azimio, you are going to lose this election. They didn't listen to me. They didn't create structures that would have operated independent of ODM and independent of Raila. So the decisions were made by one individual. So if those decisions are wrong, then everybody pays for it. Secondly, lack of organization was to be found in simple yet critical things like not manning the polling stations. This was evident in 2007. It was evident in 2013. Everybody thought Raila would not make the same mistake. They made this mistake in 2013. If you follow the Supreme Court, especially Kathy Kilonzo's submissions in the Supreme Court, in 2017, there was even a pay bill. Kalonzo was seen holding that pay bill to raise money for manning the polling stations. They didn't do it. In 2022, they said Uhuru and Mount Kenya, whatever, were supporting Raila, and therefore they would raise enough money. And this time round, they will have agents in every polling station and they will take care of them. They didn't do that. So the opposition could easily lose this baby to William Ruto. Because, truth be told, I'm not seeing anything to convince me that the opposition is serious. I've not seen it. And when I say this, sometimes people bash me. People call me all sorts of names. The bar was in the village today. I went to Kisa to visit a friend of mine called Francis. He was making some work. He had some work repairing his house. There's a workforce there. They told him, Manyora, we like you. But now, well, umeanza kupotea njia. Kupotea njia is to tell them what I told Raila last time. I want to leave it there. That the opposition has numbers. I don't believe those opinion polls. They are wrong. Because the truth on the ground is Ruto is doing badly. But the other truth is that the opposition is not taking advantage of the numbers they have. They are not organized. They have not created structures. They will be caught with their pants down, and William Ruto will retain the State House. If they do not work on serious structures, because elections, like a war, is a science. Let me land there.
I thought maybe that is where also the polls are really predicated on, since they don't really have their act together and they don't seem to be having a structure. We've been having this debate even with you, Professor Gitile Naituli, that even having a name, for the United Opposition has been such a struggle for them till the end. The year has ended. And they always, advance this statement and idea that, you cannot reveal your strategies right now. It's way too early. So we have it up our collective sleeves until we find the providential time to reveal what our plans are. But I wanted you to maybe crystallize and polish for us, Herman Manyora, when you say that this or 2022 was for the opposition to lose. William Samoei Ruto did not win that particular election. It was the opposition who lost the election. We thought this election is very binary. So it's either a yes or a no, or it's either one or two. Is either we have a winner or a loser at the end of the day. So since maybe also in hindsight they're not learning from their mistakes in the past, we'll have a recurrence of this as well, and this would be a shoo-in for William Ruto. And this is what now the polls really are showing at the end of the day, even if you don't really, believe in the InfoTrack polls that's really came out. 28% and 13%, I think that is a wide berth, right? If we now go for the whole country, if we don't just have the sample size that was really taken, briefly, and then we come to Ndegwa Njiru. And I can see Honorable Sossion as well as here.
Other issues about polls aside, polling does not poll those arguments you are bringing on for the were you organized. No, they just ask you if elections were held today, would you vote for Manyora or for the bar? It's not a question of the gymnastics we are talking about.
It is passing through the prism of perception at the end of the day. No. You perceive. You perceive this is how United Opposition is right now. This is the current state of play with the United Opposition. This is the current state of play with the executive. And then you base your decision on that.
No. It's polling for presidential whatever is a very simple, straightforward thing. If elections were held today, who would you vote for? Is it Ruto? Is it Professor Gola? Is it Kalonzo Musyoka? It's just as simple and as straightforward as that. They don't go. If they went into those other things, then it will be a very difficult thing altogether.
But you're not really drawing your answer from a vacuum. At least you have a basis from where you're drawing your answer.
The person carrying the vote. Sometimes they poll people who carry votes. Sometimes they poll just anybody who is an adult. The person carrying the vote is asked, if you were to cast the vote today, who would you cast it for? And I can assure you, Manyora, let me just finish. And I can assure you, the bar, if that were to happen, then Ruto won't get beyond, he won't go past Kalonzo Musyoka and those others. They'll be ahead of him. But the other things will come into play as we head to the election itself in 2027. So what I was saying is, you see, you have to be organized to win an election. There are stages you go through to get past the poll.
I just wanted to give you, Prof, some information as a reason that you know that it depends. This polls, it depends how you sample them. It depends where you're being paid to produce them, buyers for perception purposes. So, in my opinion, those polls mean exactly nothing.
That's why I began by saying, Prof, other things about polls aside, we leave them for the time being. You see, and I said, I know there are a lot of questions and what have you. There are certain things that are outright not possible. As today we stand, the numbers are on the side of the opposition. There is no debate about it. Walk in any part of this country, you will go back to Nairobi convinced the opposition has the numbers. There is no way Ruto can go past 35% of the vote today. Absolutely no way. Except, and I'm doing some writing, I will look for Kitila to help me out to write it. Writes very well. Except that even the opposition, while they are ahead, they may not be as ahead as they may imagine. Maybe by another 10 or so points. Maybe they are at 45 or something like that. So there are people hanging in between there. And those are the things we are saying. If you are organized, you are able to mobilize those numbers you have and add on more. And the psychology of election is such that the voter around January 2027 or November next year, they begin to see where things are moving. And they fall in line also. So what I meant about was that the opposition has the numbers. It is up to them to create the relevant structures. If they don't, they will lose the election the same way Raila lost it.
Stony PK, sijui kama umesikia Bwana Manyora.
Namsikiza vizuri.
So Bwana Manyora anasema we have numbers, the election is on our side. But if he has lack of strategy, I don't know where he is getting that. And he thinks like we might end up also losing the way Raila Odinga lost if we are not careful. He is if I don't know if it's a way of Manyora trying to be in the middle ground, and he doesn't want to declare an outright support to the opposition. He just, personally, I feel it's like you want to be in the middle. What do you think?
Number one, Manyora doesn't want to be in the middle. For once, I have liked his analysis today. That is what we have been feeling, even in this channel. Njiru, I don't know whether you go back to listen to what we discuss after, maybe once you get time. And I've been in the forefront. You may call kupiga kelele. I've been actually frustrated in all my presentation since I started coming to your channel regarding the opposition and regarding what. Remember when I was talking about having think tank? I put it badly, not badly but boldly, that I didn't think the opposition had people thinking, and it sounded funny because ukiambia watu unaona ni kama hakuna watu wana think. Wakenya ufikiria una insult watu, nikaa kusema watu hawana akili. No, una akili, you could be having brains, but you are not thinking properly. You could be just being very basic. And this has been my problem. Now, what Manyara is saying, an ordinary mwananchi hawezi elewa. A person who has never participated in these elections, 100%, not only voting, hawezi elewa, but for those who have participated, either as candidates or as organizers, serious organizers, serious candidates, people involved directly, they are getting what Manyara is saying. Now, I, for one, I can tell you for sure that it is true, all true, that Raila or rather opposition, has never been organized. Organized meaning what? They've taken things to chance. They've let people down. The structures you hear us talking, I have sat in those meetings. You try to bring that kind of point, those people around him just think ni pesa unataka itumike. Can you imagine somebody saying, for example, in a meeting, you are talking about strategy, then you say, we need 3 meetings, we need principals to do 3 meetings. During those campaigns, tulikuwa tunaziita 3 hops. Hops is when you know, the principals are on the helicopters, wana hop from one point to another for those rallies. Very critical. You tell them, no, you need to have a hop as you come from Nairobi, after Murang'a, for example, on your way to Meru. Can you do 2 hops, one in Mwea, where you have the people in the scheme? The second one, have another one, for example, in Kiritire, in Mere, which means you have covered the one constituency there. Then have another one in the, you know, in for example, just as an example, in Ishiara, from Mere North. Then you end up with a grand one in Tharaka Nithi. You see, then somebody tells you, no. We don't need to go that way. Let's go direct to Meru, because you see that's where the votes are. I'm telling you practically, those are the kind of arguments you have with the Junets and those people who are now being the custodians of money. They are trying to make sure that you don't use or spend in those areas because they are saying hakuna votes. What does that tell you? Hakuna votes, yet you have money. Let me give you another second point. In 2013, CORD, they had very good funding and they had very good vehicles, Land Cruisers, and it was supposed to be each constituency to have 1 Land Cruiser branded. Why Land Cruiser? This was the handy vehicle that would go through rain, through rugged areas and all that. 1 for each constituency. What did those Luos around Raila do? They said, no. They kept most of them around them and around Nairobi. Most those, because when you have such elections, the focal point for the presidential candidate in the constituency is the candidate of the position of a member of parliament. So you empower the member of parliament on top of his logistic, then you should have some logistic coming in the purpose of supporting the presidential candidate. And these logistics are normally 2. 1, you could support with that kind of vehicle, for example, which maybe you might decide it has the P and all that. And then you have, towards the end, you have the support for the agents who will be controlled and paid for by the MP candidate, who is a main agent for the presidential candidate at constituency level. That ODM, CORD, NASA, and Azimio, they don't hold those ones with a lot of importance. And what happens? You hear that at polling stations, hakuna agents, hakuna this, hakuna that. People are not even are not able to do the overall movement, checking on what is happening. So that is very true. And it is because of the people who are around the presidential candidates do not listen to the ground. I've often said the best structures I've seen since I started seeing elections have been the structures that were on the ground laid by KANU. KANU in Kenya is one party that had what you would call grassroots structures that can support an election, a win in an election. So Manyara is very right. As we are talking here, for now, as of now, the opposition should be actually doing what we call head hunting. Head hunting is saying, please come out. Who are going to contest? You should be reaching out for credible people in all the constituencies from even the wards, from MCAs. You should be reaching out like the way during TNA, Uhuru had even gone all over abroad, asking people, tafadhali, those who are experts, those who would want to come and help build Kenya, munaweza kuja, tafadhali munisaidie. Only that changed again because of the crooks that surrounded Uhuru. Because Uhuru had very good intention. He wanted Kenyans of goodwill, Kenyans out there, and he was emphasizing, saying Kenyans out in the diaspora, those who are making things move out there in those countries. Can we have volunteers to come? Kuja mchukue, muingie kwa siasa, muweze kusaidia kujenga Kenya. And people did that. People volunteered, others resigned, but only that for them when they came, then it was not taken seriously. People started changing, saying, oh no, we cannot have this person, hatumjui, oh yeah, sijui, he has no experience in siasa, and they ruined everything. That's why things collapsed. So that by now, if opposition are ready, they should be reaching out for people. And you see what happens if you have credible candidates. Uko mashinani, unaleta mtu anaitwa Njiru, and the people respect him, atakuwa candidate. You don't need to do a lot of work, because already he is the darling of the people on the ground. And then kazi itakuwa rahisi sana. Then that is the guy to mobilize the votes for the opposition candidate, presidential candidate. Inakuwa kazi rahisi sana. And you don't, ikiwa ni pesa ya campaign, unagawa properly. Because there has to be support, whether we like it or not. There has to be. So the team that is the campaign team should be not only at Nairobi. It should be, there should be what we call focal points from ward level to to constituency level to county level. A full-fledged, ground-rooted committee. So in terms of all those things, opposition has failed and failed miserably. For now, as of now, it is the time they should be able to actually take that professor's playbook and start checking those boxes. I for one, have written, when I was back there during Azimio, I was asked to write a three-page kind of strategy, which I did, but it was trashed. And it didn't require a PhD to write. It was just basic. When we talk of Mugithi, when we talk of road shows, you show them how the road shows should be. You don't just do road show in Embu town, Kakamega town, then you do a road show in Kisumu town, and then, man, in town, people come to do business. Road shows should go to that madhe, uko kwa village. Hiyo road show ipitie, watu waone ala, huyu ndio Kalonzo, na amesimama hapo dakika 10, ameongea, na watu wamemsikia, na wamemuona. Hata amesalimia wakina mama na vijana wawili watatu hapo. You should see the way these guys do it in the US. Wanaenda mpaka wanaenda chini kabisa. Unaona, somebody is greeting, mtu hapo ameingia kwa restaurant, watu wakikula chips, unaingia huko unakula chips nao, watu wana-de-identify with you. But now when you just start running, ati hamtaki kuingia mashinani, and mashinani is where votes are. Njiru, you know very well, for example, a town like Embu, when you go there, mchana, ina watu wengi kabisa, but ebu angalia saa 10, by 4 o'clock, people have gone back to the villages. They are in their local towns. They are in their local centers. What does that tell you? That watu wako mashinani. That has been the failure, total failure for the opposition. And I hope this time they can listen. They can listen. So 2 main things they should do. Watafute, they should be appealing for candidates. And then, waache kusema, Njiru hatujawahi msikia kwa siasa. Oh no, sijui hatujawahi msikia, huyu hatumjui. You can't know everyone. Let me pause there, Njiru. Maybe you have another question.
So I have listened to Manyora, and if you listen to that podcast, ilikuwa na watu wengi sana who are like think tanks wa Kenya, and those guys, they seem to be like they can easily gravitate to opposition. There was Professor Gitire, there is Ndegwanjiro, there was Herman Manyora. Do you think, Bwana Stony PK, this is now the earliest time whereby the united opposition should start looking for help, including even frontiers experts? Waseme, hata kama ni create website whereby they want like people like those people to who are ready to mobilize for them, unite people for them. Do you think now we have reached a time where now the united opposition should be looking for those people kabla ya Ruto aanzie kutafuta watu na pesa? This opinion
Njiro, I think that's what I've said. I've said the opposition should be calling out. When I say calling out for people, you do not only call out for candidates, you call out for people to help you plan to win. That's what I mean. You should reach out. It's a desperate situation. You are thirsty. And when you are thirsty, mtu usema nafadhali, naomba mletee maji. Si kukaa hivi nde kama una lay eggs. It is the time to call out. As you are calling for voters, you call for planners, for thinkers, for candidates. And ndio museme, we have to win because we need people of like minds, people who are able to strategize, people who are able to mobilize, even people who are able to goonlize. This is the time. Okay, this is the time, Njiro. Okay, and then the people, and you can hear they are saying in one accord that when we say opposition, well, let's talk about Kenyans. Kenyans are fed up. For me, it's not about opposition. It's about Kenyans wamechoka. Ni vile they need kuongozwa towards the elections, because they need those people that they are going to vote for. And these are the people now we are calling leaders. Okay? But I'm telling you, anybody today, anybody, and this is what I want those who are pretending to be in the forefront, I want them to swallow their pride and accept that leo hata tukiweka kondoo, tuvalishe kondoo suti na tumobilize wananchi, itashinda Ruto. I've answered your question.
Yeah, Stony PK, that's the reason I'm saying, so maybe to ask, or maybe they are waiting for 2026, can we say that looking at the schedule which Kalonzo Musyoka gave us, Kalonzo alituambia in the next 100 days, tutakuwa na candidate. Do you think they are waiting to have a candidate so that, and then they roll out all the other things?
Njiro, this way, for the first time, I rubbished Kalonzo on that. I rubbished that point, not rubbished Kalonzo, but I rubbished that point of his. Why do you need 3 months to name a candidate? Now, umesikia our panelists wakisema, why do you need a year to? Oh, I mean, if you are serious with the issue, why mnatongozana nini? What is it you are not agreeing upon? That tells you are not serious, Njiro. When you are arguing, a snake is in the house, Njiro, and you are there arguing with your wife and children. You are idiots. You are not serious. The snake is in. It is, you only need to, or you even don't need to agree whether to kill it or not. Everyone has to come with whatever you can have in your hands and start killing the thing. Okay? Here we have a situation that is not normal. A situation that is dire. Do we need to debate on who should be the flag bearer? For what? Tunatafuta nini? Njiru, hiyo niwe nakuuliza hiyo swali na uulize hapo kwa comment section. Tunatafuta nini na nani afanye nini?
Maybe they are still like trying to talk to each other.
Then they are idiots.
That's what you are looking for.
They are all idiots.
They're all idiots. If today people are seated as trying to understand, and they are fools, they should not even be leading us. Or actually, they are not leading us. They should not be presenting themselves to us because they'll put us in shit. They are new pumbavu. Jiru. We have one common issue here. You still want to debate and write compositions and give theories and give narratives.
You think it's the buying time tactic, eh?
It's nonsense. It's garbage. It's nonsense.
So
and
now,
wait, and that's why I'm happy with Professor Ogolla. As much as people might think, oh, you might take him as a joke and all that. I mean, yeah, because people are dilly-dallying. Tokelezea. Ambia wa Kenya basi kama kaende, kama mtaki basi ikae. What is this? What is this? Muna diplomacy hapa, meetings. Yeah? Oh, sijui nini, ati mnangoja. What? Njiru, this is emergency. Hapa inatakikana mnachukua ni kama nchi imetekwa nyara na Somalia. Do you need to sit down and kuanza kuuliza tutaachilia army gani, tutafanya nini? Do you need to do that? Hii nchi imetekwa nyara na mwizi.
So they should not be like tunaona kanisani, sijui anaenda wapi, they in meetings together.
Wanaomba nini kanisani? Wanaenda kuomba nini?
Yani hiyo chemistry ni kuoneshana tu. For me, I think they are just buying time, but they know who will be their leader. Ndio wataki kutuambia mara moja.
But hiyo ni jua kituambia mara moja itakuwa.
Maybe because they also nasikia wakisema like Gachagua sometime back alisema ati Ruto anataka kujua kiongozi wao ili waanzie sijui kumletea mashida, kumwekelea makesi, kufanya nini.
Na sasa, thank you. Hiyo ni ujinga. Unawekelewa, kwa hivyo wewe ni mwizi. Hizo kesi unaweka ni za kuwekelewa, the hold no water. Njiru, we are not nursery school kids. Njiru, sahi wewe ukiwekelewa kesi Kenya, hata uambiwe ulirape when you are in class, when you are in form 1, sita wataleta huyo mtoto ulirape ama huyo msichana ama mama ulirape. Njiru, hiyo that is what hiyo tuache hiyo kama they are not fit, kama wanaogopa because labda ni wezi wote. Hiyo kesi unasema utaekelewa ni gani Njiru? Then let's get people of credibility. Yeah, they are there. They are there. Tuletewe mtu hata ogopa ule mtu Ruto hata akitafuta kesi. They are suspicious of themselves. So they are not actually fit. Because kama unataka kuwa president na utaki tujue mapema ati ndio usiwekelewe kesi. Kwani ulidu nini ukiwa Nairobi University? Ama ulidu nini ukiwa kwa ministry fulani? What did you do that you don't want Ruto aanze kukuwekelea?
Okay, so Nipika, let me advance you a little bit. So, according to you, can you give me the art of a coalition building without time?
Ask that again.
Yeah, can you tell me how can you be able to build a coalition without time?
In this situation is an emergency. Okay, there are two levels of building a coalition. Me, I have two levels in my own little way. Either I'm doing it because of an emergency and I have to salvage a situation, or I have the luxury. It's a wedding. You know, wedding is not an emergency. Wedding, it can take even a year to plan. Okay. But now, if we think ours is an emergency, then coalition, it should be automatic from each and individual. Kalonzo, unataka tutoe Ruto? Ndio. Martha, unataka tutoe Ruto? Ndio. Matiang'i, ndio. Nani? Ndio. Ni tunahitaji kufanya nini? Mtu mmoja aongoze. Tufanye aje? Nani ataongoza? Sijui nini. Haya, ile raisi. Shika hii karatasi. Yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no. Simple as that. Simple as that. Alafu, then we all back whoever will be, yes or no. Okay? Because tukianza science, because what science do we want to use? Kalonzo has 2.5 million. Sijui nani has. Kalonzo still has 2 point whatever million. And if he believes in the cause, whether he's the flag bearer or not, he should be able to deliver the same. Same for Matiangi, same for whoever it is. So the fact that you think you command a population of XYZ number, you should be able to convince them that watu wangu, hapa kuna shida. Hata kama si mimi. And this one thing I liked about Gachagua, because he made this very clearly. Not once, not twice, not thrice. And I loved him for that. Alisema walai bilai. Mimi shida yangu ni tutoe huyu mtu. Na ule tutasema ni yeye. Hata kama si mimi. Nitasupport yeye kufa na kupona. That is it. There is no tumbling block here. Toeni mtu. And then mwagike kama nyuki. Huyu mtu tutoe mapema. And by the way, akiona kitu kama hiyo, huyu jamaa hata anaweza jiuzulu. Tuache mamadhi, tuache hizo. Hata kanisani mnaenda kufanya nini? Mnafuatana huko kama nyuki. And you are telling us things that have borders. So coalition time for this is emergency. You don't need diplomacy kutongozana. If it's a wedding, it's a luxury, then you have all the time to tune each other. Oh, unakaanga aje, kwako iko aje. You can do all that if it's a wedding we are going for. Thank you.
Paul Kisianga anasema there are different political parties. They have to take time, negotiate, and bring their manifestos together. So he is talking of manifesto. Also in that opposition, there is the issue of Jubilee and DCP in Murima. So he is trying to talk about the dynamics and complexity of political parties coming together.
And all that is nonsense for Mwananchi. And I when I go on the ground, I'll be preaching against that nonsense. Parties are useless for Mwananchi. Parties don't deliver anything to Mwananchi. Parties are short kiosks for those guys. And they are wasting. And they are the ones that have betrayed Mwananchi. We want some people to come and tell people parties are garbage. We want candidates. We want characters. Si biashara. Parties is a biashara. And I wish we could have a candidate that would come independent and begin now to rubbish the agenda of putting party first and then Mwananchi second. I would want somebody to come with the agenda of character, mtu, binadamu, ule tunataka. Sijawahi kusikia kitu inaitwa party fulani ndio imeenda kupigania policy hii ama ndio imeenda kupigania mkopo huu ikiitwa party. What I hear is members, characters, watu fulani, member of parliament for constituency XY anaitwa Stone PK. Sijawahi kusikia mahali inakuwa party ndio so important. That is nonsense for Mwananchi. They are valueless to Mwananchi.
Okay. Listen to this video and then we react. Ketel. Alfred Ketel. There we go.
Happy 2026, wherever you are. Welcome back to Sophia Live. So, former Nandi Hills Member of Parliament Alfred Keter has publicly announced that his 2026 resolution is Ruto must go, and one term is one term. So, Alfred Keter has shared something on his platform saying that the only thing he's going to focus on this 2026 is to ensure that Ruto is a one-term president. So this is what he shared on his X platform. My New Year resolution, one term is one term. Shared Kenya's flag with a photo there, a flag, one term. So this is a declaration from Alfred.
Yeah, that is enough. Yeah, so Stone PK, my reaction to Alfred Keter. Are you seeing enough outreach to people like Alfred Keter, even in the United Opposition? I have never seen him with the United Opposition. Anapigia wapi?
And you know, if you Keter thinks like I am thinking, Okay?
Okay.
Keter, and that is the path. Saizi nimemaliza kusema maneno ya kuongea maneno ya party is nonsense. Keter thinks the same. Actually, people, just candidates have to join party because there has been brainwashing to mwananchi. Unasikia ukiambia mwananchi unakuja kusimama, the first question anaulizanga na chama gani? Because wamekuwa brainwashed. Otherwise, to tell you the truth, and if you can do a survey, people have very low opinion about chama. Watu wajaluo wa ODM tu ndio wanakuanga crazy na ODM. You know, they talk as if ODM is a second name ya Jesus. Oh, you know, they adore ODM. Hiyo mwananchi wa kawaida, hata ukienda huko ujaluoni, uulize tu mama mboga hapo, ama mama samaki hapo, umuulize ODM inakusaidianga na nini? Hakuna kitu atakwambia. Okay? Ni ile tu indoctrination. So Alfred Keter doesn't have to belong to any party, but he can belong to the general call, the rallying call that Ruto has to go. And I'm so happy that we have the positions of the provisions of independent candidates. I, for one, would love to be an independent candidate anytime, anywhere.
Wow. So then, if we are independent, how do we coalesce together in national unity and in a platform whereby we are injecting Ruto out of power? Like, you want to tell me that we can actually ignore the other major political parties and we can actually, all of us, come together as independent?
What is this
this idea of removing Ruto?
What is this coalescing about? Can you define for me what is coalescing?
Coalescing with people with responsibilities.
They can't coalesce without being called this party, that party.
So, do you want to tell me that it is possible to eject Ruto out of power without a major political party by just people being independent?
Don't say just. What will remove Ruto is votes. It's individuals. Ni watu Njiru. Mobilize masses. You don't be brainwashed that for people to be mobilized, they must be under a party. No. Hiyo ni garbage. Hizo ni mambo ya uzungu. Mobilize people as people. That's why you have people who get elected as candidates who are independent. They mobilize numbers. They mobilize people. So now let's mobilize people and give them freedom. You join this bus, but you don't have to call it or brand it. Just give it the name. In fact, the name Ruto must go is the best. Okay? Hii ni basi ya kuenda kupeleka Ruto nyumbani. Na Ruto atapelekwa nyumbani na kura.
Yeah, hata kuna mtu ananiambia kwa message ati hata Putin anasimamanga kama independent candidate na anashinda uchaguzi.
Sikia hiyo.
Putin is an independent candidate ati na anashinda uchaguzi. Putin of Russia?
Si ndio unaambiwa hivyo.
Hana chama na yeye ndiye president.
You don't need to have a chama to do that, and I love that. If that's the case, sikuwa nimewahi jua hivyo.
Yeah, somebody has just alerted me that Putin is an independent. Then the question arises like in Kenya, where we have a disaster of independent candidates. Once the election is over, they align with the winning candidate. So can we have those people who can be independent forever?
Yes. Unajua, why you are saying aligning? They don't align. They are coerced with money. Even those in parties are coerced with money. That's what happened to Jubilee and all. So it's not about that independent wananunuliwa. No. Ni wa Kenya. They are not reliable. They are gullible. Even those in parties. And that's why I said in my earlier point, Njiru, that right now, opposition, ama wale watu wanataka kutoa Ruto, we should be head hunting for really people of integrity. I gave you an example. Uhuru during TNA. Uhuru went all over the world, got almost some of the very best brains. And if you can remember the first appointment, people volunteered, people did this and that. Only that they were shortchanged by the thugs, by the crooks. So yeah, people, you can get people. Unakuwa tu na mapema. Kuna watu hawataki ujinga. Sahi for example, I'm telling you, ODM has some of the best candidates. Not the bandits, but they were shortchanged. You know, even running the party, people say there are those people with money and they want to volunteer to strengthen the party voluntarily on the side as a contribution to the country. But wanasukumwa na malaya, political malayas. Yeah, there are people who, even in terms of like, for example, diaspora, people volunteering to strengthen diaspora wings of these parties for free. But hii manyang'au ya huko Nairobi hawataki kusikia Njiru amekuwa ndio diaspora organizer wa chama fulani. Wanaanza kukuchimba. Wanakataa. Because they feel sasa wewe utakuwa superior huku, because of course you'll be dealing with very serious people around here. Na huko nyumbani ni jokes. Njiru, let me ask you. How would you say you have an organized political party na una ofisi kwa kila ward? I will answer that. Ama kwa comment section watu waniambie. Unasema you are the biggest party south of Limpopo, sijui nini. Na una ofisi ward level.
Does that include even ODM?
I'm just saying, yeah, including ODM, of course. Kwenyu kuna ofisi ya ODM hapo Kairore, kuna ofisi ya ODM.
No, they have not reached that level. I think even the one which was in Embu town ni kama waliacha kulipia.
Sasa kama una
no longer there. I think the ODM office in Embu town is no longer there. It used to be maintained. There was a guy who used to be there, but I no longer see him there. Go ahead. So yeah. I think they have lost the footprint.
It is unajua kuna hii inakuanga ujinga, mtu anakimbia pale kwa anapewa shilingi 50,000 anaenda anachukua ka ofisi fulani hapo ana paint haraka last minute. So you must have an office at ward level. Ward level Njiru, office rent haiwezi pita 5,000. Okay? Ward level kwingine ofisi una rent 2,000. Ukienda every market in these wards unakuta for every 5 buildings only one is functioning. 4 zimefungwa. So getting an office, it will be like nikupatia kuku mahindi. They don't want to do that. And do you know what that means when you have an office at ward level? It means that watu wakitoka hapo, vijana wakienda nini, wakipitia hapo, wanasema hebu acha tupitie kwa ofisi ya chama tusikie news iko aje. Wanafika hapo because siku hizi si radio watu usikiza, kuna ka TV hapo ofisi ya chama na wanaona maneno ya chama, wanaona chairman kule yuko, wanaona vile news zinaendelea, and that is all what you need. Saa zile chairman anaongea akiwa mahali fulani, anakuwa wanaona broadcasted hapo. That is information sharing, and that is part of the community mobilization.
Okay, good. So listen to this video. Now please, these days people, watu ni kama hawakuji kwa station. We have only left Stony PK and Mr. Njiru Mwaura to be always be here. Na ni mwaka mpya, and I thought this is the time when we are mobilizing. People are not coming. I'm not seeing people coming here. Alex, amukuji squeezy. Kipril, amukuji squeezy. Roba, amukuji squeezy. Musimamo, I'm not seeing you. Ama you are part of the people who have been subdued by Kasongo. Okay, listen to this. Kuna vikosi maalum ya polisi Ruto ametengeneza, and you can go and listen to this guy of the Bold. I like what he is analyzing of these fine days.
New police units raise queries with 20 months left to the general election. And the disquiet is emerging within the security ranks. A question is very clear. Is Kenya Kwanza forming police units serving security interests or political motives? We are going to look into the 4 new units that William Ruto has proposed to be formed within the security ranks and interpret really the concern raised by Kenyans on emergence of these police units. If you're watching this podcast and you've not yet subscribed to our channel, I want to humbly first ask you to take a minute and subscribe to our channel. Click the notification bell and like our videos, because here we do well, factual, informed political analysis, and we bring the debate that really matters. And in this podcast, the question that has been raised by different stakeholders is about the formation of police units. So this story has been captured by the KTN team, and Standard team has really exhausted it here. And without much ado, I want us to listen to this, then we come back. I will explain some of the pertinent issues that stakeholders are raising on this story.
Ruto is a man on the spot following his move to establish new units within Kenya's security sector. The president has established 4 new units that involves National Government Administration Police Unit, Digital Intelligence Unit, Anti-Narcotics Unit, and Patrol units that have been mandated with responsibilities similar to other units within the service. Critics argue this is duplication of roles, while others claim the units are linked to 2027 politics. Are the units political or genuine to improve Kenya's security sector? KTN's Daniel Kariuki interrogates.
Security sector could continue witnessing changes with formation of new units if the ongoing happenings are anything to go by.
Jukwaa la Usalama report.
Following the unveiling of the National Jukwaa la Usalama report at State House, Nairobi, President William Ruto announced 13 immediate directives to overhaul security services. Key measures including expanding the anti-narcotics unit.
Nikikutana na governors vilevile, tutakubaliana kila county lazima wajenge rehabilitation center.
Later, the president announced the formation of a new unit under the Administration Police Service to support chiefs and assistant chiefs in maintaining law and order at the local level.
I now have the privilege of having spoken, sat, listened to chiefs, assistant chiefs, village elders, OCSs. Nimeambia IG tuanzishe National Government Administration Police Unit.
And in a bid to curb online abuse and misinformation, the government has proposed the establishment of a specialized digital intelligence unit alongside new rapid response protocols and legal frameworks. The move is part of a broader effort to monitor digital space amid rising concerns of cybercrime, online propaganda, and unrest across the country. And the government is now on the receiving end of these major units, which stakeholders in the security sector cite as a duplication with ulterior motives, given that the moves comes a year to the general election.
Well, they are political, given that they are institutions already that deal with those who are supposed to deal with those things. And so creating new ones is a political bargain.
However, Enoch Makanga, a security expert, says the move is necessary as it seeks to empower police officers to focus on specific disciplines.
Justifiable, and it makes sense because of understanding how, for example, let me give you an example. a normal police officer cannot investigate a counterterrorism case. Why? Because these are very specialized area that requires you to know counter-intelligence and intelligence, and there are a lot of things you need to know technically.
But according to Professor Munene, the move by the president may be informed by the U.S. government.
If it's not that, then maybe it is a device from Washington. Since Washington is coming to Nairobi, isn't it? Because of what's happening in the U.S.
Don't agree with that. You know, at the end of the day, when you find the president coming up with such a thing, it means they've agreed from the National Security Council. They've seen that there's need to have that. Or the Inspector General of Police has advised that we cannot be able to do this alone. We need a specialized unit.
In a country which is litigious of nature, it remains to be seen whether the move by the government will be challenged in court and how the police units will be coordinated as the country prepares for the ballot next year. Daniel Kariuki, KTN.
That is it. There are two.
Yeah, Stony PK. Hata wa kuchunguza online wametengenezwa. So because Ruto knows what he is up to, he is trying to technically silence Kenyans. Go ahead.
Playbook nilikuambia ni ya nchi jirani hiyo. Nchi jirani wako na units mpaka kwa village level. Unit inaitangwa Chiboko. Okay? Hiyo unit inakuanga kwanza, hiyo inakuanga very basic. Ni vijana wa mtaani. Nao ndio wanatumikanga. So ukitaka uanze kufollow what will be happening by January 16th, hiyo copy uikope tu vizuri, uobserve, ndio inakuwa copy pasted pande hii. Okay? Na hakuna njia ingine. Now it comes to wale walikuwa wanasema vile ilifanyika sijui Mbeere North haiwezi fanyika, sijui when you are having so many of this and that sijui haiwezi fanyika. There you have the answers now. Okay? There you have the answers. Now that is a provision of there can be recruitment of those guys, will be thousands and thousands. Okay? Wale unaona ni wachache, but wale ambao watakuwa wamekuwa recruited, they will be in hundreds of thousands. Right? And they will be so cheaply paid. Okay? One, because of course wanachukua wale watu ambao wako desperate. Ungeangalia turnout ya police recruitment ndio ungejua. Those youth, offer them anything, they will come in the name of being recruited into that force. Okay? So it is a very very dangerous thing, and I hope the united opposition can pick it quickly and if anything, delve and deal with it. Otherwise, Ruto will be stopping at nothing. Wala watu mlikuwa mnasema ati constituency ni mingi sana, hawatakuwa nini. He doesn't need to have all the constituencies. Yeah, you just need to have a few that will be no-go zones, and that is where manenos will happen. Okay? Yeah. Like what happened in Getiboli, you just temporarily take over a polling station, then do what you got to do, and that's it. And you close it. That's it. So if you do that to 40% of the polling stations, you are home and dry. Anjiru.
Aya, nimesikia hapo. So in other words, all what Ruto has done is to help him easily win the election. Let's say that he is trying to rig the election. Can we say that?
Yes, you can say that authoritatively.
And why is he trying to design some systems which have not been there? And for you to do that to the police service, do you need do you need the parliament? Is it the president to do that? Is it a referendum? Mbona vitu kama hizo isiwekwa kwa referendum tuulizwe? Hiyo ya ku mutilate police, mutilating the police. Swali tu.
Hiyo ni kidogo. Hiyo ni kubeef up. It's beefing up the police force. Increasing the numbers. Okay, empowering, restructuring. That is not. It doesn't have to go through the constitution, and it's not a new siki because mpya anaanza ni within the same. Ni vile sasa ana divide into various roles. So umesikia ni under administration, so they are still under what is existing.
Okay, ni sawa. So let me look for our last video tonight for part of our analysis. Ndio hii. Nataka musikilize. Squeezy, people don't love him, but wacha tu tumsikilize tu. I'm hearing is like he is in Ruto York, but wacha aseme.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to our channel once again. The image you are seeing on your screen there has caused total meltdown at State House. While President William Ruto thought he had the opposition contained after the death of Raila Amolo Odinga, former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta just pulled a master stroke in Nigeria that nobody actually saw coming. In this video, I want to reveal to you guys the secret mission which took the former President Uhuru Kenyatta and Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka to Nigeria. Because for those who have been following this channel for a very long time, I have always maintained that in politics, nothing happens out of mere coincidence, and that everything in politics is normally well planned, well scripted, and executed to achieve a specific political objective. Let me ask you, why do you think Uhuru and Kalonzo went to Nigeria? Do you believe what they are telling us, that it was about this particular meeting?
Especially young people. We were also young people at one stage. Is always feeling that I can't, the impossibility of being able to achieve great things. Believing and trusting that God put you on this earth for a reason. Regardless of where you started, regardless of where you were born, regardless of whether you had a parent or not, God gave you as an individual and put you on this earth to achieve something.
The forest caught fire, and all the big animals were watching fire, big fire, burning down this African dense forest. And so, and I must conclude, what the little hummingbird did was very little hummingbird. Go to the nearest stream, put some water on the wings, and tries to go out there to put off this forest fire.
For us to understand the mission in Nigeria, allow me to take you to Uhuru Kenyatta's official Facebook page, Uhuru Kenyatta's official Twitter handle. Because I've gone through Kalonzo, he has not posted anything about this meeting, which means his communication will be fired today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Uhuru Kenyatta posted on 31st. This is what Uhuru Kenyatta posted on 31st. His Excellency President retired Uhuru Kenyatta has arrived in Lagos, Nigeria, ahead of future Africa Leaders Awards ceremony, an initiative that identifies, celebrates, and supports young Africans who have demonstrated exceptional leadership by positively impacting their generation through education, youth empowerment, and mentorship. Kenyatta is scheduled, listen to that, Kenyatta is scheduled to deliver the keynote address at the event and announce the winner of the prestigious Star Prize, the event's highest recognition. He was accompanied by former Vice President, which means Kalonzo Musyoka just accompanied Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And that's where the real deal is. And I've gone through Uhuru Kenyatta's post, and I'm wondering why the former president had to go there accompanied by a former vice president. I've gone through this post here. Let me just read for you the latest post Uhuru Kenyatta made on this. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta and former Vice President Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka held an interactive session with winners and alumni of the Future African Leaders Awards at Omnia Towers in Lagos, Nigeria, where the two leaders encouraged young Africans to embrace purpose, resilience, and faith in their leadership journey. So this is an African Leadership Award, but the key guests are two leaders from Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth of the matter is that Uhuru Kenyatta was invited to this event. Then Uhuru Kenyatta invited or tagged along Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. And they went there for a mission. In this video, I want to reveal to you guys that mission. Before we do that, for those who are watching this channel for the first time, please take a second or two, click the subscribe button so that next time we produce a video like this, YouTube will automatically notify you. And with the subscribers, I want to continue thanking you guys.
Yeah, so Nipike, you can react kwa huo mkutano wa Uhuru na Kalonzo, and that guy has said that Kalonzo Musyoka has not even updated his status about being in Nigeria with Uhuru. I don't know if it is a coincidence. Maybe we can analyze it like, what is Kalonzo Musyoka going there as a top diplomat the way anakuanga? Because I know Kalonzo has been very instrumental even in other nations when it comes to diplomacy. And maybe Uhuru is also trying to extend his wish to Kalonzo Musyoka, or it's a way of introducing Kalonzo to the world. What can you draw from what happened, Bwana Stone PK? Huo mkutano wa Uhuru na Kalonzo Musyoka. Is Uhuru, because Uhuru is known, he is a former president, is he trying to introduce Kalonzo to the world? Thank you.
Njiru, introduce Kalonzo to the world?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think around.
No. Kalonzo is known to the world as much as Uhuru is. Okay.
Then where are they together? Is it a coincidence? Ama ni kuitwa event moja? Ni kama
it's not a coincidence. That's a very important event in that region, in one of the super countries, super in terms of large countries in Africa. You can't rule away Nigeria despite its issues and problems and mismanagement. Okay, it is actually a giant. That country is a giant despite all the things. So when you have such a forum, and remember also there are tycoons and there are people there, you know, that's where you have people like Dangote, okay, the billionaires of this world, and they are part of such forums, part of such empowerment programs. So Kalonzo, being an aspiring person and being a former vice president of a country called Kenya, which has very close ties with Nigeria, Ghana, and some of those other countries, he didn't need to be invited by Uhuru. He could have been invited directly. And remember, Kalonzo, as much as tunamdharau hapa nyumbani, people read his policies and they listen to him. Unajua, profesa na madaktari hawajulikanangi kwa family, wanadharauliwa. Unaona, unasikia hii Njiro Stone, you know, that kind of a thing. But out there, people really appreciate this thing that Kenyans even don't value. The fact that Kalonzo has been one of the top negotiators in Africa in terms of peace, you know, arbitrating peace, is the same role that even Raila was playing. But locally here, we never imagine what that is. I mean, we don't care to know and value what that is. So for me, for McQueen to really start questioning so hard why Uhuru and Kalonzo attended this, we are stooping a bit low, yeah? And trying that, saying there is a purpose. Yes, there is a purpose. Kalonzo is a candidate, and he has to start appearing in these international forums in preparation for his, you know, taking over as a Kenyan president. Yeah, if I were Kalonzo, I would attend many global forums. So because it's a rehearsal, it's a preamble. Yeah, so we should not read so much about it. What we should be doing is that Kalonzo is of that stature, is that level, okay, ya kuenda kupeana hata hizo keynote speeches in some of these areas. Bwana Njiru.
So you don't think as if it's like a gesture of discussing collaboration, or if in any case, if they have to discuss collaboration or they discuss Africa, don't you think it could be maybe somebody has called them in Nigeria, maybe for a political strategy, including even advising them?
Why would you call, what would you advise Uhuru on?
Maybe some other political actors elsewhere, they are trying maybe to discuss with them and show them the importance of building a serious coalition.
No,
so what I'm trying to say is, do you want to tell me their meeting in Nigeria has nothing to do with Kenya?
For me, I've said it. What I'm reading is Kalonzo widening and going to meet friends probably in terms. Nimekwambia kuna mabilionea huko, okay? And there are people who would want to come and invest in Kenya. Remember, Dangote wanted to invest in Kenya. Kenya was his first place of choice. Maybe you don't know that. Last year, but one. But when he came here, he was given so many stupid restrictions, garbage. That's why he went away. He was mad. He went away. He wanted to do, I think, one of the biggest cement factory here or something like that. Not even one, not even two. He wanted to establish Kenya as his base of his enterprises in this sub-region. Okay? But he was so badly discouraged. So I tend to think, yes, Kalonzo would be going there, trying to establish, trying to get contact, trying to make friends, because Nigeria is a giant. It's a giant. It has really billionaires, as I've told you. So that, for me, that's what I'm looking for. It is mostly in terms of making friends and also maybe some prospective fundraising strategies. Otherwise, for him meeting with Uhuru, they can always meet here and talk anywhere and discuss whatever they may want to discuss.
Tony PK, there is also a very serious thing which is happening in hospitals, and I wanted you to react to this, but the unfortunate is that the video is very wrong. I don't know kama umeangalia hii video ilichezwa na NTV, mambo mabaya sana imekuwa ikitendeka kwa hospitali in terms of religion, and I would put it, today is a weekend, we have time, sio mrefu sana, at least because this is part of the evil where watu wanatumia religion the wrong way. Listening. how the region and the hospital. Witnesses from a whistleblower.
In 2022, I went undercover at a hospital to expose some of the abuse that was happening on patients, as well as a series of fraudulent activities. Another case of deep-seated fraud, medical negligence, and horrors has come up at another facility, this time in Nakuru County. A warning to some of our viewers, as this story may be disturbing to some of you.
Also note that some of the people we interviewed in this investigation requested to have their identities hidden, which gives a glimpse of the gravity of the claims made. But not everyone chose to stay hidden. Amos Kiprop was resilient, not just in his efforts to ensure that the matter was highlighted, despite several ignored attempts to inform the authorities about what was happening, but also in the 2 years he worked as a radiographer turned whistleblower at Sisto Mazoldi Hospital.
I am fearing for somebody else, or myself, or another family member of mine, or any other person, because I took an oath as a health practitioner when I graduated, and I swore that I will serve the public.
This fear traces back to the day a life was lost at the hospital. It is a situation all health professionals are trained to confront, but this death had all the hallmarks of something darker, a macabre plan to discard human life with reckless abandon at this hospital, Sisto Mazoldi, located in Rongai area of Nakuru County. Sisto Mazoldi Hospital is a faith-based level 4 hospital. It was incorporated sometime in 1990 by Catholic missionaries. Back to Amos. His fear was parallel to Wycliffe Nyachuba's, a former nursing officer at Sisto Mazoldi Hospital, who is also a whistleblower in this report. Their bravery forms the basis of this investigation, as together they managed to record and store months of evidence and receipts that show just how darkness reigned at Sisto Mazoldi Hospital, all the while under the cloth of religion. The story of 24-year-old Agnes Chalangat is a difficult one to fully tell because she's not here to tell it, but perhaps images can help to illustrate her persona and, more importantly, everything she was looking forward to. Her social media is publicly available. We also asked her family for permission to use the photographs. It shows a warmth about her, carrying out her work as a farmer while simultaneously running a shop business. But ambition was not the only aspect that governed her daily toil. It was the life growing within her as she eagerly counted down the days to her delivery date. It was going to be her first child, and everything had to be perfect. But where joy had marked the days leading up to her delivery date, sorrow replaced the day itself. Agnes would never get the chance to hold in her arms the life she carried for 9 months. Wycliffe was among the last people that saw Agnes as she came into Sisto Mazoldi Hospital when her delivery date finally arrived. This was in 2024. As a nursing officer, he carried out his duties, monitoring her health, vitals, and making sure she was cared for.
She would not have been able to give birth naturally. And so we recommended that she receive a cesarean section. And we called the doctors. They came from Nakuru. That's where the surgeons for the hospital usually came from.
If you are wondering why doctors had to be called in, it is because despite being a faith-based level 4 hospital that was meant to have a doctor on duty at all times, Sisto Mazoldi brought in doctors on a case-by-case basis. Once the doctors from Nakuru County came in and Wycliffe confirmed that Agnes was in good condition, he left since his shift had come to an end.
At the 6:45 of that same evening, when I was watching a football match, I received a call from one of my colleagues who we used to work with. And she informed me that, do you remember the mother you left at the hospital? And I said, yes, I remember her very well. And she told me that the mother is dead.
The time Wycliffe received this call is extremely important. Keep note of it. Fortunately, Agnes's child survived. However, the 24-year-old's demise was about to take a sinister turn as the hospital took every step possible to cover up what truly happened inside the theatre. In the interest of public concern and safety, NTV has managed to obtain evidence that tells of the horror of exactly what happened to Agnes that night, which was never meant to come out. I will divide it into two parts. The first part contains documents involved in the case, which will need a keen ear, and the second one involves the disturbing manipulation of Agnes's family in the plan to cover up her death. So far, we know Agnes arrived at the facility on 21st September 2024 at around 10 a.m. But after observation, the team that received her found that she was not contracting naturally and she needed a cesarean section to safely deliver her child. At 4 p.m., Wycliffe left the facility after completing his shift and confirming that Agnes was in good condition. According to the medical report written by the team who took over, at 4:30 p.m., Agnes was wheeled into theatre, and at 4:40 p.m., the surgery started. This is a highly unusual entry because it is unheard of for a surgery to start just 10 minutes after a patient has been wheeled into theatre. Final confirmations of equipment, monitoring of vitals, surgical scrubs, clothing the team in their gowns, gloves, and the anesthesia review can push the time into 40 to 60 minutes. Look closely at the part that states that the patient was anesthetized at 4:42 p.m. versus the time that the surgery started at 4:40 p.m. This is incorrect, as a patient cannot be operated on before they are put under anesthesia. But this isn't the most startling part. The real shocker is that there are two of these reports. One is the original, and another is a duplicated file filled with the false entries of what took place as part of the pyramid of manipulation created by hospital management. Incorrectly filled hospital documents are dangerous for several reasons, as outlined by the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Aden Duale.
You see thousands of claim forms from a health facility, all of them filled by one handwriting with the same biro pen. That is an illegal claim form, and that is a rejection.
Back to Wycliffe and the phone call he received from the theatre technician who was there when Agnes was operated on and died.
So fast forward, she called me again at 9 p.m. of that same day. So she informed me the mother had died at around 6. And when the doctors realized that, they called now the management of the hospital. The management said that we cannot handle this death at this facility. So what we are going to do, we are going to lie to the caretakers of this matter who are waiting for her outside the theater room that they have gotten an emergency and a complication inside the theater, and that now they will need to refer this matter to Nakuru PGH for ICU care.
We can exclusively play the phone call that was placed on the day by Wycliffe, who recorded it.
Lakini ziwe hata ulikuwa theater hiyo time huyo mgonjwa akikufa Agnes.
Hiyo nilikuwa huyo mama akikufa kwa tebo. Ilibaba tebo ngati bakorangalia relative chikoli kireliga. Atire mo atimbiale ne rifaro bako mo.
Na kwa ringe
mongronde gako eti nilikuwa.
Hii anesthetic machine unajua huyo jamaa? Na Onzari amesema hiyo mambo ni uongo.
Ndio wote ni uongo na ilikuwa ni ukweli. Unaita itingi Onzari ni kama alishindwa kuhifadhi. Kuna na Silvia Tebete.
The conversation between Wycliffe and the theatre technician heavily implicates the hospital's management in the plan that was hatched. But more importantly, it implicates the anesthetist who handled Agnes as she was wheeled into theatre. This is important because the medical report, both the original one and the duplicated one filled with falsehoods, have his fingerprints all over them. Through the scribbles and attempted erasure, the story of the cover-up almost tells itself. Both reports form the first betrayal against Agnes. Let's take a closer look at the original file and what he indicated. From it, we can confirm that the anesthetist's name is Victor Onsare. The doctor's review is strictly meant to be filled by a doctor, yet Victor, the anesthetist, took it upon himself to fill in the date and his name. But this is mild in comparison to what he filled at the bottom of the report. In the outcome, he wrote the word dead, and in what appears to be a scramble to maintain a different narrative, he wrote referred to, then scribbled it out and wrote for ICU care. A medical report is a serious document which is meant to be recorded with the highest precision. His actions here raise two pertinent questions. How could he indicate that a patient was declared dead, be referred for ICU care, and why was he the one filling in the entire report? Now let's dig into the duplicate report which we have also managed to obtain. Once again, Onsare filled it out, despite being the anesthetist. He copied the same strange timings into this duplicate report, but possibly noted that it might be strange to fill out 4:40 p.m. as the time the surgery started. Yet just 10 minutes earlier, Agnes had been wheeled into theatre. So he scribbled 6 on top of the 0, which means according to Onsare's rewritten version, the surgery started at 4:46 p.m. Instead of just 10 minutes for the total time he indicated in the original report, he wrote 4:42 p.m. in the duplicate file, which is even more mind-boggling because this would mean that the whole process of a cesarean section on Agnes would have taken 4 minutes. This is impossible, as the procedure is exhaustive and would typically span into some hours. Once again, the last part shows the true face of the lie. He completely obscures that Agnes was dead as the outcome of the procedure and instead notes that she was referred for ICU/HDU care. This altered file is dangerous, not just because of the lies contained in it, but because it is the file that was presented to Nakuru County's health officials, which they have in their records. Unbeknownst to them, it is the false version of events. NTV reached out to the Clinical Officers Council to understand the background of Victor Onsare. In response, they confirmed that he was indeed a registered clinical officer, although it was difficult to establish when he started practicing. During Wycliffe's conversation with the theatre technician on the night Agnes died, she alluded that Victor had administered the incorrect amounts of anesthesia into Agnes before she was operated on, and that the team noticed her condition declining. They then confirmed that she was dead on the operating table. In order to countercheck this, we reached out to Victor. After several attempts, however, we could not get through to him, and later word reached us that he died sometime in August 2020.
To cut the long story short, those are people just dying in the hospital. And it is happening in Kenya just last year. Kuna wale wanauawa na SHA, kuna wale wanauawa na mambo kama hii. So what is good for Kenya if even professionals themselves cannot carry themselves the way they are, and this thing cuts across different professionals, IBC, Nini. By monitoring this video, can you see the Kenyan disease? This is a hospital where people are just dying because of people not using their profession the right way. So, and this is a country which now Ruto is even lying to Kenyans that he wanted to be Singapore. Look at this. Look at the architecture of our country. This is an explanation of the country which we are talking about. A failed state. We always call countries like Haiti, Somalia failed states. To what proximity are we to those countries by looking at this? Go ahead.
This is very sad. Very, very sad indeed. So even Victor himself died. It is sad indeed because again, when systems are failing,
That is why you even have the fake professionals. You remember there was one time, I don't know what topic we were discussing, and I think I mentioned about doctors, engineers, the graduates of our colleges and all that. I was casting aspersion as to the quality of our products in terms of personnel, in terms of professionals, because where you have a failed government in terms of corruption, it does not become selective. It goes across the board in the colleges, in the what we call in health sector, driving, all sector, because corruption inakuwa ndio key. Like now in Kenya, we have accepted everything shortcut. Unaongea na mtu unamwambia hii kitu lazima ufanye hivi, anakuulizaje? Hatuwezi tumia ile njia ingine. Of course, the njia ingine, meaning alternative, is the shortcut. And whenever you want to have a shortcut, it means you are actually shortchanging the full length of either training or anything. Excuse me. Recently, we had a recruitment of armed forces personnel, and there was a hue and cry. Number one, the corruption, that for you to have somebody go into the forces, ilikuwa unatoa shilingi 700. Of course, people deny, they say hakuna evidence and all this kind of a thing, but ilisemwalo lipo. Okay, and then there was an open outcry that even ile training wanaenda kufanyiwa huko, most of those recruits can't manage, wanashindwa. And the joke was said, it was not a joke but a reality, that ni watoto wa wadosi, Cerelac kids ndio hawawezi kufanya hivyo. Then the end product, of course, you expect a soldier, very well trained, resilient, anashikilia, na huyo ndio uta expect to peleke in the front or wherever it is. If it's a police, of course, and those are the people you deploy. So what makes you think that we don't have the same rot in the medical sector, that we could be having graduates that are half-baked? Same thing with engineers of whatever nature. Same thing, everything, because the country moral status has dropped, because there is no discipline now. The thing is corruption. It's when ukiwa na pesa, everything is available in our country. So today I'll be Stone PK, and tomorrow I'll be Dr. Stone PK. I'll be Engineer Stone PK. Yeah. Notice tunalala leo, kesho tukiamka I'm Dr. Reverend Stone PK. So this is not very surprising, because that is where we are. Remember, Kenyan journey to quality education died when Moi took over. That is when the education system was killed and buried. We've never been able to resurrect it. We killed it and buried it. So what we try to do is to put together skeletons to form education system again, which is very difficult. Mtu ambaye alikufa ukabari, ukianza unafukua skeleton ndio unajaribu kuweka nyama hapa na pale, what you end up having is this kind of results you are having. So to me, I'm not surprised. Which other country has meddled, for example, with the education system like Kenya has done? Yeah, 60-year-old independent, but we have messed with our education system like it has never been before. Which other country has done that? The same thing has happened in our medical, whatever. Same thing has happened in our engineering, in our every other sector. Why? Because we have the culture of inaitwaje, fast forwarding. Okay, kuharakisha, baking quickly, half baked una release, and that's why we are having this kind of a thing. If you happen to go to these hospitals in our country, you will see some of these things are gaping. Unaona hata mtu anakuja kukutoa damu, unaona huyu tu ni amecha kabisa kabisa, hata wengine ni wewe unawaonyesha mahali mshipa iko. I mean, it is sad. It is very sad. And Njiro, back to you.
Yeah, that one is terrible, and that's why we are becoming a sick nation on everything. And this is part of morality which we should be speaking about, because even as we want to remove Ruto, where is our morality? It's a question we should be every asking ourselves. Otherwise, we could be doing things into futility.
But Njiru, Ebu, look at it this way. Now that you talk of morality, that as we are talking now in Kenya, people, when kuna watu wana advance hii notion that hakuna rigging in election in Kenya. That is being, in many quarters, unaambiwa, including unaambiwa na chairman wa IEBC, that elections, hakuna maneno ya rigging elections in Kenya. So me and you and others are mad, we are crazy. Sisi ni wajinga. And that seems to be holding traction. Okay, it seems to be a narrative that now is selling. Mpaka tuna resort into saying that lazima ujipange vizuri. Kwanza hii phrase, Kenyans, we are very good at this cleaning words. Sasa yule ambaye ukitaka kushinda lazima ujipange vizuri, juu Ruto amejipanga. Nasikia bwana Njiru. Lazima ujipange kwa sababu Ruto amejipanga. Vile alijipanga mbele na alijipanga kunaitwaje? Nani? Malava. Alafu ukiuliza mtu aje alijipanga aje Malava? Si niliona a lot of violence. Anakuambia hakuna violence ilikuwa huko. Hiyo ilikuwa ni maneno ya opposition. And it says hiyo inakuwa imekuwa hivyo. So it is sad. It is sad, and I don't know how we are going to recollect that.
Yeah, that is terrible. I hope we will be able to reach to a level whereby some of our united opposition principles will answer the biggest question. Uchaguzi ya Kenya uibiwa namna gani? It is something they have been pretending not to want to say. Hata Kalonzo mwenyewe, I know he knows. He knows. I don't think Kalonzo is a deadhead. He doesn't know that kuna mtu anaibanga uchaguzi wetu tu na wanataka tu tujifanye ati vitu ziko normal. Now Gachagua has come. He is a beneficiary. So, Stony PK, let me ask you, why would a beneficiary of the same rot not talk about it? Is it fear of the unknown, ama unaweza uawa? Mbona watu wasiongea, wasitokezee waseme hivi vitu inatendekanga hivi? This is why we lose democracy. Why should the owner of Citizen, SK Macharia, come out and say we have been all the time stealing the election? And then Gachagua, even knowing that what SK Macharia said, he doesn't want to be explicit and say yenyewe hii kitu tumekuwa tukiiba. Because how are we going to approach the election? Ama pia wao ni vile wanataka watumie the same system. Sasa ikuwe ni mapuagu wawili wanakimbizana. Gachagua anajua vile wizi inatendeka, Ruto anajua vile wizi inatendeka, so kila mtu aibe. Is that what we are looking forward to? We can't declare that elections are stolen in Kenya. Tukue tuna hiyo system ya wizi hivyo. Whoever grabs it, grabs it. Is that what we are dealing with, Stone PK?
Njiru, what what happens is there is the push and pull. There's a push and pull of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy in the sense that ukiwa mwizi, you have to maintain a narrative. Na kama uliiba initially ukasema hukuiba, there is no one time utakuja kusema niliiba. And that's why I was saying you will never have Gachagua telling you that waliiba kura. Already the other day imekuja waka confirm. Where was it? Walikuwa wanasema ni wapi walikuwa wanasema? Oh, Kibichu alikuja akasema, alikuja na huyo alikuwa sasa ndio hiyo tulikuwa tunaita deep state. Number one, alikuja akasema hakuna kitu kama deep state. Can you imagine? Deep state ni imaginary. So kwa hivyo hakuna stealing of votes, hiyo ni imaginary. Kwa hivyo Njiru, don't dwell on about votes being stolen. We are supposed to believe that hakunanga wizi wa kura katika Kenya. Kwa hivyo hao watu wote unaona huwa wanashinda. Ruto alishinda according to Kibichu. And wale walikuwa wanataka wakuwe rigged. It was the opposition that Mwathani Ngai Baba. Njiru, there you are.
So we are now approaching the election with the pretext that okay, based on that, what can Kibicho talk about in Mbere? Kibicho, so like Stony PK, ebu jingiza kwa viatu za Kibicho. Can you react to Mbere with what Kibicho said?
Simple statement. All went well, according to, if I was to borrow from Kibicho's belief and narrative and whatever. I wish he was asked that question, although he would have actually shied away. But I'm seeing him saying like it was okay the way the votes went. I'm not seeing him picking from what he was saying and looking at his body language. I think he would have said the elections were okay because, I mean, he knows the system. And I don't know why people don't raise the gaping issue that came up about the disruption of the polling station at Getibori. I don't know why that, although I understand one guy who was trying to record alipigwa vibaya sana, I think na simu yake ikaenda. So I don't think people even have that evidence of the place, the gas blowing up and the polling station being closed quickly, and the PS or the CS taking over the station. So I tend to think he would more or less have said that things went on fairly well.
Okay, now that is now the conundrum which we have in Kenya, where we have no capacity to call out the rot. Yeah, so Stony PK, you can say your closing remark to Funge, because I can see we are not having much participation. It is sasa, we can go and rest to kuja kesho vizuri. Yeah, you can say maybe your closing remark alafu sasa tukuje kesho.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many have been watching if you are there. Wangapi walikuwa?
Around 25.
Around 25 people, okay. Yeah, you need to find out why we don't have people anymore. Ama walikuwa wameenda holiday, I don't know. But let's hope watu walikuwa wameenda kujivinjari, kurukisha mwaka and all that. Yeah, my final words are we are going through very challenging time, and I would still go back to Professor Ongola. I think after the show I want to listen to his clip again because I have not noticed that. The last time I listened to Ongola, he was in Radio Generation, and I think that was slightly before Christmas Day, and he gave a very good interview and all that. And the only problem I had, and which I'm still having with the people who have this intention, the people who want to, who are all saying Ruto must go. My problem is that people want to present themselves individually, and then now I understand people want to show like. People have different manifestos, because if number one manifesto point number one would be to remove the bad government, then the rest of the manifestos can easily be consolidated, into one. It can be amalgamated, okay. And again, we don't need to really go back into reinventing the wheel, because we have the Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is a manifesto number one for this country. So anybody who would want to take over the government should be able to, number one, show how we will get to Vision 2030, and then how the journey of finishing corruption. And then, of course, the other constitutionalism. So those, to me, I think that would be the path towards resuscitating this already sunken country. Otherwise, hii maneno ingine yote sijui nini coalition na hizi zingine, kila mtu ako na party yake na manifesto yake. Because if you look at Wajigi, it's economic revolution. Yeah, so that's one pillar. Okay, then you look at these others, they're all married to that. How do you engage economic revolution without really being a country that practices the law properly, being a constitutional whatever? So you follow the constitution to the letter, and the economic revolution will work. Same thing with all those other parties that have their whatever. Actually, for me, I don't think we should waste a lot of time trying to think of how to amalgamate these different manifestos. I mean, if people agreed, it would take a week, and a manifesto would be compiled very quickly, very simple, and very quick to go. And that would be it. A 4-page manifesto can work for a country, because the bigger framework, we know what it is. All right, just need to point the pillars, the details of how we're gonna achieve this and that and that. Yeah, and I liked the way CJ Maraga summarized his manifesto. I think that's the direction we should go. Should be able to summarize your manifesto in 10 minutes or 15 minutes at most. Yeah, because the rest is at the house. Okay. Yeah, so let me thank everyone else. Wale wametusikiza. Paul Kisianga, Asante sana, and anybody else that we may not be able to mention, na wale wengine wako upande ule mwingine. Jiro, thank you very much. Good night.
Okay, asante sana Stony PK for always being with us. It's like our shows are dwindling with the time. I don't know why. It is something we need to investigate. Kwa nini Wakenya hawakuji? Are we in a state of laxity? Ama ni watu ni Christmas wako? Ama ni watu wamepoteza matumaini? They think like we are beating empty drums. We need to hear from people.
There is some, I talked to a few up and pale, and there is, I know some people don't like hearing this. There is loss of hope. Okay? There is, or let's say, dwindling of hope with Kenya. You know?
So now they feel like we are trying to do something which is unattainable. Ni kama sasa, they now think we are hallucinating. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Ni gumzo tu. It is what? For lack of a better word.
The one you call gutereta.
Yeah.
We are just talking.
Yeah, talking.
Let me use the right word. We are passing time. Tunapitisha time.
Yeah, and it was indicated here even by one of, I don't want to mention who, one of your participants here came and said, tutayap, we will yap and yap and yap, and kuna mahali tutaenda. You know, so yani wale watu wana yap about government change, about nini. So that discourages people a lot. So they don't want to come and hear people yapping, and there is no result. And also the ground disappoints people so much. And especially you can imagine the situation, the Mbere and Malaba situation. That was it was terrible. It is the same as the Bopa situation. You know, people were thinking everything will be rekindled. Yeah, but the blow was so hard that people feel like Allah. Yeah, so this country, kweli, it has been taken over. And another disappointment is that as of now, hakuna mtu anaweza fikiria maandamano can never work. Then another blow is that one of the leading parties of fighting for justice has been swallowed by the evil that we were talking about. That's a big blow, Jiro, to anybody. Big blow to even, I'm sure, Kenyans. They can't believe what is happening in this country. Yeah? Nobody would want to believe that ODM, yani Raila Amolo Odinga, got swallowed. He threw, yani alitupa towel. And that's why people are not motivated anymore. Because if whoever you thought would be the torch bearer, ule alikuwa ndiye atapiga Busharisa, amemezwa. Hiyo sasa unaona everybody akiongea anasema sasa ni nani anaweza kuwa kama Raila? And that's another mistake we are making. Okay, so people have come to, hiyo imeleta watu chini sana. I don't know how that will be rekindled, and it can only be rekindled by Akina Kalonzo, but how they will do it, I don't know. They have to light the fire again, because once we have that fire being lit, then you will see watu wakichangamka mpaka hata kwa forum. Yeah, so Jiro, that is it. And I don't know, in terms of time, I think we are still having a good time. Yeah, we need to do the SWOT analysis and see what are the weakness, what is the weak point. Maybe you should also ask people to write for you in the comment section, tell you what is it that they are not seeing. Ikiwa mzuri.
Naona Njua Njagi amefika na anasema we talk about Oburu's candidature. maybe in 2 minutes, have you heard that Oburu anasema anaweza simama?
Iko clip amesema ati kwa ODM wana presidential candidate, so anybody thinking about ODM as how hiyo. Nimeona hiyo clip, sijui nimeiweka wapi, ukiangalia utapata, and he was very clear, and akafunga hiyo mlango akasema ODM wana presidential candidate na ni Oburu ni yule chairman sahi, and ata decide how ataenda either solo or ata collaborate na whoever it is. Again, that is dead for ODM.
And Ruto is still banking on them.
Of course. Ukiangalia hata Wajaluo wameanza kutoa nyimbo za nyimbo za wanaimba wakisifu wakisema two term, wakisifu Ruto. Nyimbo sasa kama zile za Anbua na nini, and you know Luos are very good in music. Kuna wale wanaimba nyimbo wameanza kutoa zinaimbwa. So
So now, if we look at the Oburu candidature, is it a diversionary tactic? Is it to scare Ruto, or what is informing Oburu to say that he might be the candidate mawako na candidate kama ODM?
No, for me,
is he leading?
For me, it's very plain. He's just telling this ODM that ODM will not have a candidate other than Oburu. Okay? And Oburu has decided he is in broad base. So there is no candidate that will come to oppose Ruto from ODM. It is as simple and basic as that. Take that to any bank. He's telling people, stop yapping about that the ODM will decide on presidential candidate sometimes to come. It is already decided that ODM has a presidential candidate that will collaborate with the government of the day, which is Ruto, with UDA. Huyo ndiye ataratify hiyo coalition. It's done. Amesema ni vile za tujaonyesha wakisaini. So that is to close kabisa. Watu waache kuyapa akina nani akina Sifuna. Hao ndio walikuwa wananyamazishwa. Tokeni kwa ODM and then mkatafute mtu mwingine from another party, but ODM is done. They have decided that way. And I think the best some of these very strong people should do is not to waste their time in ODM. Yeah. Wange nini? Wange decide wafanye ile kitu inaitwa mapema. Okay? Ile kitu inaitangwa mapema. Nimepata hiyo clip ukiwa unaitaka. Unataka nikuwekea hapo Njiru?
Niwekee hapo. I'm trying to build a small poll hapa kabla nifunge. Niwekee yenyewe.
Acha nikuwekea hapa watu waone Oburu Odinga. Upload basi niweke volume.
Okay. Sawa, nimeweka poll hapo, wale wanataka kupiga pia wapige.
Ni upload volume.
Yeah, nimemweka.
And some can't stand. ODM, he says, already has a 2027 presidential candidate. No party primaries, no debate. No suspense. The candidate is the party leader, and the party leader is Oburu himself. And if you don't like it, look for another party. That is his message. But here's the twist. While saying that, he also admits ODM has not fully married UDA. The deal with Ruto is not final. The MOU is under review. The 10-point agenda must be honored. Before the end of 2026, ODM will either walk into 2027 alone or walk into it with William Ruto. Inside ODM, teeth are grinding. Outside ODM, calculators are clicking. Is this strategy, succession panic, or a gauntlet thrown to rebels? Kenya is watching.
Wanaenda mikutano ya siri kule Kilgoris kuuza chama kwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto.
ODM is strong and it is kicking, it is up and it is not about to be sold.
Oburu Oginga stepped out of the shadow and is not whispering anymore. He says ODM will decide before the end of 2026 whether to walk with Ruto or walk alone.
Before the end of the year, our party shall have known whether we are going it alone or we are going to go into coalition with other parties. And we shall have by that time known whom we are going with into the political coalition, if any, or we are going it alone.
Then he goes further. If ODM runs alone, the presidential candidate is already known. No campaigns for the ticket, no boardroom suspense, no drama of primaries. The ODM constitution, he says, is simple. The party leader is the presidential flag bearer. He's the party leader. Therefore, he's the presidential candidate. That message was not just information, it was a warning shot.
I want to make it absolutely clear that our constitution already has a presidential candidate for our party. And that presidential candidate is clearly stated in the constitution of our party. And it is the party leader. And it is the party leader speaking. I am the presidential candidate for ODM.
This comes days after ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna renewed calls for the Luhya community to front a presidential candidate in the 2027 general election. Speaking during the burial of former Lugari MP Cyrus Jirongo in Lumakanda, Kakamega County, Sifuna criticized leaders supporting the broad-based government and backing President William Ruto's re-election bid.
Mimi nataka niseme uamuzi wa jinsi ambavyo chama kitaenda 2027 hautafanywa na hawa viongozi hapa juu. Itisheni mkutano wa National Delegates Convention, wacha wana ODM wakuje waseme wanaenda kwa Ruto ama tusimamishe hata huyu Sifuna. Kwani ndio wanapiga kelele ndani ya chama. These are the people who are making noise in ODM because they have a plan to destroy the broad-based government so that we go to that Ruto kwa Munyoro. Nini mnataka kwenda kwa Munyoro? Watu sema hizi ni wale wangapi wanataka kwenda kwa Munyoro?
Kama sisi ni shida, mimi niko tayari kutoka kwa chama cha ODM.
Mkinifukuza nitawafukuza. Mkinikujia nitawakujia. Kikiharibika kiharibike. Kama ni mbaya mbaya, tutaenda maandamano. Wapende wasipende.
To those quietly mobilizing, to those polishing speeches, to those dreaming status dreams under ODM, Oburu says, find another party.
So anybody who is preparing himself.
The worst freaking state to live in right now is New Jersey, and nobody's talking about it.
I've spent 30 years in the insurance industry. What I'm about to tell you will explain why New Jersey pays more for car insurance than any other state in the country, and how you could fix it and save up to 10% on your rate.
To go for presidential election in ODM, I think is misplaced. If they want to go for presidential candidacy, they should look for another party. But this particular party, the presidential candidate is already decided.
At the same time, he performs delicate political surgery. He insists ODM is not sold, not captured, not hijacked. Those saying the party has been auctioned, daydreamers. ODM, he says, is too big to be bought and too grounded to be pocketed.
We are there. So anybody who is saying ODM is sold to other parties is also daydreaming. ODM is strong and it is kicking, it is up and it is not about to be sold. and it will never be sold. And if it is to be sold, I don't know at what price. This party is too big to be sold to anybody. And I don't know if there is anybody in Kenya who can afford the price of ODM. It could be too expensive for them, because the people, it goes up to the grassroots, up to the last person. So if you are paying that price, are you paying all those people from the grassroots up to the top leadership of the party? Whom are you paying, and how much are you paying for it? So this party is not on sale. This party is not about to be sold. This party is up and about, and it is reorganizing, and it is uniting, and it is going to be there in 2027.
But the ground is not silent. Inside ODM, discomfort is real. Caleb Amisi questions his leadership mandate. Others whisper about Raila's shadow and 2027 succession shockwaves. The fear is simple. ODM turning into Jubilee 2.0, public unity veneer, private faction warfare. Oburu responds with one word: intact. He insists the party is re-strategizing, not splitting. Yet every sentence he speaks open two interpretations: consolidation or confrontation.
Mr. Leader, there was something that I wanted to tell you. When it came to the matter of this broad-based government, the people of ODM entrusted one person with the management of that relationship. And that person was Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. That relationship is complicated. And therefore, we are looking and we are wondering, those that are taking it upon themselves to manage it now, are they capable of managing that relationship? I don't think that is a question for me to answer. That is a question for the people of ODM to answer. And party leader is why I'm requesting we need to go back to the people and have an NDC and see who the people want to pick to manage that same relationship.
Then comes the Ruto factor. The ODM-UDA cooperation remains suspended in mid-air. Not divorce, not marriage, engagement ring on the table. Oburu draws the boundary lines. The MOU must be honored. The 10-point agenda must deliver. The partnership must be real, not decorative. Translation in Kenyan political language: show us the benefits or we walk out.
As to whether we shall be successful in the implementation, only God knows. We are not yet there.
For Ruto, the stakes are high. ODM's decision shifts the map of 2027, coalition or competition. It redraws alliances from the coast to western, Nyanza to Nairobi. For Raila's legacy, it is even bigger. Is this succession? Is this survival? Or is this strategic noise to discipline rebels and raise bargaining power? For ODM hopefuls, it is a political brick wall. Try running, and you are told, wrong party. Try another one. For UDA, it is a reminder the handshake is not permanent. The deal must pay dividends. For Kenya, it is a sign 2027 campaigns did not just begin. They were quietly launched in one sentence. And that final subtle line hits hardest. Things must be worked out before 2027.
Before the end of 2026, we shall have clearly known and made all the necessary arrangements going into 2027.
Meaning, names must be settled, alliances priced, loyalties tested, betrayals budgeted. ODM is at crossroads. Coalition convenience versus party pride, power arithmetic versus ideological memory, survival versus reinvention. And Oburu Oginga has placed himself at the center of the board. King, not spectator. The next move will decide whether he has made a masterstroke or opened the party's deepest internal war since its birth.
Mimi ninajua hakuna hata siku moja
Oburu Oginga amewahi kusaliti ndugu yake Oburu Raila Amolo Odinga. Na tulisema mambo ya 27 tutakuja pamoja tuongee kama viongozi. We persuade each other. Let's persuade each other.
Baba alikuwa anashikilia kama maadili yake. Alikuwa anasema chama hiki ni chama cha wananchi. Tusiwache wananchi nyuma katika uamuzi wowote ambao tutafanya.
Kenyan politics is officially back to full drama mode. Stay tuned, because this story has only just thrown its first punch. What do you think about Oburu Oginga's declaration? Drop your comments. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Bushabi Jr.
Okay, Stony PK, ili uweze kureact vizuri, watch this. Kijana ya Ruto. I'm hearing he owns that helicopter na najua kuendesha. So mtoto kama huyu ametoa pesa ya kununua helicopter wapi? Anyway, react.
Ni react kwa gani? Kwa huyu.
Si huyu amenunua backward because najua hiyo utareact haraka haraka.
Hii ni haraka haraka, hii si amenunuliwa na baba. Si ni mtoto ya mdosi bana. Mtoto ya mdosi unataka nunue baiskeli bana. Hii ndio bike yake, toe. Anaendesha vile wanaendesha nini. Hii hata usibonge juu yake. Hii ni mtoto wa mdosi. Remember Kenya graduate from stealing thousands, tukaingia hundreds of thousands, tukaanza kuiba millions, then millions tukaacha, tukaiba, sasa tunaiba billions. By the end of this year tutakuwa tunaiba, utakuwa unasikia trillion 3, hata tulimefika, because we have like 4 trillion that we don't know what happened to it. So when you have that kind of money, helicopter ni toy. Hiyo unanunua in terms of 3, 4, zinakuja zikiwa packaged. Nasikia zinakujanga zikiwa zime knock down kits. Zinakuwa box. Unakuwa na 3 nyumbani and all that. That is opulent.
MPK, ili uweze kureact vizuri, let me pia hii. What about this one? Then you react on everything now, because this one is also very scary. Singapore.
Just affording public transport has become a privilege that many cannot reach. Tonight, we take you into the quiet, relentless rhythm of a walking nation. A story of thousands who rise before dawn, not to beat traffic, but to beat despair. Our reporter, Paul Kirobi, walks with them and brings you this report.
In the morning, long before the city stars, a silent procession begins. From the edges of Nairobi, areas such as Kayole, Pipeline, Soweto and Huruma estates, thousands are chasing a silver of hope. They walk, not for fitness, not for leisure, but for survival. According to the 2024 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics report, 72% of Kenyans walk to work. In rural areas, the figure climbs to 82.5%. In cities, it's 53.4%. Only 2% use private cars. In Huruma, we meet 2 children heading to school. They haven't had breakfast, but they walk anyway, because in their world, education is the only exit. If their stomachs could speak, they would tell stories of hunger, but their eyes speak of hope. Minutes later, their father, Quinto Afula, prepares for his daily hustle. He pulls out a pair of worn-out shoes from under the bed, shoes that have walked him through 16 years of struggle in Nairobi. He lives in a single room with his wife and 4 children. 3 meals a day is a dream. 1 is a blessing.
Tuko wazee, tuko vijana, hakuna kazi Kenya. Unaona? Kila mtu amekuja kuomba kazi. Kama uko na bahati yako utachukuliwa na unapeana ID. Alafu tunafanya kazi. Na hiyo kazi maybe tuseme hiyo nyumba iko 10 floor or 15 floor. Kama saa hii yenye niko nayo 23 floor. Sasa wamama pia wanapewa kubeba jerrycan moja. Kama moja hakuna, kama hiyo nini lift. Hakuna, unabeba jerrycan. Maybe utakatiwa jerrycan 30 kwa siku. Hiyo ni kipimo. Unabeba paka juu. Sasa zingine unapewa mawe. Unaona? Hii mawe ya 9 by 6.
Quinto once worked in a private security sector, but when COVID hit, he was laid off. Now he walks to the Parklands area, hoping to be picked for casual construction work. If he is late, he misses the chance. If he is lucky, he earns 3,000 a week.
Alafu kwa hii nyumba nalipa 4,000 kwa mwezi. Kwa hiyo pesa tu 12,000, 4,000. Alafu kuna pesa ya takataka, hiyo 100. Kuna pesa ya token, kawaida lazima ulipe. Pesa ya maji. Sasa unapata 4,500. Hiyo nimeweka guarantee. Lazima utalipa. Na kwa hivyo kama umeona maybe tuseme kuna matanga nyumbani. Sasa zingine unasakopa mtu pesa, ulipe kwa hiyo 12,000 kwa mwezi.
But Quinto is not alone. Every morning, thousands converge at industrial area, some to report to work, others to beg for it. They carry ID cards, CVs and dreams. But often they return home with dust and disappointment.
Kwa hivyo sasa sisi ni watu, saa zingine ukiona tumejaa hapa wengi, na wengi wanaingia hapa, kuna wengi wamehustle, wametembea na wamekosa namna, wanarudi hapa, tunaangalia way forward. Lakini kwa saa hii upande yangu sina form.
Nimekuja hapa Nairobi Timber, ndio mahali nafanyia kibarua yangu ya kila siku ya kupata at least kipato ama kitoweo niweke kwa tumbo jioni. Na jinsi nimefika hapa kwa sababu kazi imepungua. Hivyo tumeambiwa ya kwamba kwa sababu kazi imepungua turejee kwa nyumba, wale wachache ambao wamechukuliwa ndio wanaendelea na kazi. Na tunaambiwa ya kwamba kampuni kazi imepungua kwa sababu ya taxes ambayo imeongezeka kwa nchi.
Once a beacon of hope, industrial area is dimming. High taxes and rising costs are choking factories. Employers are cutting back. What once a gateway for 180 workers a day now barely absorbs a handful.
Hii barabara tukikaa hapa dakika kama 10 hivi, ikufikia masaa 3 saa 4 hivi. Hii barabara ni breakdown ndio zinapita, hizo breakdown za unapata generator na mitambo za makampuni, hizi mitambo za engineering ndio zinapita kwa hii barabara. Sababu makampuni mingi zinafunga. Na ukiangalia vizuri hizi makampuni, ukienda Mombasa Road saa hii, makampuni mingi, malori mingi zinapita zikienda pande, zinateremka pande ya Tanzania kule. Zinaingia na Namanga hivyo. Hata ukifanya uchunguzi wako uende kwa barabara tu Mombasa Road tukae, ndio utajishuhudia wewe mwenyewe.
But is walking always a burden? We meet Dr. Hamisi Kote, founder of Human Garage Wellness Center. He says walking can be healthy if done right.
What you see with all these shoes is that you notice they don't wear out evenly. Okay? What you see with me, my foot has even distribution of pressure, and therefore, when the body, when we walk, we help the body to function better. So it's the musculoskeletal system, for example, the cardiovascular system.
Mami hapo, why is this guy saying anajua watu wanatembea sababu ya economic, anaelezea story ya health? Because I don't get it, like he is not understanding kuna mtu analipwa 12,000 in a month is Tony PK, and he is talking about health. Working is healthy. You know, sometimes anyway, can you react to that? Kabla niwalete news kidogo za kutoka Iran na muone vile maandamano huko inaendelea. Tony PK react.
Hiyo ya nini? No, it's very sad. I even don't know what to say.
Watu wanatembea job 72% ama ni 75?
Yeah, that's how it has been since independence. Unajua 60 years. Mimi tukikua imekuwa hivyo. That means we've been doing very, very badly as a country. The only time it was very short-lived wakati wa Kibaki. Although people say many things about Kibaki, kuna watu wana reservations, but it's the only time that we had a moment of where even people wanafanya kazi industrial area. You know, it's good you walk and go and get a job than going unashinda huko ukirudi hauna kazi. It's one thing walking na unaenda na unapata job na inalipwa na unalipwa, other than walking ujui kama utapata ama utanini, especially hivyo unasikia factories are closing and all that. It's pathetic and it's very sad. It is bad. It is a really bad situation. Unaambiwa watoto wameenda bila breakfast, wameenda shule na unasema utaenda Singapore. So tunaenda Singapore. Baba ndio huyu ameenda. Seriously, honestly, this is, I don't know what more to say. Naona nani Njua anasema anataka kuniuliza swali, anasema I want to ask Ton the way he had positive remarks on CJ. CJ ni Maraga, I think. 30 years from now, I see some Kenyans in such a show having positive remarks on Farao. Farao and CJ. Sijui Njoo anamaanisha nini? Njiru, utanisaidia hapa.
What Njoo is saying is like if we continue this trajectory, hata watu walifanya mambo mabaya, because unajua Farao alifanya mambo mabaya sana kule Misri. So Njoo thinks that sometimes we are misplacing facts, and according to him, he thinks like we might end up even praising people who did worse.
What did CJ do? CJ, I hope ni nani huyo CJ mgani?
Anasema Cyrus Jirongo.
He says I had positive remarks on Cyrus Jirongo. You see, let me make it clear. You know, do you know there are some for what I commented on? I commented on some areas that this guy was doing ambazo zilikuwa positive. You know, he was not totally, you know, that evil as people might think. There are some areas that he was, and one of the positive areas which he later came to Nini is supporting multipartyism. From what he was for KANU, he later came to realize that this country needs multiparty. That's a positive thing. Although he was initially in KANU, and knowing him as as many other Kenyans who are so evil in terms of money, because he's money driven. So then he saw chance of making money in whichever way, the greediness that Kenyans have. But now alikuja akakuta money is not everything. He learned serious lessons, because if unaweza ado pesa inaonyesha vile inaweza kuja ikugeuke, kilikuja kikamlamba. Okay, and of late he was against the Ruto, and he was supporting a multi-party very, 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 very much. Msimamo yuko hapa ama ni nani? Umpatie chance.
Yeah, I will give him a chance, but because I don't have an opportunity to play another video, nataka msimamo akiingia, nataka kucheza video ingine, wacha nizimalizie. Let me show you what is happening in Iran, and kuna kitu nataka mureact hapa. I want you react to this.
Welcome to the News Hour. President Trump today threatened to intervene in Iran if the regime kills peaceful protesters, which it has already done. Over the past 6 days, demonstrations that started in Tehran have spread throughout the country. The Iranian government has cracked down, as it has in the past. Protests in Iran are now in their 6th day. What began as a response to skyrocketing inflation has now transformed into a national call for systemic reform, expanding from Tehran's Grand Bazaar to nearly 17 provinces across the country. At least 44 people have been arrested so far, including Kurdish activist Mahsa Zadei, and at least 8 people have been killed, including a 15-year-old child. In the streets, protesters chant "Death to the dictator." And students have now joined the demonstrations. As in recent uprisings, young Iranians are on the forefront. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says he has, quote, tasked the Minister of Interior to hear the legitimate demands of protesters through dialogue. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and President Trump traded statements. Trump posting this morning, quote, if Iran violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Araghchi responded, calling Trump's statement reckless and dangerous. For more on the protests, we turn now to 2 people who follow developments in Iran closely.
Go beyond that. But Stony PK, maybe ni swali yako. Unaona hapa Marekani inasema kama waandamanaji Iran watauawa, they will respond. Mbona Kenya hawakutoa statement kama hiyo? Waandamanaji wakiuawa Kenya tutarespond.
Hiyo Njiro wewe ndio unaweza tujibu. Si wewe huyo jamaa wako. Wewe ndio unaweza tuelezea kwa nini double standard.
No, part of it he was not in power that time when we were doing in 2024 June, but the reason why I'm asking is why is it that when there are protests elsewhere there is no key interest, but there is the US has decided even to gun the Iranians. Like, why is it not happening in Africa, whereby we would also want to see the same statement? So that's the reason why I was trying to ask. You see now there is that serious pursuit of other nations in the Iranian issue, because the Iranians have decided to demonstrate. We don't know how it is going to happen.
No, hiyo ya Iran hii unajua whoever is there atatimuliwa. Hawa warudingi na nyuma. Hii kameenda. Okay?
Atustonifikia unasema kama so unataka kusema venye maandamano imeanza hivyo hii imeisha.
Hii imeisha. Hii hawa ni noma. Hii hawa ni noma.
Hii hawa sio kama ya Kenya.
Hapana, hawa ni kuenda. Utaona.
Suicidal. Unataka kusema yao inakuwa suicidal eh?
Of course. Wewe umedescribewa vizuri vile imeanza sasa, nani Genzi wako mbele, watu wamejoin, kwisha kameenda. They can't go back. Na hivi ndio maandamano inaendanga.
Gava imeanzia kuwaudwika, they want to demonstrate, they want to negotiate on at legitimate demands.
Exactly.
Sasa sio ni kuingiza box.
Hawaingiangi box hizi nchi hizi. Hapana, tena they don't just do things for the sake. Kwani umesahau Arabs nini inaitwaje, Arab Spring na uprising. Hii kameenda, huyu jamaa utasikia either resign ama katwe shingo, whoever it is. Kameenda. Hiyo ipatie siku 2. Kwisha.
Ni Khamenei yuko huko. Sijui kama Khamenei atatoboa hii story.
Benda. The best huku inakuanga prevention is better than cure. Ama una resign. Ikakianza kunuka. Una resign ndio uwe safe. Akishasema Allahu Akbar, kwisha umeenda.
Na Wakenya ni gani?
Wakenya ni tunaenda tunarudi lunch. tunaenda tunarudi dina, tunaambiana tutakuja kesho. Hiyo ndio ya Wakenya.
Aya, ni sawa. I really wanted you to so say something about Oburu Odinga and then sababu huko yake kwa hiyo video and then msimamo to take over.
Ya Oburu, wacha msimamo ni nini, nitabonga juu ya Oburu, lakini umeambua Njiru your guy is fake. Mbona haku intervene in TZ na Sudan?
I was just asking, so I would not react to that. I don't know. That's why I was asking the reason, like mbona history ya Iran amereact haraka?
Ni juu ya nini strategic na ma deals na ma oil na manini na nini. Wacha msimamo akam. Alafu tuongee juu ya Oburu.
Haya, sawa. Msimamo chukua.
Ndugu yangu pike, salamu za mwaka mpya.
Njema ndugu yangu.
Pole sana, naona una jamaa anasumbua hapo. Bwana mafua huyo, naona amekukaba ile mbaya sana.
Bana, huku ni baridi ile mbaya. Kweupe kwote.
Pole sana ndugu. Njiru na wale wengine. Mimi nilitaka hapo kwa Oburu zaidi, maana ndipo kwetu, maana huku nako ni kujifunza tu, lakini kama ulivyotangulia kusema wenzetu hawarudi nyuma, sisi twenda lunch na dinner. Ni kweli, labda vile tu ambaye sasa alikuwa anastopisha hiyo lunch na dinner, Mungu kamchukua, roho yake ilaze mahali peponi. Naone kama tukiamua tutakwenda ama tutawapa mbavu wa jamaa ambao hawataki kabisa mwananchi ajaribu kupandisha kinywa chake juu haswa, ama kupaza sauti yake. Wako mbioni kuhakikisha kwamba amechukua viongozi wetu, wamewatengeneza vizuri, wanarudi kwetu sasa kutuambia kwamba njia ndio hii, badala ya sisi kuwaambia kwamba njia tunayoitaka kama wananchi ni hii. Hivyo hilo ndio kubwa, lakini huu bwana wa Njiru na mashaka naye, mbona haraka kule na hapa yamefanyika miaka mingi tu sijamsikia tena mabaya haswa ya kupotezwa watu. Acha huko Tanzania na kadhalika na Sudan na kwingine kule, mbona hana haraka hii ya goti? Mbona namuona na haraka ya goti upande ule mwingine wa Iran? Sasa hicho ndo kizungumkuti changu kuhusiana huyu kiongozi wa Njiru. Nikizungumzia tu kuhusiana kile ambacho nimekikuta, nadhani nitakwamia hapo kaka kwa leo, labda nisikize hayo ya Oburu alafu yadadavue alivyo.
Haya, Oburu amezungumza, amesema mtu yeyote yako na ambition ya kusimama kama chairman ama president wa ODM asahau hilo. Amelisema na akafunga na amesil. Yule ambaye ana hiyo ambition basi atafute chama kingine. Hapo sasa ndio tunategemea kuanzia kesho, manake nadhani alitamka hayo, sijui kama ni jana, nadhani ni jana. Sasa tunataka, manake ameyatamka baada ya joto jingi kutoka kwa kina Sifuna na kina anaitwa nani huyu mwingine, akina Babu Owino na huyu wa kutoka kule, huyu Mluya anaitwa nani? Si Sifuna, ule mwingine mdogo huyu anaitwa nani?
Ni nani? Utsotsi ama nani?
Utsotsi. Kuna huyo mwingine pia, huyo huko kutoka ni Mpio huko nani? Anyway, nitakumbuka jina. Sasa hao wameambiwa watafute chama kingine, lakini shida ni kwamba Winnie pia yuko kwenye kile kikundi kile ambacho kingetaka wanachama waamue. Lakini sasa machungu ni kwamba yale yanayozungumzwa na akina Sifuna na akina Winnie ndio majority, ndio hapo ndipo wanachama wapo, lakini hii ya broad base ilikuwa ni baba na wale wawili watatu ambao walifanya nini, aliwasukuma kule kula. Sasa hii afadhali baba angekuwa uhai, manake hakungekuwa na hili nini, angeshikilia kidogo, lakini hivi sasa kwa sababu hayupo, basi ni noma. Alafu ukumbuke mpaka nani alikuwa amesema, huyu nani anaitwa nani huyu anaitwa nani huyu chairman, vice chairman, huyu vice chairman ambaye alikuwa ni governor huko Kakamega, akasema kama itabidi atoke kwenye chama, ikiwa yeye ndiyo shida kwenye chama, atatoka. Now when you have members wakianza kuzungumza lugha ile, inakuwa ni hatari sana kwa chama, manake unakuta wanazungumza hivyo alafu wanapata cheering from the members. Cheering from the members ni kumaanisha that is what the people want and that's what they think. The only trick ama kile kitu ambayo ndio sijui kitaendaje ni pale kwamba wakitoka wanatoka kwenye chama cha ODM alafu waende wapi? Manake hapo kwa hizo transition ndipo huwa panatokea challenge fulani. Either unaweza pata unaruka nje and then labda kule unaenda kuland, you don't land properly, ama unaruka nje and if you don't land unapepea juu kidogo, unapoteza ule mutisha ule. Sasa hapo ndio nini, ama unaruka nje kimawazo, kama sasa unaruka alafu chama kinakuwa split into two, unaona bana. Sasa kunakuwa na huo mgogoro. Sasa sijui akina Sifuna watachagua lipi.
Najua kaka, lengo la mwenye kusudi linaelekea kutimia. Lengo la mwenye kusudi linaelekea kutimia, kwa maana lengo lilikuwa ni kukisambaratisha mazima. Na utawezaje kukisambaratisha? Lazima ukikaribie ndivyo ukimalize mazima. Hapo umezungumza ndipo kwamba wananchi wako wapi na baadhi ya viongozi wale ambao wanafungamana na matakwa ya mwananchi. But unakuta kuna wale ambao wanatengeneza ajenda, wanatimiza ajenda. Lazima chama ibaki. Sasa hapa lengo ni moja tu, ndiye ambaye ndio mwenye hii faida, kusambarisha mazima chama cha ODM, na mwisho wa siku chama chake ndio chama ambacho kinashikilia piga ua, lakini kitakuwa kinaongoza, kwa sababu kuondokewa ni kawaida, lakini pindi mnapoondokewa kama familia, basi lazima mje kwanza kwa pamoja, tena kwa utaratibu, si kwa haraka. Mwanze kudadavua moja baada lingine, lakini vile vile haswa wale walengwa ambao ndio wanachama walio wengi, ambao namaanisha wananchi, pia wanapewa nafasi ya kuweza nao kutoa maoni yao, kwa sababu haswa wao ndio wangependa jinsi gani waongoze. Kwa na maana kwamba hata party leader wa ODM angechaguliwa na wanachama, hatungeona haya mgogoro. Lakini sasa kwa wachache ambao wana akili na wanakuta kwamba wao viongozi wakiamua wameamua kwa niaba ya mwananchi, hapo ndo kuna tatizo. So Kitu kilichonishangaza ni Oburu kama kiongozi wa party leader, kama ambaye ndio party leader kwa sasa hivi, kwamba katiba yao ya chama presidential candidate ni party leader wa chama, na kama ni hivyo yeye ndio ambaye ndio presidential candidate. Kupangua ile sauti ambayo labda pengine Sifuna ameweza kuiongea kule kwamba hata mimi naweza nisimame, na nikasema kwamba siwezi simama. So katika hii hali unakuta sasa unajiuliza, sometimes unajiuliza, kwani hii ni sasa na kumtamani mke wa ndugu yangu, kwa ndugu yako angali hai, unatamani afe mchukue? Ama ni vipi? Ama ni kuzijua mbavu na kuogopa? Kwa sababu hawa watoto wanavutana na waona yeye ndio party leader. Hapa ndipo kwa kuonyesha ukomavu wa uongozi, kama vile ambavyo mwenda zake alivyokuwa. Kauli yake ya mwisho alisema, nani kasema hatuwezi simamisha presidential candidate, kumaanisha mkataba wao ulikuwa ni by 2027 ndio utakuwa umeisha, ni 2026 utakuwa umeisha, ama 2027 mwezi wa 2027 utakuwa umeisha. Kwa hiyo watakuwa na nafasi ya kujipanga, lakini hajasema tuko ndani ya broad based government, kwa sababu sisi tukiwa hapo ndo tutapata kutengeza power, kujaribu kupigana na wale ambao wamekaa kwa power muda mrefu. Sasa ni wakati wetu na sisi, kana kwamba kumeingizwa siasa ya revenge. Mlima na watu wachache, viongozi wachache wa Mlima ndio vimekuwa kikwazo, kwamba watu hawawezi wakatengeneza umoja wao kwa sababu upande fulani kuna fulani yuko huko na alisema. Sasa hiyo siasa haiko kwa mwananchi mlipa ushuru, kwa sababu hela yake bado inaibwa kila siku, hela yake bado inatumika vibaya kila siku kwa mambo ambayo hayana tija. So hao wanasema ni lazima tuwe karibu na serikali, na wakati huu wa power, wao wako kwa power, Wakenya wako kwa mageuzi. Uongozi uliopo hautufai, na wanaelekea kule viongozi ambao wataweza kuondoana na haswa watasimama na wakuweza kuondana na hii shida. Then kama ni kupanga sasa nchi na masuala na power, lakini tumeondokana na huu uongozi ambao unatufinya, na uongozi ambao ushaonyesha kila dalili. So Oburu kuzungumza haya ni haki yake kusimama kama rais, ajaribu kama ataungwa mkono sawa, lakini sio suluhu la Mluo wala sio suluhu la Mkenya. Mwisho kabisa ni upande wa kina Sifuna, Orengo, kina Uwini, kina nini, wao wasimame kidedea. Watetezi wao wapo ni wananchi, wala si wale viongozi. So wao wasimame ngangari mpaka ile pindi wao watasema ondokeni, sisi tunaondoka. Then wakipata hiyo mwanya ya waondokeni, na washapewa sasa huo mkoba na nguvu yote. Hata wakisema hii ni ODM halisi, wananchi watafuata hiyo ODM halisi, then tutakuwa na hiyo ODM kongwe, alafu tuone kitakuwaje. Kwa wasimame, wawe na sera, wawe na msimamo wa kumgusa mwananchi kwa yale ambayo yapo, wasiondoke hapo. Then hawa wakisinywa, wakisema ondokeni, tengenezeni chama, basi kutakuwa kutumegiawa mara mbili, kwa sababu hilo ndio lengo. Na tayari kila ilivyo ODM imeshagawika mara mbili, kuna broad based government na kuna wale wengine ambao hawapendezwi na hiyo, na hawako tayari kuungana na upande huu. That's the only way. Kwa hiyo wao wasimame ngangari vivyo hivyo walivyo, mpaka ile pindi edha viongozi wao wa party leader wao watasema nyinyi ondokeni mfai, ama wachaga watawafukuza ondokeni, basi wataenda watatangaza ODM wao halisi. Then tuone sasa wananchi watafuata ODM halisi yenye nawazungumzia, ama ni hii ambayo nawaambia tukiwa kwa power tumekaribia maendeleo, mara tutangezewa viwanja, tutangezewa hiki, rais atatengeza hiki, rais atatengeza hiki. Rais atengenezi. Wizara ipo ya michezo ndio inashughulika na viwanja, hiyo ndio inayotengeneza. Ye kazi yake ni kuhakikisha kwamba huo mradi umefanyika katika njia ya kumfaa mwananchi. Sisi tunamwendea kwa sababu tukamwombe maendeleo ya kwetu, huo ni ulubukeni. So kwa hao ambao wanasema twende huku kwa sababu tukiwa huku tuko karibu na maendeleo, wao ndo wako karibu na maendeleo kushusha viongozi, lakini mwananchi hayupo. Asante.
Hapo ni kweli. Alafu msimamo, ni kuulize swali hapo. Wanasema kwamba chama cha ODM kimekita mizizi sana mpaka kule kwenye nani, mpaka huko kwenye mashinani kule. Kama sasa ukiangalia kwenye ofisi yao ipo wapi?
Kaka, watu wanajisaulisha kwa sababu wanajisaulisha kwamba ODM ya mashinani, mwenye ODM alikuwa hapa kiongozi hayupo, iliyobaki ni ODM mpya. Je, itabaki mashinani? Itatimka mashinani? So hii ndio kwamba hiki ni chama kubwa, sijui from the river Limpopo, sio mpaka wapi in the south. Hii yote mimi huwa najiuliza, ODM unayosifia kwamba ni chama kongwe, ni chama ambacho sasa hivi ni kuna ODM hiyo ya mwenda zake ndio ilikuwa sasa ndio inafika huko river Limpopo, but kuna hii ODM ya sasa ya broad based government na ODM halisi. Je, itabaki mashinani ama itashindania kutoka mashinani? Kwa sababu kama ni sisi wengine Mungu ndiye ajuae tu pande wa kwetu. Asante.
Kwa hivyo sasa hili ni kujitia tu nani, kwa sababu sasa kupima kama chama bado kina tija ingekuwa ni kuhold hiyo NDC, sivyo?
Kabisa kaka.
Manake mimi nadhani ningekuwa ni mimi huyu nani, ningesema basi twendeni kiwanjani.
Kabisa
kiwanjani, nasema haya, hebu tuone sasa. Alafu unakubali, you agree, unaambia wananchi haya, basi hebu tusikie sauti yenu. Robert ako backstage na Njiru sijui ako wapi.
Njiru kama amenitimka hapa, ameniona akaona nitimke.
No, nafikiria amekimbia, ana change location, lakini amemweka Roba huko so backstage sana, na mimi siwezi sina hiyo nini
kaka.
Robert, give a few minutes, nani anakuja. Njiru wherever you are, pandisha Robert. Okay, endelea simama
kaka. Kwa kweli si masuala ya chama tu, ni masuala mengi ambayo tukitaka hili taifa lielekee kuliko mwananchi hapo nafasi yake ahusishwe kikamilifu. Yeye ndiye anayebeba mzigo. Lakini hii yetu ni ile kwamba sisi tutakujua kujengia kutoka hapa mpaka huko. Hujajua pengine katika sehemu fulani yenye umeenda shida ni barabara, ama kuna shida zaidi kubwa hata kuliko hiyo barabara umeenda kuambia tutawatengenezea barabara hii mpaka huko. Waulizeni wananchi tatizo ni nini, kaeni chini, tatueni zile shida ambazo ziko pale. Na yeye mwananchi anahusishwa hivyo. Ni madini kama hizo gold zimepatikana huko Western, wananchi wahusishwe kikamilifu ili thamani ya hiyo gold na mwananchi pia badilike. Si katika enzi amekalia mali yenye thamani, mwisho wa siku anafurushwa kwa kuweza kulipa riba kidogo, alafu mwisho wa siku bado anabaki pale pale kuwa maskini, na hiyo dhahabu imechimbwa hapo, wamekuwa hapo. So kwa kweli tunalaa kule kwamba mwananchi hapa ni apangiwe, si na yeye ndio mwajiri. Ajabu ndio hiyo kwamba ikifika wakati wa kampeni jamaa wote wanakimbia kuja kuomba kazi. Wakipata kazi ndio wanatupangia, badala kwamba watuulize sasa tufanyie yapi, ama waende na yale ambayo tumewa request wayafanye kwanza. So nakuta dhahabu inachimbwa hapo hapo, inauzwa, inachekechwa, inaenda, bado mwananchi kwa vile vile anahangaika jinsi gani ataweza kumpa mwanae breakfast aende shule. Kwa hivyo uhamasishaji, ushirikishaji wa mwananchi kwetu katika taifa letu ni ngumu. So hiki chama walikuwa wafanye jambo zuri tu, wake conference delegates kila mahali kama walivyokuwa wameanza, lakini swali lao tu wakifika pale ni moja tu, tuende namna gani? Basi wangepewa kiongozi na huyo kiongozi angeweza kuwa mess up na hakika chama kingebaki imara. Lakini sasa greed na tamaa, kila mtu anataka mwanya. Unajua akitumia huyu mzee weaknesses zake ni hizi, wanatumia hizo weaknesses za mtu kuweza mtu mwingine kuweza kufanya yasiyofaa na tija. Asante.
Haya basi, na sasa manake kulikuwa na hii, sijui ninasikika vizuri, sijui kama unanisikiza vizuri msimamo?
Uko sawa kaka.
Haya, sasa hapo mbeleni Njiru akianzisha kipindi alikuwa amecheza clip moja ambayo kuna Profesa Ogolla ambaye anaita watu maandamano tutokelezee Jumanne ijayo, na alikuwa ameelezea namna maandamano yatakuwa. Sasa sijui, of course aliangazia nini kitafanyika nini, sijui itakuwaje. Kwa sasa hivi tunaweza tukarudi kwenye maandamano kweli? Inawezekana? Unaonaje?
Uwezekano wa kurudi tunao, uwezekano wa kurudi tunao. Shida sasa tu ni ile sauti ya kuongoza. Zama zile tulikuwa tunajua ni sauti gani ambayo ukisema kesho tunaingia kiwanja, basi watu wanaingia kiwanja kikweli kweli. Utaona kule kwetu huku post watu wameingia, sehemu zingine tofauti tofauti katika nchi zimeingia katika maandamano kwa sababu kuna sauti iliyokuwa imeaminika. Sasa shida ni kwamba umuhimu kwa kweli wa mtu huonekana ile pindi ameondoka. Umuhimu wa mtu kiukweli hakika huonekana pale pindi mtu ameondoka katika ulimwengu. Sasa hii tunaikosa hiyo sauti ya kuanzisha haswa. Nao wacha tuombe Mungu hii sauti ambayo imejitokeza, na tuna sababu nyingi za kuweza kuandamana kimtazamo wangu kama msimamo, kutokana na jinsi ambavyo siasa yetu inapelekwa. So mimi naweza sema ni sawa, lakini sasa si yule muhemko na lile ambalo linatupeleka kule. Maana siku lipata hiyo sababu yake kikamilifu kwamba je, inamtoa mwananchi haswa mwananchi haswa kuamua, inaubeba ule uzito wa kuweza kumtoa mwananchi mahali yupo kuweza kwenda kuandamana. So kama huo ujumbe ni mzito, basi Jumanne sawa, kuandamana ni haki yetu kikatiba, na hata ukikataa, hiyo ndiyo njia pekee yake iliyokuwa inamficha samahani, ndio njia pekee ambayo ilikuwa inamficha jamaa yangu Kasongo ndani ya nyumba wiki mbili wiki tatu. Hakuna dawa nyingine ambayo inasikika hapa taifa letu isipokuwa maandamano tu. Maana maandamano ndio ambayo yameleta kila kitu, haya mabadiliko tumeona, si bread based issue, mambo gani yote because maandamano. Na kama yataendelewa kunyamazishwa kama ambao ndio mpango ulivyo, yataendelea kunyamazishwa, basi tutakuta yasiyofaa na jinsi gani ya kuzungumza hakuna. So kama ni maandamano na kumebebwa ujumbe, basi ni kumbackup. Asante.
Profesa ametoa vigezo vya maandamano, akasema ni kwa sababu ya SHA taenda waangushe SHA na hiyo nyumba, yani ni kwenda kuangusha. Sasa unaona huyo sasa ametoa target kabisa lakini akaambia watu sasa State House hatuendi, lakini hizo zingine zote tunaenda kuangusha. Sasa sijui kama watu watatokelezea, tutafanya kusubiri tuone. Manake sijui mobilization iko vipi. Nimesikia hilo mara ya kwanza leo. Nadhani baada ya show nitafanya research yangu ndio niweze kupata kwa kina yale ambayo yanajiri huko. La mwisho ndio naona ni kama tutafungasha, manake sasa host hayupo, hatuwezi tukakaribisha wengine. Njiru anaacha watu hanging. Alafu tena Njiru bado anashangaa labda kwa nini watu hawaji, ikiwa wanakuja na hayupo wakukaribisha bana. Njiru, si watu watachoka bana. Mtu akija na kodi hamna wa kufungulia mlango, basi atakwenda.
Na akitoka ufungua anaenda nayo.
Ametoka na anakuambia wewe msibabu, ukifika hapo sawa, wewe jo karibu. Ukifika hayupo sasa. Sasa itakuwa ni ule wimbo tulikuwa tunaimba, huko hayuko ankula huu. Sasa itakuwaje? Haya basi, sasa msimamo ndio tukimalizia mambo yanakwendaje na candidate wetu wa PLP. Namuona kwa mitandao anawika kweli mama.
Unajua shida ni kwamba ni sisi wenyewe viongozi, ni sisi wenyewe wananchi tuamue. Sometimes tunamwangalia mtu kwamba anafaa, basi tunajaribu kumkurubia kwa kile ambacho unaona kwamba ni mchango wako kimawazo kuweza kukua. Nadhani kwa hilo, tukiajaliwa na hilo, basi tutaweza kuwapata viongozi ambao watakuwa wateja. Maana imani yangu inaniambia kwamba mabadiliko siku zote usikae tu ya kufuata, lazima uyaendee. So kama tunataka viongozi, basi ni sisi wenyewe wananchi tuamue. Kama wale wanaamua ni Matiang'i, basi wasapoti Matiang'i kamilifu. Kama sisi tunaamua kwamba ni party leader wangu ni Martha Karua, basi ndo msapoti. Tuhakikishe kwamba ground yupo na kila mahali. Kwa hivyo plani yetu ya mwaka maybe, kwa sababu tujaanza, sitaki kuzungumza yale ambayo tujakuwa nayo katika mwaka, lakini kimtazamo wangu na ningetamani haswa kuona kwamba tunaingia mashinani tena kwa nguvu tena, ukijenga chama. Unajua sauti ya chama ni members so tukipata members, bunge za kaunti, bunge za kitaifa, senate na kila mahali, basi tutakuwa tumeweza kukuza, kitaanza kuhesabika. Sasa hii chama chetu wengi hawakifuatilii zaidi kwa sababu hakija kuwa na wajumbe vile, kwa hivyo hawakiangazii zaidi kama unavyoelewa siasa yetu ya Kenya. So to me hii 2026 bado niko pale kuhakikisha kwamba tunahakikisha kwamba kinapata uungwaji mkono haswa kila mahali, na tutaingia field kuhakikisha kwamba tunauza sera za mama. Lakini kama mnavyosikia mama pia katika kauli zake, katika mikutano, katika interview zake, anasema nayo nafasi kama hii naweza yafanya mambo kama haya, na uwezo anao, kwa sababu kinachokuumiza hapa kama misimamo yetu ya PLP kwamba kinachotumiza hapa kwamba tunaishi nchi ambayo katiba imefanywa Biblia tu. Yani katiba sasa hivi imekuwa ni karatasi tu ya kuchezewa. Na mifano ipo. Tumeona mfano kama huu ambao tumekuwa na viongozi ambao wanakula mshahara, wanalipwa na pesa ya mwananchi kinyume na sheria katika ofisi ambazo hazijaidhinishwa kikatiba, na tuko nao. Katiba hii imefanywa kikaratasi. Kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo tunashuhudia kinyume kinzana. Mfano mawaziri kuenda kupiga kampeni kikatiba, sivyo? But kwa sababu kiongozi yuko pale na ndio mwenye kusema, ndio mwenye power, ndio kila kitu, basi katiba imegeuzwa kuwa kiongozi ndio mwenye kila kitu, ndio atakayeamua everything. So sisi tuko against hilo, na mama yuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba katiba itafuatwa kikamilifu pamoja na sheria. Kwa hivyo kama ni sheria, basi mtu atahukumiwa kulingana na makosa yake, haitakuwa kulingana na cheo, kabila, dini, urefu, ufupi wala rangi. Lakini kubwa zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba corruption ndio tumeweza kuikomesha kabisa, kwa sababu kiongozi wetu hayupo hapo na yuko tayari willing kuweza kusimamisha, kwa sababu mbinu za kuipeleka hii Kenya Singapore kama inavyotakiwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba tumeuziba huo mwanya wa corruption. Nani wa kupigana hilo? Lazima awe hana doa katika hilo. Kwa hivyo kufunga huo mwanya ni party leader wangu, uwezo huo nao. So hayo ndo makubwa ambayo tunataka tuhakikisha kwamba tunayapeleka kama taifa. Ndio maana kiongozi wangu anazungumza popote pale, nipeni hii nafasi. Lakini sasa watu wanaangalia ni nini kwanza, na wajumbe wangapi, chama chake kiko wapi. So kwa sisi ambao tunawalenga wale viongozi ambao unajua wanaweza simama hili kutokana na track record yao, tumo kuhakikisha kwamba PLP sasa hivi inazagaa kila mahali, ili tuhakikishe kwamba sauti ya mwananchi inapata mtetezi pale katika bunge husika. Na kubwa zaidi ni kwa nini? Ni kwamba tunahitaji kiongozi ambaye hata yumba pale juu. Kwa nikimpa wajumbe pale juu hawataweza kununuliwa kirahisi tu ama kushawishika, kwa sababu kiongozi wake ataweza kuwa bondi pamoja kwa ajili ya manufaa ya mwananchi. Lakini kama ni kiongozi pale juu anayumba, ni mtu anaweza ingia huku akauza members ama akajiunga huku kinyume na mwananchi, basi mwisho wa siku ndio tunaumia. Tuliyashuhudia 2022 kwamba wajumbe 8 hao na party leader wao wakajiunga sehemu nyingine ambao ilikuwa ni minority na wakaenda wakaform majority. So hatutaki viongozi wa namna ile, kwamba sauti ya mwananchi na kandamizwa at early stage na party leader na watu wake na wajumbe ambao tumewachagua. Tuwachukua kwa mrengo huu, tunashangaa wameenda kurudi mrengo huu. So tuna kiongozi ambaye ni thabiti, ambaye tunamhitaji katika hili taifa, kwa sababu tunachokikosa hapa ni kiongozi jasiri. Na miongoni ya viongozi jasiri, my party leader yupo, ni jasiri, ni mama kweli, lakini ni jasiri. Kaisimamia haki hapa na kaisimamia haki nje ya mipaka yetu ya taifa. So anafaa. So ni kumbaka. So nafikiri tunasubiri plans ambazo zitakuja, zimeshuka, sitakuwa mrefu zaidi na kuongelea chama zaidi. Nataka nikizungumza ni yale ambayo nimehakika kwamba nina uwezo nayo. But for that 2026 we are ready to kuingia mashinani kwa nguvu, kuhakikisha kwamba chama kimejulikana, chama kimetambulikana, na misingi yetu ya chama imeweza kumfaidi yule mbenga. Asante.
Haya bwana, Njiro is back. Karibisha Roba.
Yeah, nakaribisha Roba, happy new year na Merry Christmas. Hatujawaona. Unajua you are among the people tulikuwa tunauliza kwani mlipotelea wapi, ama umeingia kwa ile bad wagon ambayo wanasema Kasongo hawezi tolewa. So there is kuna watu kwa the school of thought, in such a school of thought they think like Kasongo, even with his plundering, even with his idiotic style, even with his destruction of the economy, bado ni ngumu kutolewa. Na kuna watu wanasawishika ya kwamba huyu mtu kumtoa sio rahisi. Hebu ingia, kama umetufuatilia, there is a lot we have said tonight and I don't think I can repeat all of it. So I will allow you to navigate wherever you want. Thank you.
Okay, Njira, thank you. I can hear someone on the background on the other side there. I don't know, Njira. So you guys have been following you since the day. I mean, you were Jano Kukwebo the day before. I know there's a day in Muliada Pakastis and Gabina Stone BK the other day. So I know you are asking where we've been to go up here. We are there, but it doesn't mean that you can change. Some of us, what we have been saying from the beginning since 2022, mpaka saa hii juu ya ujamaa, I'm still the same person, and we still the same issues. Kwa sababu, I've been just thinking about this issue. In fact, let me just get to the point. Man, mefikia sasa. I just said, before you guys, when I was here, the last time I was here was Sifuna, Tidinyoro ticket. But nimeangalia, I've been following what's going on. Yani Kenya, bana, it's just, now I've come to realize we are just going backwards. Kwa sababu ya uchama. Yeah, so I've been following you guys, making follow-ups. Waja nianze na mambo ya ODM from where Musimama ameachia a few minutes ago, na Stuart BK was talking about it. Guys, the only thing ambayo mjaleta hapa, museme ukweli, why are some of these people still on ODM? Where are they fighting for ODM? At this point, what you have to realize, you don't know how many people are following them. Awajua wafuasi wao since Baba ameenda, they don't know. It's all about money. I'm telling you, kama ODM ilikuwa aina chochote kwa benki, if they had nothing and there was no money, people wangekuwa wametoka kitambo. Hata Oburu atangiingia. Lakini remember what we were told, I think a couple of months ago. ODM has like 4 billion shillings in their account. And that's the bottom line. That's what the fight is all about. It's about money. So do you trust those guys? I don't. Kwa sababu mahali mefika. We thought ODM was a national party. Hata wachida majina gani. Even if they give themselves nickname, we are the biggest party, whatever. Hata wapi, who cares? You are the biggest party, what? Well, but the biggest party, you never won presidency. Yeah? ODM, we were okay. I understand Baba win 207 wakachukua kutoka kwake wakati Kibaki aliiba kura. That time 207. And hiyo ndio uchinga ambao tuko nayo mpaka sasa because of the stolen election. I get it. But at the same time, sasa ODM iko wapi? Who told you that ODM is only for Wajaluo? Because right now, I was one person, I never want to talk about at ODM Wajaluo. But what I'm just saying, Sahi, technically, that's what's happening. Tena sio Wajaluo wote. It's the people ambao wanajita viongozi ambao wako madarakani because they know they want to access that money. Hiyo pesa waibe. Wachukue, then from there. Lakini sahi kama hiyo pesa ingekuwepo, they will not be fighting. So, because of that, don't trust them. Don't believe whatever you see there. Okay, there are 1 or 2 people you can believe, like Ososi. I have Sifuna. I believe in Sifuna because he has been consistent. But hii kudingine naitwa akina Oburu, akina hii governor ya Umapei, Gladys Wanga. Hawa ni watu bure. Akina Junet, Mafika Junet Mohammed. Mchinga, this is the worst person. And this is the same people ambao waliangusha Papa during the last election. Wanakuja hapa wanaambia Papa, tutaenda kuchunga kura. Walikuwa wapi? They were nowhere to be seen. And that's how they lost. People like Junet. So, people like Joe from Mombasa, they are useless. Ati wanajifandia hapa wanajiwekea masuti na neckties sasa ndio viongozi. Okay, my question to you guys, in fact, we should be talking about na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo some of you are not praying. Tangu hii protest government imeingia, imefanya nini sasa? What have they done? Somebody has to ask Ruto. Hiyo ndio Singapore. Yeah? Hiyo ndio Singapore. What have they done as protest government? Wamekuja hapa wanataka kujichukulia tu, it's just like, unajua hao watu wao vile pesa yao inaingia na wako na benki kuu ya Kenya next to them, they take out this money, they don't see what's happening. The ordinary wananchi, the way they are suffering, they don't see that, my friends. When you have money, you don't see that. These people, they think they were wameishi, ndio everybody anaishi. Yeah, but now since they have realized the election is about almost now a couple of months before election, wanaanza kuongea juu ya mwananchi. I'll take you to Singapore. Singapore ya mama yako. uko Sigoi. Singapore ya makende yako Ruto at Singapore. You know, unajua sometimes it's very annoying. This is the same man alikuja ni narrative ya what was that? Ya bottom up. Hata anaona what sisi ni wachinga, Kenyans, we are stupid, they anaanza kutuambia mambo ya Singapore. Guys, this is unacceptable. This man, when he came in 2002, when sisi tulikuwa watu wa baba, if Stone BK, you remember, tulisema, if this man can come in and build the economy for everybody, the young, the old, the middle-aged, at least what we're about to ask kufanya kazi, we open the country for jobs, not government jobs. And that's the problem, what's killing our country. Kila mtu anaangalia anataka kuingia government sector. Government does not create jobs, my friends. When you talk, I'm not an economist. I did only a couple of classes in economy in my college days. I don't know. But what I know is government does not create jobs. But that's what Kenyans have come, wamewekwa mpaka sasa, they have been brainwashed. Countries like Singapore, yenye tunaambiwa tuchukuliwe. Singapore, by the way, waje niwaambie Singapore what it means. Singapore ya Ruto ni Indian Ocean. Na sasa tumefika, unajua it's 1 year kind of left, couple months. Ya tumepita Machakos kutoka Nairobi. Tuko karibu kufika katikati before. I've never been in Mombasa myself, by the way. Yeah. So we are headed to Indian Ocean. Na Trevor ni nani? Ni Changarale. This guy goes a doctor ya uongo. Hata hii madokta walipatia wapi ya uongo kwa sababu yeye ni doctor nini? Hata Dr. Samoei Ruto. You know, sometimes you feel annoyed. Yeah. Leadership is not about how much ulienda shule. Kama Wakenya tuanze kutoa our degrees and everything, mali umeenda shule. Yeah. Leadership is wisdom. It is wisdom. This guy doesn't have wisdom. This man, when he came in, amekuja amerudisha back to what Moi was. Now, unajua nini? I blame the current useless, malreasoning, malfunctioning parliament. Wachinga, hao sijui ni waidache, yani ni kama machitu ya watu. You have allowed this man to run us over with our constitution. And now sasa yeye anatuambia kila kitu lazima uende ofisi yake, ama kila kitu inapitia kwake. Kila parapara kichagu ipitie kwake. Kila kitu ipitie wapi? Hii constitution ya Kenya imeandikwaje? Imeandikwaje? And that's where we go wrong. And that's why we keep on just saying, why are watu wajinga wanatuambia juu ya constitution sio wafanye na nini katiwa nini akina Musalia Mudavadi ambani kama kichwa kama nguruwe na yes kichwa acha I don't know katiba nini you know. I want to talk about katiba. First of all, Ruto was against this constitution. Now ndiye anataka kutuambia juu yake. This man, he has been, since he came in, he doesn't care. Constitution ni karatasi kwake. Hata kila kitu ipitie kwake. Kila kitu ipitie kwake. This is unacceptable. We should not accept this kind of thing. We should not accept it. So, hii mambo ya Ruto na ODM is trying to survive. Kanakufa too. But at this point, guys, I'm going to give you my own opinion, the way I feel and the way I think how we should go. I think at this point, we need somebody who's going to come in na maliza mambo ya corruption na atengeneza economy. And I think that person now, ukiangalia vizuri, I think 1 or 2 months from now, itajitenga. Tutaona tu where we are headed to. And from there, we see this is the guy. Ambaye hako hapo. You know, I like people abroad. People ambayo wakuja wanaongea anasema what people who have record. Who anasema I'll do this and nitaifanya. And I think I'm kind of now started leaning towards Matiang'i, even though before I was not talking about him. Yeah, I've been listening to him. I've been just seeing people, they may skiza. Maybe that's what we need. And I've always been here, one person who has been saying this. Maybe by the time we get somebody outside our Pharaoh Kikuyu and our Pharaoh Karenjin's presidency, pengine Kenya might take another step. Maybe that's what's holding us. I've started feeling so. Kwa sababu, unajua, since independence, these people have been given the opportunity. And why can't we also have somebody else have a say on this? Kwa sababu sahi, every Kenyan is saying things are not working. And we agree, things are not working. Can you blame everybody? No. Can you blame the Kikuyu community? No. They were not the president there, but those who were given the opportunity. Oru tried. Oru alikuja. I love Oru. If somebody who angekuja baada ya Oru aendelee what Oru was, alikuwa ameachia, we could be very far. Lakini huyu mchinga ambaye anaitwa sasa huyu Ruto, so he came in and naanza kutuambia mambo yake economy nini na advice. When you advice, I don't know how he gets advised. Stone BK, I don't know who advises this gentleman called Ruto. And when atuambia yeye ana education, me I'm a doctor in what and unajua sasa hii mambo ya uchinga, mambo ya kisamani. That's Ruto. I've come to realize Ruto yeye anafanya vitu ya kitambo. It's not like going with the modern way of doing things. So, and I'm watching, but I think what I'm seeing, the trend I'm seeing, I'm not saying maybe, no, sometimes you might see something else, Stone PK, you might see something else, you might do something else. I'm just seeing, from what I see, I've been watching latest of Nasikia Kikuyu Kidogo, Kikuyus and Bantus have been saying their stations sometimes. I've been spending time kusikia bila wanaongea na kila kitu. I've spent some other places. I've seen. I think now it looks like now the momentum is going. I mean, maybe it might go out. Matiang'i, I don't know much about him, but it looks like that's where the momentum is. A little momentum inaenda, and that's people are just saying. You can hear people saying, kama ni yeye, mimi nitaenda nitapiga. Kama ni yeye nitapiga. Kama ni yeye nitatoka. So what does it tell you? See water, but I'm talking about what I'm hearing on the social media. I watch because some of you be watching other things. That's the way I feel, and I'm kind of getting convinced that if this man comes in, because we have always said, anybody who comes in Kenya, come in and end this madness of corruption, so that this person ambayo inakuwa corrupt engage economy in the right way. And this year he has kwenda. He's not going to take 1 year. At least the second year, utaanza kusikia changes. Maybe that's what's done. But anybody who's coming up, Stone BK, I don't know when Njiru ameenda wapi. Kuna hii clip ambayo niliona kwa Kisii. Jamaa alisimama akasema Ruto tumeanza new year Ruto. I don't know whether you guys saw what happened if you have seen that clip. People had to intervene. Otherwise, angekuwa kifo. That's how people are. That's how people. I mean, it's not like because of anything. It's because people are suffering. In any country, if you want to be proud of yourself, you must build the economy. So here, young people are affected. The older are affected. What about people don't have money? People are wana pesa. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care who's the president. As long as niko na pesa inaingia kwa mfuko wangu, I can do what I want. At least I can go have a family with my family, or buy something, or pay a school fees for the kids, or do something else. The way I want pesa. It's all about money. This 2027 is not about money. Ruto has been even 5 freaking years, even though it's Jamalizika, and he has not made use of it. So far, I'll give him a F. He has done nothing. Economy ambayo tunaenda hivi been just like kama sio whatever we left. These things were about to collapse. Yeah, these people, they don't understand it. Unaona mliweka hiyo picture mtoto wake ako na helicopter. Yeah, kwani anajua some tuko rural areas ambao hawana hata choo. I mean, I don't mean that government itakuja ikuchengee choo. No, what I mean is government should provide conditions. And they're not doing. Instead, the government is making it very difficult for people to get to earn a living. Imagine how much money they have been wasting all over the place. Instead of it, just put somewhere. Even by taxation is killing the economy. There's no money. If somebody would come, ask the famous asking, like, are you better off since Ruto came in? I would just say over 90% of Kenyans watasema hapana. Ijapokuwa pengine some people ambao ni wa kabila ambao wanafikiri ati kwa sababu kabila yake kwa uongozi ndio. Unajua kuna hii ujinga tuko nayo. Unajua this nonsense ati kwa sababu somebody is from my tribe. Sasa hata akiwa nini unapiga kifua. What I want is a job. What I want is a working economy. And that is not being done right now. Ruto, at this point, is somebody that belongs to jail. Because at this point, as Janasa even what he did, he has not even told us what happened. Yeah? And they keep on saying, oh, look what I've done. What am I finding? Somebody has to tell me, what has he done? How watu ambao natuambia ati Ruto ambao some of them corrupt wamekula pengine wamepata some contracts ya supply ya uongo ndio wanakuja kutuambia sasa nini. Yeah? Kenyans who have come from a wrong way. Na sasa ndio ODM inakuja hapa instead ODM ambayo ilikuwa sasa ndio ilikuwa part of the tulikuwa tunapigania the second liberation or the third liberation of economy ya ile baba alituambia ati wamekuja sasa wengine wanatuambia I'm going to run for president. Run for president, mnafikiri yake sasa imefika hapa, ndio imefika. Kumbe after Papa there was nothing left in Raila Odinga family, on Oginga family. Huyu jamaa amepatiwa sio vile amepata hiyo nini kitia hiyo Oburu. Pengine even I don't know hata kitu yake na function properly at this point. People like Gladys Wanga. Yet Najua, there's something here, Stone PK, ambao I think we have to speak about. There's this thing ambaye tumeona hata in fact I just saw it hata wakati wamechagua hii mambo ya this IBC. IBC kuna watu wengi from Northeastern. Okay? And we know what the people behind it. Let me just say this way. If these guys, they got the opportunity because of their Junaid, some of them, their relatives. We know that. And in other countries, that one would not happen. Only in Kenya. It's all about corruption. So how do you trust people who are IBC right now, they got into corruption? How do you trust them? I don't know what they want to do. I don't know. But if they think they can go waipe kura tena unfairly, or if that's the case, then Kenya itakuwa in trouble. Kwa sababu what mali imefikia saa hii itaenda mbali. We cannot go this way, my friends. We can't. This is too much. This is too much. We want a working economy. We want our people to go to work. Yeah. Now, something which people are not talking about here before I finish in Europe.
Bwana Baba, tumalize, sitaki umalize saa hii. Umeona hiyo ripoti ya inasema ati 72% of Kenyan workers wanatembea job. And those are people who are told that wanaenda singa, like 72% of Kenyans walk to their job station. Can you react to that?
Yeah, nimeona hiyo. I saw that story about watu wameweka. In fact, walking, let's not even talk about walking. Kuna hii story ambayo jamaa wanasema how many people wanaishi kwa nyumba ambayo mahali anaishi. you know, how much? It's just kama vile alikuwa anasema he pays 4,000 and he cannot make even 2 weeks. He cannot even make the rent. None. So, I mean, if those people are working the way it is reported, what does it tell you? It tells you, hii mambo ya kusema tuende Singapore aje. Huyu jamaa amekuwa hapa. Somebody has to ask him, when is this idea of Singapore ilikuja kwa kichwa yako? You have been there since it's truly what? You were there and a member of parliament.
Singapore is a new lie. It's just,
Yes.
it's
He
just
was a
the
minister.
new lie.
Yeah, he was a vice president. Umekuwa president. Ndio umekuja kutuambia Singapore. I want to go to Kenya. Kenyan way. I want our own path. And our own path is to end corruption. We create jobs for our people. Hii mambo ya kutuambia sasa mkia kusunguka hapa. But you know what? Uzuri ni kwamba our people are awake. People, ukiangalia kwa mitandao, they are killing him on that. Hiyo mambo ya Singapore. A lot of things are coming up. People are saying things, which is very good, so that our people, they are right about it. They know what's going on. At this point, I'm telling you, at this point, huyu jamaa hawezi fuka 2027. Hawezi fuka, but pesa ni gani? Pengine atumie pesa ile pesa same maana ambayo ataibia kutoka kwa watu. And that one tells you our institutions, how they are not working. Ati kwa sababu sasa mimi niko hapo nikule where's end person who ambaye amestood kama like a prosecutor aseme, Mr. Government, we want to know hii pesa ambayo mlikuwa mnatumia hii yote, all this money around it, hii yote, this a lot of money out of whatever, what are you getting? They investigate. Watupatie report, people be getting arrested, all people being just prosecuted. Iko wapi? Amuna, there's nothing. Yeah, how many things have you seen going very wrong in the country? Yeah, anakuja sahi anatangaza vikosi ingine ya polisi sijui nini, anataka kufanya nini? You guys, I told you from the beginning, niwaambia wakati huyu jamaa alikuwa anaweka in the new cabinet ambaye imepita hii ambaye Peter, alikuwa anaweka tu, I knew very well hiyo kitu yake ataweka mtu wake his tribesmen, mambo ya security na kila kitu, kwa sababu hiyo ndio watafanya vile aliweka brother yake huko Mombasa, the port of Mombasa huko. Yeah, so that's what he's doing. And you know what, if anybody can argue with me, the security minister or the internal, whatever they call it, Michaelman or whatever, Mookman, whatever his name is not qualified. He's not qualified. He is not. Or maybe he could be a minister somewhere else or do something else. Yeah? See how they are running the country right now. It's just like it's our way. Yeah. So they are just trying to find a way to steal the next election. That's what they are planning. It's dire. We have to get it. Yeah. But would they be around to do so? That's another question. That's why we keep on asking our opposition, what have you done? I mean, it might be too early, but it's heading late. A couple of months from now, August is not that far. It's going to be 1 year before election. But then do we have a candidate? I don't know. Like I said before, I'd like to see this man given a chance, but if they say somebody else, I want to hear what they want. But me, as long as it's not Ruto, hata mkiweka paka, tapigia paka kura, niache Ruto. That's the way I feel about him. He's a failure. He's somebody who thinks that he knows more about than other people. He's somebody kwa sababu amekuwapo au amekula pesa ya watu, kuna security, anaenda nakula vizuri na kila kitu, anafikiri kila mtu anaishi hivyo. They don't care about the common mwananchi, the people at the bottom. They don't. And that's something which we should also pray in this coming election. So I've come to realize some of these people have been in the government for a long time now. Wamepata pesa na wamepiga vifua. They cannot help us. Already wameiba enough. Mwenye ataniambia bila atachukua imani kutoka kwao, I think that would be my best candidate. Yeah, how did he acquire all this wealth when people are suffering? At him, kuna manyumba, kuna maprocha, kuna nini. Hii jamaa wana print mapesa kwa manyumba sao. and we are allowing them to do so. Yeah. Na huyu jamaa alikuwa anasema maandamano, at least just let them try. Yeah, let them try maandamano. I mean, we are headed in the wrong direction right now as a country. 2026. Some people can't even just afford a meal. They can't. Na jamaa anatuambia vile amefanya maendeleo gani hivyo? Stone Pika, you can also take it from there, man. But I'm very disappointed with some fellow Kenyans who think that this guy he should not be in the office, man. Okay, he's there, and we have said he's on to finish his term. He should not be on the picture come 2027. He should not be on the picture. He has given his chance, and he has failed. Tell me, kitu gani? What's the economy ambayo inaendelea? What's going on? The way people are suffering right now, watu hawana pesa. There's no money. Thank you, Stone PK.
Thanks, Robert. Once again, let me also say hi to akina Ani. Naona wamekuja. Robert, I would want us, as we discuss, there are two key areas that is of worry to me. One, this man who continues to really fool Kenyans, he continues to capture. He has captured Kenyans, and now he toys with them. He's toying with people like they are not like kids. I think the way you toy around with a fool. Mtu mjinga unamchezea akili. And that is how I find our guy taking Kenyans, because even the things you hear him uttering, baka unashindwa. Juzi na natafuta hiyo clip naye Njiru Baya ameenda hiyo clip, ningetaka tuicheze. Kuna jamaa aliongea kwa birthday, lawyer aliongea kwa birthday ya Kalonzo, and he made a very good point about Ruto. I want us to play that, because what I'm trying to say is that this guy, even the words he talks, the phrases, the demeanor when addressing people, yani anaita watu wajinga, hamjui nini, he has belittled Kenyans so much, because there is no way unaweza niambia unatusi viongozi wengine mbele ya wananchi, ati sasa hiyo matusi ni ya wale viongozi, si hawa wananchi. My grandfather used to tell me, he had one of my babangu mdogo, whenever he took uji, he would start talking and announcing his presence from the shopping center, hiyo njia yote, which was like 2 kilometers to the homestead. Everyone would know that his name was Wenger. Everybody would know Wenger is going home and he's pronouncing of how a man he is, But what he was doing, you could not help it, because he's trying to target his wife and all that. He's, anateta, lakini kwa sababu anapitia ruti yako, anapitia akipitisha, akitukana anybody else that he has a grudge with along the way. But if you stop him, umuulize, hey, unanitusi, anasema kwani wewe ni my wife. He pretends that it is not you he has mentioned, but he goes mentioning everyone else he had a grudge with. Of course, people tried not to take him seriously, but he was serious. Si ati alikuwa anaenda hiyo undercover that amekunywa pombe ndio na nini, but he knew what he was doing. Now, when Ruto is insulting all the leaders, calling them hawana akili, and that time he's doing it on a podium, and you have Kenyans standing there and listening, you ask yourself, where is the stature of a leader? You don't find it. Then I ask myself, in all the talks, the speeches, the lamentation, because these days he's on a lamenting spree, anateta like a mad man, kama mtu kichaa kimemshika, anapiga tu nduru kuteta. Sijawahi kusikia akisema vile Kenya tunafanya vizuri na vile amepiga hatua. I've tried to search even through AI any time and or how many times he has mentioned the word corruption. Nimetafuta, nimekosa. In Ruto's speeches, when you look for that word corruption, in whichever manner, you will be like you are digging kutafuta dhahabu huko Iceland. I mean, kule Northern Pole. Yeah. That word is very hard to come out of his mouth. What does that tell you? Because when he talks of there will be this is the way we are going to Singapore, this has improved, I would expect him to say as matters corruption, even in the State of the Nation address. I would have wanted to hear what steps he has taken to mitigate on corruption. A president in an African country that is so corrupt and gives speeches and talks and demonstrates how perfect he is and does not talk about such pertinent issue as regards corruption is a joker. Somebody talks of lazima tukue na the 4 trillion, because the 4 trillion debt or whatever kitty, hiyo ndio the package to Singapore. Surely, why don't we have our scholars, other politicians, hold a forum and shred this nonsense? You know, shred this nonsense in Kiswahili, especially in Kiswahili, because unajua sasa ubaya, I keep on insisting that lazima wananchi waelezewe, we break it down. Like now what Njiru has shown us here of these desperate cases of Kenyans, that was a very good analysis and covered by that journalist. We would want to juxtapose that with now Ruto talking of affordable housing and the journey to Singapore. And I think tomorrow, I'll tell Njiru, we have to hold a program. I mean, half of our program, or maybe we shall dedicate an hour to juxtapose poverty vis-a-vis journey to Singapore. Then we would want to see this guy who is walking to industrial area, not to work. He's not sure he's going to get a job for that day. Lakini anapiga hiyo mguu mpaka Inda. Hajui kama atapata hiyo job. Na asipopata hiyo job home, hata kuwa amerudisha kitu ya kula nyumbani. And then you come, ndio unamwambia affordable housing, and then unamwambia unampeleka unaleta Singapore. Surely hiyo hapa lazima kuna mtu anatakiwa awe ameenda Mathare. I mean, hapa kuna a patient here, a mental case. All right? When you accuse people that it is the naysayers, ndio wanasema there is nothing like Kenya becoming a Singapore. Again, hapa kuna mtu ambaye anahitajika kuwa admitted hospitali, na si ya malaria, ni hospitali ya akili pungwani. Okay? So basically, I think that is ridiculous. And this is where now we want the Matiangis, the Marthas, the Kalonzos, and all these guys. We want them to come with those substantive discussions. We personally, I'm not interested in the nonsense called manifesto, because Kenya, we have a manifesto. We have manifesto 2030. Okay, that is manifesto enough. And when I'm told that these guys kila mtu akona manifesto yake, I'm finding that as nonsensical waste of time. All right, if that is what is delaying for them to coalesce and do all that, it's they are not serious. I will also term them as jokers. So I would want them to ride on this very
Stone PK before unajua hiyo mambo ya manifesto umesema. Sasa hao jamaa alikuja. You know how many things he promised? just let's go backwards. Unajua kuna hii kitu alisema at wa Kenya akina mama, even I remember probably it was a woman forum ambaye alisema gas itakuwa Kenya watakuwa wananunua kwa shilingi 100 si 400 si ngapi hiyo. Umeona wapi? Iko wapi? Na hii kitu walishuia, unajua hii kitu waliweka hii ya uongo walituletea sio pesa ya sio nini na bado 500. I can't even remember they called it. I mean, so since whatever he promised at this point, what did he mambo ya manifesto is a lie. It's a lie. What have they done? Yeah, wanasema hajamaliza miaka 5, hajamaliza nini? 2022, okay, he has been here. This is 2026, almost 22 months, if I'm not wrong, 22 months before election, kind of.
20.
Where are we? Yeah, that's a lie. Bengine is Singapore. Maybe he meant went to Sigoi. That's what I think is a mental. He meant Sigoi. Yeah, Sigoi. That's the right place he's going to. It's not Singapore. Pengine he meant Sigoi. What's up? He has to go. This man has to go. He has to. Yeah. So the problem is now maybe we should not make it a problem right now. We should also get out of abortion nini. Let us to angalie. Somebody will emerge. Somebody will emerge. Yeah, somebody will emerge. But there's one person, and I want to mention the name at this point. The only person who is in that group, I don't trust. There's a man there I don't trust. I've never trusted him before. And it might be they go between the win, because I just feel like if he's left out, he's going to run by himself. If he's left out, he's going to be like destroying for other people. He's not like somebody I trust being on the one of the group. I don't. But if this guy is, when someone tells me at the root, Ruto would be the weakest candidate ever we have had in Kenya. He's the weakest candidate. Yeah, this is the Hillary Clinton, or whatever. He's the weakest candidate. And he's very weak. Yeah, he's very weak. And he realized that. He knows that. Intelligence have told him that. So they are trying up and down. Unajua anachikaza. Let's be sincere. We demand. Yeye atuambie what he has done and why he wants the election. Singapore was not part of the manifest ambayo walitupatia. If there's some UDA people, Singapore ilikuwa wapi? Atuende Singapore. Kwani hiyo Singapore ilitengenezwa kuwa na wanaume na nini walitengeneza hiyo? Ati mtu amekuja hapa manyumba, wamechukua pesa, wanajipatia makontrakt, wamechenga nyumba, hata uchangie watu 10,000 nyumba na wengine. What the rest of Kenyans going? That's not the kind of economy we want. And we always say the economy that's not the way it goes. Yeah. By now our private sector will be taken over. Lakini sasa kila mtu anakimbilia kasi ya government. Stone PK take off there.
Yeah, Njiru, where you are, I want you to play one clip here. As I continue to put my case. I was talking about that corruption, which I find that we are not, Ruto will never talk about it. And then now the next one is about the opposition picking the pertinent issues and unpackaging them. And I'm waiting for, Njiru, I want you to play this. Let me upload it there, and then we play so that I make my discussion based on that.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it, eh?
Ndio nakupatia. Okay. Hata unaweza jaribuni. He made a very nice brief speech at Kalonzo's birthday.
Kalonzo anakuanga na birthday?
Walimfanyia alifanyiwa birthday na familia yake.
Unajua hata Ruto for the first time amefanyiwa birthday hii mwaka. Mimi sikufikirianga Ruto alizaliwa.
Si wanazitumia kama nini?
Yeah, the only person nimekuwa nikisikia birthday yake ni Uhuru sana. 26 October.
Nani huyo? Uhuru.
Uhuru birthday yake was a bit public. Yeah, Raila Odinga birthday, I have celebrated it. Yeah, lakini wengine
hizo unajua wameanza kuzichukua ni forums za nini?
Yeah, you know the are forums za kudanganya watu.
Yeah.
Ni forums ya kuevwithia, yani kujifanya mzuri. It's a way of hoodwinking people like I'm a normal human being. Unajua it's trying to you are trying to pretend to be a human being and you are not, eh? Yeah. So that's what the new lie is Singapore now. Wakenya wakawa wakijua. The new lie is Singapore.
Nimeipata. I think nimeipata.
Na I hope hebu nikuulize Tony PK as you wait, mkuu na Roba. Wale Wakenya walidanganywa na hustler narrative. Na kuwekwa pesa kwa mifuko. Are they aware that hii Singapore ni hype ingine ya Ruto?
Unajua lazima waelezewe. But the funny enough ukiuliza watu juu ya hasila hakuna hata analyst hawaongei. That's why I don't know.
Stone PK.
Yes.
People should ask him, what do you mean? What about Singapore? What are you talking about? Singapore economy? Are you talking about their lifestyle? What are you talking about Singapore? Yeah. Then from there we can ask him. He should be asked questions, and that's why I don't know.
That guy cannot do anything. So anaelezea nini? It's just a lie, open lie. Yani mtu. Let me tell you something, Roban. Do you know that zile nyumba Ruto amejenga? Ruto has handed over 1,300 houses in Kenya. Ruto has handed over 1,300 in Kenya.
Right.
And look at Vision 2030. We wanted the amount of buildings which was supposed to have been built.
Zero.
It is in millions.
Games. Well, they want to start using this houses ikifika karibu na elections. That's when they ambia mtu ingia hapo, hii fungua ingia hapo. That's what they want to do.
But hizo nyumba amejenga, hiyo ni nyumba inaweza jengwa na a real estate company, even which has no money.
That's what we said from the beginning to Sema Hivi. That's what we said. Why should people be taxed? And you see, there's no money flowing in the Kenyan economy right now. Yeah, and those people, the people about like here that alikuwa nasema watu wa pay stuff, they should not. This man, they should be already wakikuwa wamepiga kura zao, kupata kura. In fact, that's what I mean together, because we go this way, Kenya is going to collapse. Yeah, it's not. What has he done?
Wacha nichezee Stone PK hii video yake now that naona he has already Relax tu kidogo. We are here for...
Can you also try to get me that video of Nikisi jamaa alikuwa anasema shi wapi yuko akasema Ruto ndio ikakuwa moto bali ilikuwa academy. It was a clip there.
Maybe Story PK, if you understand what Loba is saying, unaweza pia tutafutia na utuwekee hapo.
Nani alikuwa anaongea?
So I can't remember the guy, but it was in Nikisi where the guy stood up and akasema Ruto 2027, and from there ikawaka moto.
Okay, nitatafuta hiyo.
Yeah.
Kumbe wakisi siku hizi wataki kusikia anything, wakisikia chochote wanaripuka.
Sikia hii.
Haya, wacha niweke hii.
Because of your leadership and the good example you have set in Kenya. Your Excellency, the country is going through a lot of challenges. And the Kenyans have hope that things are going to change when...
Running breaks your joints. Tai Chi builds them back. After 50...
Kusema hivi. Mimi hakika ni part of it.
Harambee! One time. Your Excellency, the reason we are celebrating is because of your leadership and the good example you have set in Kenya. Your Excellency, the country is going through a lot of challenges. And the Kenyans have hope that things are going to change when you take the service of Kenya, that you become the true servant of the people and you lead this nation into prosperity. That day, many Kenyans are really waiting. But I want to pose a challenge to the young ones. Right now, please, register as a Kenyan. It's a duty you can do to your nation and to yourself. Then the voter registration is going on, and I really want to challenge the church to lead this every Sunday, talk to young people, let them register as voters. For where we are going, you need, the tool we are going to use. The weapon is the voting card. And we want so many people that day, Kenya to have a demonstration like the ones we used to have. Maandamano ya kwenda kupiga kura ya kupeleka Bwana Ruto nyumbani. But I have even a bigger challenge to the National Assembly, because Article 144 of the Constitution says when a president becomes unable to run of the state because due to mental incapacity, you don't need quorum. You need the minimum quorum of the House, 50, which we have. And I really want to challenge my MP, Susana, because Susan Kiamba has been, learning the ropes very quickly. And she's doing very well so far. That we move this motion under Article 144. It only goes to National Assembly. It doesn't come to Senate. You are there, all of you are there, Honorable Mbui and others. I hope you draft this motion. You move it in the House. What happens after you have just gotten quorum, which is 50, people who stand to support it, then the Chief Justice has to set up a team with a medical doctor, A Chief Justice has to set up a team with a medical doctor, a family member of the president, and a lawyer of high standing. And that team will do some investigation and then report back that, in fact, the president is unable to serve the nation due to confusion and mental incapacity. Then at that moment, he's sent home. So, even this 2027, even this one term may not be completed if National Assembly members take this challenge. Harambee! Harambee! So I'm really challenging. This is what we should be doing in January, February. When we open the House, it should be the first business Kenyans will have. And they'll be very happy to send President Ruto this time. The reason is the sort of things he's doing. No normal human being can do this. You have a president whose power is not checked by the people and through the houses. His power is not checked at all. You have a president who thinks corruption is the best thing he should give Kenyans. Half of his cabinet is full of people who should be going for trial and who should be returning things they have stolen from public coffers. How do you expect to go to Singapore? And by the way, as somebody told William Ruto that Singapore is actually a city. It's very different from Kenya. Here we are doing farming. He brought fake fertilizer. Mimi niliona fake fertilizer. Yaani maiba ng'ombe na maime ng'oi mabulanitwe na thahadhai. Yaani mabe kindu kita nutrition ya muthanga. Ni maime ng'oi na thahadhai. Is it that not madness? Up to today, they have never apologized for it. So how do you prosper agriculture in this country in a situation like that? Selling of national assets, selling the pipeline. The pipeline, Your Excellency, operates at maximum, at optimum. It's 24-hour business, which is a private company registered by Treasury. And all the monies from it, about 10 billion every year, go to Treasury and for budgeting. If you sell it, then this money will be going to the new buyers. Therefore, that's another level of madness. And there are many things you can count which are very eccentric. President Ruto is doing every day. Not even a member of his cabinet can tell him. They are just like school children with a principal where they sit in cabinet. No one can advise him, not even his advisors. And Parliament has been swallowed. Parliament has been bought with corruption. Cannot check the president. So we want Parliament to arise to his duty and check the president and send him home for mental insanity and for failing to deliver the mandate he was given by the people of Kenya. Asanteni sana. Happy birthday, Your Excellency.
Wow. Maso. God bless you. Kunyiva mwana kiliko kivo. Asante.
Huyo Bishop ni kama anasema tunaweza toa Ruto juu ni mwenda wazimu. In other words, he said Ruto ni mwenda wazimu. Stone PK, that's all what I've gotten from Manzo. Ruto ni mwenda wazimu, and we should invoke something to get him out. Go ahead.
But yes, Njiru, that has been there for the last 2 years. When, you know, after, just before June 2024, the siku ya maandamano ya Gen Z, the build-up was that this guy has gone berserk. You remember the things he was doing even before Gen Z, which actually climaxed hasira ya mwananchi. If you go back and look at even the clips, Kuropoko and Inanini, this guy, honestly, with all, you know, all manner of observation, in Villa too, we are not able to, but now we understand. People might take it as a joke. Umesikia hata hao wanacheka. But I'm telling you, if the MPs can put that case, and then it is tried, these are ndio njia za kunini, because of course, most of those things is true. It's not any normal president of a country that could be doing some of the things this guy is doing. Illegal things. People have not even gone to court about, you know, for example, all those MPs, wale wana kesi, makesi zilitolewa nini na nini, all those cases should be revived. Because how does a president continue to hold cabinet members that are of doubtful wherever? So I think it's valid, and thank God you only need a 50 member of parliament to make the quorum. Why not? Why not? Cases challenging sale of those strategic, national strategic organizations like Pipeline, Safaricom, that is madness. Which country does that? You know, I think with these lawyers, they can easily argue these cases, because we want to also have examples of countries that have gone berserk like us. So for me, I think it holds a lot of ground. Maybe Roba, you want to say something?
Yes, Stone Big. I think to me on that part, they can do that one, but that it might be a very easy case to prove it's not. and he will continue. But at the same time, it's something better than nothing, because this man has been doing some fun things, which I think most people, some of us, we have been saying from the beginning. It just kind of, we don't even understand what he's doing. They can tell Manso, okay, he just said it, but it's not going to be. It's just only a couple of months left before election. The best thing is just what he said from that clip. Maybe people take some what you call cooler. Then from there, I don't know who was there. Maybe he was talking about Karonzo. I don't know about Karonzo. To be sincere with you, we have a vacuum right now. It looks like nobody's just. I mean, I can see people coming up, but we have a vacuum right now, toe and toe, to start this man when he's. I mean, you see, if you want to succeed, you must get ahead of things. So we need somebody who's going to be ahead of him. And somebody who just ask some of these things. Like the best thing is, or the good news is, our fellow Kenyans on Rhine and other places, they have been going. Even they're making fun of Singapore, Nini. Of course, who forgets what he did last time. You remember, part of up. It never worked. Now he has come with another. When people ask, it's all over the map. And sincerely on that, it's all over the map. But because, you know why? He knows he has done nothing. And that bigger kifua with empty promises. That's the problem. And I said, by 20, some of the things that are creating, when I once kufanya vita by 2027, by the time election, ipate ndio Amerika Kenya na wanataka kuonyesha vile wamekianga parapara tukuli parapara. Give people food first. Yeah, give them food first. Then from there, we understand it, but they are just wasting money and the corruption. And I'm telling you that the things where we go wrong as a country, and what is killing us, is the kind of corruption is happening in the country, and that's something nobody's talking about it. Remember, before they came in, they said corruption. He was talking about it, and when people said it's corrupt, he never wanted to talk about it. But I'm very sure, because if you can see, that's his weakness, corruption. And the corruption is what's making the Kenyan economy to be what it is. And because of that, I think the best candidate who comes in with 100%, where we start from is the corruption, the bottom line. And remember also, Stone PK, we said it this way. There's a lot of ways to end corruption in Kenya. And we suggested that, I don't know constitutionally whether it's okay, we said this thing has started from the county level, from the county. That's where a lot of money is being spent or is being wasted. So if you start from the county level, let's say the problem we don't have is prosecution. Do we need a prosecutor in every county? Yes. To prosecute? Yes. Do they need us people? I think we have enough people to give the president that power to do that. It should be given a president or anybody that every county we should have a prosecutor. The prosecutor who's watching the county government. Remember, the Senate is the one who's watching from Nairobi and other things, or the MCA. He's not want to work. We want to end corruption in the country. And because of corruption, corruption brings us bad government. So because we are corrupt, which means our elections corrupt too. If our elections corrupt, which means we are getting people we don't choose. So which means we will not achieve what we want. Until corruption is in a country, there's no progress. Any country which you have seen progressing, more especially in economy, is because corruption rules are very tough. Why do you think China has progressed, even if it's a one-party state? It's because the rules they have about corruption, the rules they have about drugs. Yaani nafikiri mtoto wa Ruto hapa atafanya kitu hapo Kenya, hata kwa jela, even if he's found with the helicopter na madawa ya kulevya, there's nothing going to happen. But if it's a country like China, watamnyonga. Atakiwa nani? Atanyongwa. That's where we go wrong. Our institution, the so-called institution, ifanye kazi. The TCI, I think the TCI, the other parties, they are not doing their jobs, man. They are not. What? Just tell me, since this paper came in, have you seen somebody being investigated, even though we have been having crimes from all the way from Mombasa, have we had anything about them? What happened? How comes they slept on this? Some of the things people have killed, or some of these, a lot of things. And we know there's also crimes against, financial crimes. But have you ever had anything being prosecuted? No. Because our institution doesn't work. Lakini unasikia kitu kidogo, mtu akisema kitu wanafuata nini na nini, kama vile who told us something. So the problem is, this man is running against the Constitution. He's betraying the Constitution. He's just doing what he wants, and people are allowing him to do so. And he thinks that anakuja kutuambia kama sio papa, hakuna mtu yeyote. But unajua nini? What I can blame is our people. Why should somebody like aniambie niende kupiga kura kwa sababu yeye amesema? Why should Gladys Wanga kwa sababu Gladys Wanga amesema tupigie Ruto kura ama tupigie nani, sasa mnamfuata? And at the end of the day, Gladys Wanga, a good example, Stone BK. Remember before the 2022, uliona Musalia Mudavadi, uliona who is the speaker, the current speaker. Uliona vile walikuwa wanasema we have to go this way, this way, this way. Okay, sasa wao ndio wana benefit, watu wao wana benefit nini? Tell me the people who come from all the way from Kakamega. Figa. Yeah? Kwani sasa nani akikula anakulia wewe? Wanakula na bibi yake na watoto wake. That's it. Yeah? Ndio unakuja Watangura, the same thing. But watu wengine watafuata kwa sababu yeye amesema hivi tuende hivi. Hiyo ni uchinga bwana. That's that kind of politics. Piga kura kulingana the way you just feel, the way you want the country to go, not according to somebody so and so. Ati kwa sababu Obama amesema upige kura hapa upige. Ati kwa sababu nini amesema hapa nini upige kura upige. Hakuna. Yeah. Ati watu wa Mombasa tu akisema ndio tunaenda. Now I think somebody was also talking about I think this guy the former Kakamega governor Ombeta, whatever his name is, ambaye anasema atoka, let him get out. Like I said before, Stone BK, the problem these people are fighting for is the money which is in ODM. Hiyo pesa ingekuwepo, wangekuwa imefujika, wangekuwa wameenda. They are fighting the money the padders has, about 4 billion. That's what they are fighting for. Otherwise, hakuna kitu huko. Ati Oburu anatuambia tena yeye aende anaenda kuwania president. He has a right. They anakuja sasa kuwania president the magma papa hakutoboa. Ati Oburu sasa anakuja. Hata hiyo nguvu yako naona unajua there are some things yeye mtu na just see. That's all. That's by design. What he did was by design. So that akifika mwisho anasema hapana, sasa siendi, unga mkono, just I support Ruto. That's what they are trying to tell you. But my question is, nani alimchagua? Another question is it that brother yake akitoka na yeye sasa ndiye anaingia? Another question is, I thought ODM was a national party. How comes the outspoken people are from only one region, which is Luo Nyanza? How comes they can't let other people say? Because some of us, we have been ODM since I don't know when. Yeah? Kwa sababu ni ile pesa wameona iko huko. Because of that money. Kama ile pesa ingekuwepo, there would be no ODM. Na hiyo ODM wanasema, what? There are no people there. The Kisis have left. Waruja watoke. Sasa wapakia pa ODM, we are the biggest party in East Africa, whatever, nyoko, sensi. Come on. This is not the way we do politics. Right now, these people, they should talk about what can they do to help the ordinary wananchi. People are suffering. Ada Tuchui bwana. Something has to be done. We need a new fresh, a new start, a new work again come 2027 with a new thing, everything new. Kama vile our community from Central wamesema, Mount Kenya, sisi hatuendi hiyo president, we will support somebody else. We want also courage na nyinyi museme, moja alikuwepo, na hii takataka inaitwa Ruto imekwepa atoke, we want to support somebody else, somebody new. Maybe that one might help the country. Maybe that's where we went wrong. Maybe. You never know. I think now I've just like, I don't care. Let us get out of there. We let us go 100 and 360 degrees. And we change this come 2027. Ikifika tarehe moja, or tarehe mbili kama next year, a time like this one here, we are assuming we are still alive. We just like change is coming. Change is coming to Kenya. And Ruto is not one to be part of it. That's the theme. Change is coming. And the change is coming because we want something else, like other countries. Since I went to Singapore, we want to go New Kenya. We want to go to Kenya. From Kakamega to Busia to Migori, or to Narok, to Where, to Muranga, to Kiambu. That's where we want to go. Lakini mambo ya Singapore sisi hatujui. Ama this man is a mental sick, maybe he meant Sigoi. That's what the nearest, ama Sinyanga. Maybe that's what he meant. But time has come. Time has come. We have to finish this thing here. It's too much. We have to get out of it. Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Aya, sawa. So, let me ask a question now. Umeona huyo jamaa amecheza hiyo video, and then I'm also asking about the united opposition. So Roba, according to you, sababu Ruto alileta propaganda ya kusema united opposition hakuna pahali wanaenda, anataka timu imejipanga poa. So, do you think united opposition wamejipanga? Ama ni kujipanga watajipanga?
The last person ambaye ataniambia vile opposition itafanya kazi is the person who's competing with them. That's none of his business. Get out of the opposition business. Go and get a life. Go to mental rehab. This man should not even talk about opposition in Kenya. He's the weakest candidate ever in our country. He's very weak. And that's why he's scared. To answer your question about the opposition, I think the opposition, they are there. I think that at this point, I can just say, I mean, they are doing good in terms of our agenda was kupigana. Unajua, there's opposition ambayo wanapigana. Unajua, like people, they are just like leading from different script. Nini. Hatujafikia huko. We know they are communicating, right? Okay? They are doing what they are doing. The problem is the problem with opposition. Who is going to be the flag bearer and who is going to be second? Because I don't trust Kalonzo Musyoka. Doesn't say maybe. I don't trust him. That's me. That's me. I don't trust him. If you want to, I'll give you my reasons. The main thing, there was this fucking by Baba Liacha from even before Kufe. Jamal alifanya nini? What has he done when he wanted to come up and show people that he's the one who will take over? Amefanya hivyo. He has done nothing. So I'm just looking how this thing is emerging, but I'm trying to see some signs here. If they can come up, I'm seeing it said that him or Matiang'i, the way it looks like. But for me, I think Kalonzo will be also the weakest candidate because he has been there forever, like Jamal Mwambia. But he's right. He's also want to play his game, but he's very soft for me. He's very soft. Me, I want somebody kama wajamaa wakileta uchinga na wao wanaweka uchinga ama waleta even before that. Somebody who's very extreme. somebody who just say what he means, and he means what he says. Kalonzo Musyoka is very, very soft. And I think the watermelon thing is still on him. And I think that's where we are. Gachagua has disappeared for now. I don't know when we started to hear from him. But he said also Alituambia is not on to run. None. Martha Karua is, I mean, we know where she is right now. None. So I think this thing here, if the opposition watajiweka kwa room, they come up, it's too early, but as by mid this year, then from there we know where the people, they don't say who's what they know, but they can say this, I want this is the spokesman. You know what, like a coming government, they arrange them like a coming government, then people will trust them. At this point, they are spread all over the map. So we don't know who's where, who's what. No, which I believe. I don't believe on parties myself. I don't care who comes in. As long as you come in, you do the job. I don't care you are a UTA, whatever party you are. The party doesn't matter. What matters, what have you done for the people? What have you done to create jobs? That's the most important thing. Opposition have to come up. Remember, they have to tell us. Me, I'm telling you, there are two things here. On top, corruption. Then from there, we end corruption, we create a working economy. I think that is a winning. Those two things there, it's a winning. That one, you can win everything. People want jobs. People want the economy. Well, to have jobs, you have a working economy. Something about route has failed. And we know, and we saw what's coming. So opposition have to offer alternative. That's what they want to do and how they're planning to do. Right now, they should have, like, who is the person, if the government will be formed today, who's the guy who's going to be, I mean, they don't tell us A, B, C, D, but they should have, like, a government which is ready to take over a country. If they form that way, then now people will trust them. I don't mean people don't trust them. They do, but they want people who are organized. At this point, they are not very disorganized. They are in between there, but we need more. We need more as being January, maybe by January, February, we need to see movement. I can just go, we want to see movement from where they are to unity, to unification. Because I think the one thing has to unify them, opposition, the name opposition, whatever they call them, they should run on that one. Kama vile walifanya Azimio. Lakini kwenda kutuambia ati wiper, ODM, au si nini na nini, wala Jubilee, mtaenda mnyongwe. People don't care about that one. People don't care. Let them find a common ground, and they come up and just say, you know what, we are moving forward. It's a united opposition party. We adjusted it, then from there we work out. Vitu ngine, you get out of it. That's the way I see it in Njiru.
Njiru, hebu cheza hiyo nini? Njiru, cheza hiyo ndio tufunge hiyo comment ya maanzo.
Haya, cheza basi, nimekuwekea.
Okay.
Nyumba maji hapa. Mwaka wa kisiasa wa 2026 umeanza kwa kishindo, kwa Wakenya wengi wakiangua vicheko mitandaoni baada ya Rais William Ruto kuongea kwa ndimi alipokuwa anajaribu kueleza alichofanya katika affordable housing. Wengi wakisema rais alikuwa na nyongo mdomoni na uongo wake. Wamesambaza na kushare video hii ya Rais William Ruto akitafuna maneno yake kiajabu na kuchangamsha Wakenya wengi sana asubuhi hii ya tarehe 2 Januari mwaka mpya wa 2026. Hebu jione.
Affordable housing umejemba nyumba maji hapa, nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana? Si kila mtu alete rekodi yake.
Inaonekana kwamba Rais William Ruto amepatwa na kile alichotakiwa wapinzani wake wakati alisema kwamba upinzani wa Rigathi Gachagua na Kalonzo Musyoka utakuwa umetoka ifikapo wakati rasmi wa yeye kuingia barabarani kupiga kampeni. Na wakati huo rais hakujua kwamba zaidi ya mwaka mzima kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu atakuwa anashindwa hata kujieleza na kusema mambo yake anayodai amefanyia Wakenya. Tayari kwa jinsi Rais William Ruto sasa amerudi kuvaa t-shirt na kofia yake ya windbreaker, huku akizungumza kwa sauti ya juu na kutupilia mbali kwa muda ustaarabu wa urais ambao huwa anautoa wakati akizungumza na wageni wa nje. Ni wazi kwamba Ruto amerudi campaign mode, na kurudi kwake sio kwamba alipanga, bali amelazimishwa na uzito wa opposition ambaye imekuwa ikimsumbua tangu alipofanya wrong turn yake ile ya kuanzisha mchakato wa impeachment dhidi ya Rigathi Gachagua.
I am the presidential candidate for ODM, so anybody who is preparing himself to go for presidential election in ODM, I think is misplaced.
Leo hii Rais William Ruto anajikuta na kibarua kizito sana kitakachomchosha, na hata kama anavyodhihirisha sasa, kimzuie kutekeleza kazi yake mbele ya umma na hata nyuma ya pazia. Mwaka wa 2026 utakuwa ni mwaka wa kampeni kwa Rais William Ruto, lakini kama unavyoenda kuona kwenye video hii fupi, kampeni yake William Ruto itakuwa ngumu na tofauti na yenye matokeo chanya sana na ile ambayo aliifanya wakati alipokuwa deputy president kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu wa 2022. Changamoto ya kwanza atakayopata Rais William Ruto katika kampeni hii ya mwaka mpya itakuwa ni kwamba anarudi kwa kampeni yake ya re-election mapema na bila kujipanga inavyofaa, kwani amelazimishwa kurudi juu ya gari na Rigathi Gachagua. Hata watu kama aliyekuwa waziri wa biashara Moses Kuria inawezekana hawakufaa kuondoka serikalini mapema hivyo, bali strategy zilizokuwepo zilihitaji kutekelezwa mapema ili kukabiliana na jinsi alivyoinuka Rigathi Gachagua katika mwaka mzima wa 2025. Bila shaka uwe katika upinzani ama ndani ya serikali utakubali 2025 ulikuwa ndio mwaka wa Rigiji, bali sio mwaka wa Rais William Ruto, na mengi ambayo serikali na ikulu ya Nairobi imeyafanya kisiasa yamekuwa ni ya kufuata mkondo ama reaction baada ya Rigathi Gachagua kufanya aliyoyafanya. Wakati Rais William Ruto na watu wake wa karibu wakimalizia 2024, mambo yote yalikuwa yashapangwa kwamba Rigiji angeendelea kudidimia kiumaarufu kutoka nje ya serikali, kwani kwanza hangekuwa na vyombo vya dola na pesa nyingi za kuendelea kujitafutia umaarufu, lakini pia propaganda na kampeni kali sana ilikuwa imepigwa kutoka mwezi Julai wakati fununu za kumtoa zilipoanza hadi wakati wa mchakato mzima wa impeachment, na kufikia Disemba end of 2024 Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa amepigwa mapigo mengi ya kisiasa na jina lake likachafuliwa sana, hasa baina ya jamii nyingi zisizo za Mlima Kenya. Sasa wakati mwaka wa 2025 ukiisha, huyo bwana bado amesimama. Upinzani unaonekana ulichukua mkondo ambao rais hakutarajia ungechukua, ijapokuwa ushindi ulipatikana kwa serikali katika by elections zilizopita. Rais William Ruto anajua alilazimika kutumia pesa nyingi na bajeti kubwa sana ambayo hakuwa amepanga kuitumia. Yote haya ni kwa sababu ya Rigathi Gachagua. Zaidi, Rais William Ruto anapoingia mwaka mpya wa 2026 huenda atatafuna maneno na kujichanganya zaidi, hasa ikizingatiwa kwamba Wakenya hawajapokea mradi wake wa affordable housing kama alivyotarajia wangeupokea. Mwaka mzima wa 2025 wakati Rais William Ruto akifanya mikutano yake mingi ya kuhakikisha amedhibiti umaarufu wa Rigiji usienee, kitu ambacho amefanya akifelifeli, pia amejikuta yupo bila usaidizi mwingi wa wanasiasa nao wategemea wakati alipokuwa anauza affordable housing. Ikumbukwe kwamba wakati Rigiji alipokosana na Ruto, tatizo lilikuwa kwamba Rigiji amsaidii rais kuiuza affordable housing inavyofaa. Leo hii rais ametoa Rigathi Gachagua, lakini anapoingia mwaka mpya bado anajikuta bila usaidizi wowote wa kuimba wimbo wake wa affordable housing. Isitoshe, Wakenya hawajapokelea nyumba hizo kama ilivyotarajiwa, na hata vyombo vya habari na watu wengine maarufu mitandaoni hawajasaidia sana kuuza mradi huu kama mafanikio. Kile ambacho rais anagundua wakati akianza mwaka wake ni kwamba watu wengi hapa Kenya wanapendezwa na barabara, huenda labda hata na majengo makubwa kama uga mpya wa michezo wa Talanta aliyoujenga, lakini kujaribu kuuza sera za nyumba ambazo wengi hawatawahi kuishi ndani yake ama kuzitamani imejidhihirisha kuwa strategy isiyofanya kazi ya kisiasa kwa Rais William Ruto. Sasa kuingia mwaka mpya, rais atabaki na chaguo chache kwamba aidha aache kuimba wimbo wa affordable housing.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet so easy. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet
ambao hautamsaidia kiumaarufu kwa njia yoyote kuelekea uchaguzi mkuu wa 2027, na aelekeza wimbo wake kwa barabara kwa kueleza Wakenya kwa kina barabara alizokamilisha, kitu ambacho Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anaeleza kwa kutumia maelfu ya kilomita, ama asalia hapo hapo kwa kusisitiza kwamba mafanikio yake makubwa ya first term ni affordable housing, kitu ambacho bila shaka kitarahisishia upinzani unaoongozwa na Rigathi Gachagua kuendelea kumtoa rangi kuhusiana na matatizo yanayoonekana katika sekta government mamilioni ya dola za huko kwa kuanzisha huduma za utumishi kwa umma zinazopewa misaada ya serikali ya huko, lakini ikagunduliwa kwamba huduma hizo kama hospitali na mashule ni gushi na hazina kazi, bali ni njia tu za kupora pesa. Fununu zinasema kwamba Rais William Ruto amehusishwa na hayo, na wanaosema hivyo wanaamini matatizo mapya yataibuka kati ya ikulu ya White House ya Donald Trump na ikulu ya Nairobi ya Rais William Ruto, kitu ambacho huenda kikazidisha uungwaji mkono wa watu kama Fred Matiang'i na serikali hiyo ya Marekani katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao. Kuelekea mbele, serikali ya Marekani chini ya utawala wa Donald Trump itajaribu sana kuadhibu wahamiaji wa Somali na watu wote hasa wanasiasa wanaohusishwa na Wasomali yao. Na hapa nyumbani, kwa kuwa inajulikana sana Rais William Ruto ana urafiki na mabwanyenye wengi wa Kisomali wanaoishi hapa Nairobi, huenda uhusiano huo wa kidiplomasia wa Kenya na Marekani ukadorora hata zaidi. Kwa kuwa Marekani bado ina sababu za kusalia ndani ya Kenya na kusalia na urafiki na watu wa Kenya, kile kinachoweza kufanyika ni kwamba juhudi zitawekwa kisiri na kichini chini kutumia idara mbalimbali za kiujasusi kuunga mkono upinzani wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu ujao na kujaribu kumtoa rangi Rais William Ruto, hasa kutumia mitandao ya kijamii. Ili inawezekana litamsukuma Rais William Ruto kuelekeza macho yake zaidi upande wa mashariki waliko wa China na pia iliko nchi anayoipenda sana ya Singapore, kitu ambacho huenda atalazimika kufanya licha ya kuwa mikopo ya Kenya kwa China sasa imejaa hadi pomoni na haiwezi ikaongezewa kwa njia yoyote ile. Mwaka wa 2026 Rais William Ruto atapatana na matatizo kuhusiana na kurudi katika mchezo wa kisiasa kwa rais mstaafu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta ameonyesha ishara zote kwamba hatakubali Rais William Ruto amalize vyama vya upinzani kama ODM, na yeye yupo radhi kutumia uwezo wake wa kisiasa na kimfuko kuwawezesha na kuwapa nguvu viongozi vijana na wenye ushawishi kama Edwin Sifuna na wengine, ili wamnyime usingizi mwaka mzima Rais William Ruto, na ikiwezekana hata wawe mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha rais hajarudi ikulu baada ya uchaguzi mkuu. Inaonekana wakati Rais William Ruto akianza mwaka wake mpya, anagundua na kushtuka sana kwamba wakati akiamini amepunguza umaarufu wa Rigathi Gachagua kwa kumwaga mabilioni ya pesa huko Mlima Kenya, ndipo sasa anaibuka naye Uhuru Kenyatta, mtu ambaye hakuidhaniwa atarudi kuwa challenge kwa serikali ya sasa. Na mwaka mzima wa 2026 mikono ya Rais William Ruto itakuwa imejaa matatizo ambayo Uhuru atamletea kwa njia zaidi ya moja. Kwa kurejelea tulichokitaja mwanzo, inaonekana mtihani mkubwa zaidi kwa Rais William Ruto upo mbele yake katika mwaka huu unaoanza, hasa kuhusiana na yeye kutoshanisha majukumu ya kupiga kampeni kila siku na kila wiki akivaa tisheti na kofia zake za designer, pamoja na kazi ngumu ya urais ambayo anahitaji kuifanya kila siku katika maofisi na nyuma ya milango, kazi ambayo anajua vyema hawezi kuitelekeza. Uzito huu wa kubalance siasa na utendakazi wa urais ndio ulioonekana kuwalemea marais wa awali, na mara nyingine hata wakaonekana kuwa na hasira zao zikijitokeza mbele ya vyombo vya habari, na wengine hata wakapata matatizo ya kiafya kutokana na majukumu mazito ya kisiasa na kiuchumi yanayokuja na ofisi hiyo ya urais. Ajabu ni kwamba ilitarajiwa baada ya Rigathi Gachagua kuondolewa na sauti yake kuwa haipo tena katika maamuzi yanayofanyika katika ikulu ya Nairobi, iliaminika anayekuja anafaa kuwa msaidizi wa rais wa kumpunguzia kazi na kupunguza ama kumaliza kabisa migogoro iliyopo ndani kwa ndani baina ya wafanyikazi wa Rais William Ruto. Hilo halijafanyika, na katika mwaka wa 2025 ndoa mpya kati ya Ruto na broad-based government yake Raila Odinga inaonekana imesambaratisha zaidi ushikamano na umoja wa wale watu ambao Ruto anawategemea kumsaidia kurudi ikulu 2027. Wakati Rigiji alikuwa bado yupo kwenye ofisi yake ya deputy president, sauti na matendo ya serikali yalikuwa na uzito wake, na ilikuwa ni vigumu sana kuona mizozo yoyote kati ya watu wa serikali ikijitokeza hadharani. Leo hii Profesa Kithure Kindiki anaonekana hawezi kupatikana popote pale aliko Gladys Wanga ama John Mbadi, huku yeye na wabunge wake wa mrengo wa Mount Kenya wakiwa na wakati na maeneo yao ya kuwa na Rais William Ruto, kitu ambacho kwa umbali kinapendekeza kwamba huenda Ruto analazimika kufanya kazi na makundi haya ya Kindiki na ODM kama timu mbili tofauti. Hatimaye kupoteza umaarufu wake ndani ya Mount Kenya kwa zaidi ya 80% kufuatia uamuzi wake wa kufukuza Rigathi Gachagua ni moja ya maamuzi ambayo yataathiri sana siasa ya Rais William Ruto mwaka huu mpya wa 2026. Kwa kuathiri ni kumaanisha kwamba yale madhara ama consequences ambazo Rais William Ruto alidhani yangekuja kutokana na Rigiji kutoroshwa kutoka ofisini kisha akalipuka kiumaarufu alivyolipuka kote nchini bado hayajajitokeza vizuri, na mwaka huu mpya wa 2026 ndio ambapo ambapo Rais William Ruto atahisi maumivu hayo ya kisiasa yanayotokana na uamuzi huo wa kutorosha na kumjenga Rigiji kisiasa. Kulingana na hisabati zake, Rais William Ruto ilifaa Raila Odinga asalie hai na mwenye afya mpaka uchaguzi mkuu wa 2027 na mpokeze Ruto kapu lote la kura ambazo alikuwa nazo kutoka uchaguzi mkuu, kitu ambacho kingemrahisishia yeye Ruto kumsukuma nje Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka na mtu mwingine yeyote ambaye angeibuka. Sasa katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja uliopita, rais anajipata katika njia panda, ambapo Raila ameaga dunia mapema, Rigathi amepata umaarufu wa kupindukia ambao wazungu huita runaway popularity, na Uhuru Kenyatta naye amejitokeza kutoka kwenye vivuli vya ustaafu, na kwa uzito wa mifuko yake Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais William Ruto anagundua kwamba raundi hii haitakuwa rahisi sana kumpiga Uhuru, hasa kwa kuwa yeye Ruto hatakuwa na backing ya watu wa Mlima Kenya kama ilivyokuwa mara ya mwisho alipomenyana na Uhuru debeni. Basi kuingia kwa mwaka mpya kunakuja na matatizo ya kisiasa chungu nzima kwa Rais William Ruto, na inaonekana kufikia mwisho wa mwaka huu mpya umaarufu wake utakuwa umedidimia kiasi kwamba chini ya 50% ndio watakaokuwa wanampendekeza. Hili haswa litafanyika kama ataendelea kupendekeza Gladys Wanga kama mgombea mwenza wake 2027.
I wanted us to listen. Hiyo ni summary ya mwaka 2024-2025 in that opinion. Yani ingekuwa titled masaibu yaliyomkabili, yanayomkabili na yatakayomkabili huyo rais wetu. So there is a lot that is gonna happen. Njiru, I want you to play another one. Alafu ndio tuongee. I would like you to play this. Nitairukarukisha. Hatutaenda full. Njiru, hebu upload hiyo, nitarukaruka. Njiru, are you there? Njiru, uko wapi? Oh my God. Njiru. Roba, nafikiria tutaenda kwa sababu huyu host ana operator akilala nadhani. Mr. Njiru.
Maybe Njiru went to the bathroom. Yeah, technically, about that tape.
Yes.
I mean, you look at it, this much, the guy has done nothing, and that's what we have been saying. So, okay, you saw this money. My question remains, where did he get all this money from? To silence Gachagua. I mean, that's what he did. You silenced him. Okay, you did it. But does it mean that you silenced the votes? No. So that's the Kenyan politics ambayo muda anafikiri anatumia pesa. Walikuwa muda anakuambia ati nitakupiga mpaka nitakupiga tena nitakulipia sijui nitakulipa. I don't know. Wakati watu wako na pesa. That's the problem. But my question remains, how many people are with him? The problem is we keep on saying, like the last election, what do I left to follow east to whatever, west to left to follow what. North Rift or South Rift watampigia kura. Then from there kianza kuingia anapata kura nyingi kwa sababu ni kabila yao. Is this something we want to see a trend? Probably some might not show up, but there'll be a trend. Kwa sababu that's where he was in the authority. Sasa ameanza kurudi kwao. If you don't see what's going on. Sasa kila mtu ameanza kurudi. Yeah, sasa hiyo base yake. So once you nailed it, yani kama angekuwa hivi at his way, angekuwa part of the rural community, ikuwe upande wake. His community, he's trying to run away from Mount Kenya, where he knows he's going not. Okay, he'll get a couple of votes, but it's not going to perform like the way he did last time. He knows that's where it will be lost, and that's why we said, if abortion, then now they unite. Let's be sincere. If they do, it's done. It's done. So what he's waiting for, he wants to see where the abortion goes. Then he can go the other community and say, you see, they left you out. But he doesn't know what to do. And that's why the so-called Kindiki factor comes in. He's going to be thrown out. Because he might end up getting somebody from Luhya as makamu wa rais ambao wamekuwa wengi. Maybe he wants votes. If he can pocket some rural. I mean, I don't know where he's headed to. He's confused. Maybe that's a mental thing also. He can't sleep because he doesn't know what to do. He thinks, and that's why I was saying, why do we have this idea of kwa sababu sisi tumepatiwa tunapiga kula huko? No. Kama tungekuwa wa Kenya, if we want to be the real people, let us vote according to somebody what's done or what they want to do. A man like this one here who has been given 5 years to serve, and he has done what he has done. Tutamwambia unajua nini? Get out, let's get somebody else. By the way, you still have another term. If you want to run, you can come after 5 years. It's just one term. Pengine a second term can come later. Let somebody else take over. Yeah, that one, we should do that. We should try that one. Na hii kitu ambayo naambiwa na uchinga, which president in Kenya has never won the second term. Hii watu walikuwa corrupt. Watu walikuwa with another constitution. Kibaki aliiba kura. If that's what you are telling us, and you want to keep a kura kuna. Uhuru, according to him, they stole the election. I don't know. Okay, well, shindwa. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this Kenya, I don't know much tunaenda bwana. You can't blame our people too, but when you want to pick up kura. Yeah. How do you, for someone like Wanga Sasa, this is the most whatever performing governor? How? Amefanya nini? Abinunua mapei. Kuna kitu. That's a problem. But kafanya katika dogo, unaanza kufiga makofi. No, some developed countries, people, they don't care. They want services.
Sorry not to cut you short, Robert. That is the madness we have. And it is the politicians that make mwananchi ni kama awe mwenda azimu. Ati mwananchi akupigie makofi na nilikuchagua ufanye hiyo service. Then I'm supposed to clap for you. How stupid are you making us look? Why were you elected as a governor? To render services. Ni kama mwalimu ako darasani anafunza, then you want parents to sit there clapping. Mwalimu, you are doing very well. But he is employed to do that job. You are employed to make these kids pass. So as an MP, you are employed to make law. You are employed to deliver to the people who elected you in the constituency, likewise for the governor. So now it is praises that because she has done X, Y, Z, now she can be a deputy president. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, that's a problem. And to add on what you just said, in fact, they are most, according to the Constitution, the most job they are supposed to do is checks and balances on the executive. And that's where we have failed. Let's say they have failed. The most useless parliament, the most useless people you ever get. You're the most useless people. They are fed. I mean, what's the difference between Ruto and them? There's no. Have you seen opposition really standing up and say, no, we can't go this way? Have you seen opposition where they come up, we have to do this program, we have to do this and that so that we can develop the country? Instead, wanaenda huko, wanaenda kwa choo, ndio wanaenda kuwanyia pesa huko. Yeah, this is nonsense. This is very bad. This is very, very bad. And it's, I don't know. I mean, it's just like we keep on just doing the same thing, every circle. We know what the problem is, but we still keep on doing the same problem. Yeah, I want Niwezi, they're crooks, they're thieves. When they go to parliament, all this corruption they're doing, the people have been bribed and everything, those ones comes up. Okay, it comes up. What have you done? And yet, the same people keep going. Look at Waiguru. I know Waiguru's situation. He became a two-term governor when he's just started from the national level. Niwakwetu. No, that's a kind of a country I don't want to hear. That's the problem. That's the problem. And now we have a generation who believes when I grew up, niende kufanyia kazi government is to go there and steal, I become rich, nianze kujipiga kifua. Do you know why? People praise them. People, you know, they kind of just like, they celebrate them for what they have done. Hata Kiba, sio nani alienda huko amejiweka ameiba na kila kitu. Instead of condemning, you celebrate them. And because of that, we have a generation who believes. I don't mean everybody. I'm just talking about the way people believe. Instead of us believing, when we go to private sector, we create all these things, create the economy, wealth, and everything, because the government will never do anything. Instead now, tunataka kwenda ya bike or karibu ya government went to grab, steal, and everything, become rich. That's why developed countries, from what we know, and from if you go in details, people don't go for government jobs. They even have very difficult to fill those government jobs because people don't want to go. People want to go to the private sector because jobs are there. But in Kenya, government jobs, that's what everybody's fighting for because we have this mentality, niende huko, nijisaidia rakaraka, nikuwe hivi na hivi, so that I can be slim. Yeah? Our institutions don't work. And because of that, I could have seen members of parliament being arrested. There are some of them who have been accused of corruption, but nothing has been done. And that's a problem. Where these people like Osoro, and they're having just walking with this Kindiki, this soprano guy, walking with money in a briefcase, while a person, we know they're doing it. Now, helicopters, whatever, going places. Hiyo pesa wanapata wapi? Kutoka wapi? Who has asked that? Where does that money come from? Where are we coming a country where instead of us, we compete in terms of our politics should be like ideas. We compete on the ideas, what we want to do, what we have done, and what we are doing.
Yeah, Nani Robai, let's tell Njiru, there is a clip I want us to.
So I have no idea where is he at.
I saw him uploading the link. Njiru, weka hii clip bwana, upload tuone ndio tufunge channel. Yeah, thank you. Because I want us to have a look at some of our candidates and who they stand.
Sawa, ndio hiyo unaweza cheza. It is waiting for you.
Ngoja kidogo.
Public life by its nature is very confining in this sense that everybody sees one sphere of your life.
Is the Singapore dream achievable in Kenya?
Please. I don't want to go that direction. It's a joke. Some of the things we are doing, I don't know. You know, public life by its nature is very confining in this sense that everybody sees one sphere of your life. The public side of your life, they see. They're not with you at home. They're not with you in your church every day to see what role you play in your church.
Yeah.
They're not with you when you are sitting with your grandmother. They're not. They only see the public thing. You are on, you read a speech, wake up in the morning, do this and so on. They don't have a chance to see like 2/3 of the rest of your life. So people probably make a decision or take a decision on the basis of that 1/3 or whatever they see. But yet there's a huge segment of of life that is out there that they will not see and so on. But you see, you hope as time goes by that when of course you have submitted yourself to a public process such as I have, people will get an opportunity to come to terms with those other dimensions of life that they would like to see. Yeah.
And you recently declared your interest in running for presidency. How has it been so far on the campaign trail?
Interesting. I'm actually at what I may call the listening phase, because the way I see it, it depends on how everyone wants to carry on that task of running for office. But from my many observations, readings, analysis, and so on, I have chosen to follow the process of, first of all, listening, contact building, and the establishment of networks first before I talk about now, advocacy and advocating for particular positions and going out. So at this early stage, I'm doing a lot of listening, having so many meetings with people, various sizes of groups, various categories of people, and listening to people's ideas on what they think needs to be done in our country.
What are Kenyans telling you?
There's near unanimity that so far from the listening I've done, there's near unanimity that the present administration has not done that well. That is almost the most common thing that you get. There is a lot of pain in the social sector. Social sector, health, education, a lot of pain, a lot of confusion, and a lot of challenges. There are a lot of worries about the stability of the country, going forward. The conversations you have with people, there is incredible dissatisfaction within the formal ranks of society, formal ranks of government, public servants, and public workers, and so on. There's also a near unanimous cry and pain about the Kenyan workers and their pay slip and the overtaxation, and then almost every 9 out of 10 public servants you meet, or 9 out of 10 employed people you meet, are in serious pain about the level of taxation. They are taking nothing at home, and so on and so forth. So that the earnings of the Kenyan workers have dwindled to almost insignificance. And it's expressed variously by various people, various groups of people that you meet, but that's what you get. So all these things, all these issues are there, and I'm listening very carefully. Even in my, I've recently been meeting, tea farmers and so on. Earnings from the tea bonus are very frustrating, and then there are complaints, about that. So that's what you hear from the point of view of the list of challenges and so on. But then also there's a lot of expression of desire. I'm actually very encouraged and happy about the level of involvement, in the sense that you can see clearly the public follows the utterances of the leaders, the expressions of leaders, and so on. Because when you permit people, they're able to critique and say, so and so said this, we don't think it makes sense, and so on. The leaders are following the conduct of the public officials. There's almost a unanimous outcry in the country about the amount of money is being, doled out in churches, in form of empowerment, and so on and so forth. There's a near crisis on the level of corruption and looting of public resources in the country. When you have conversations with people, that comes up every day. An individual to raise 50 million shillings or more in one public election is actually probably the greatest joke you have ever had, on earth, and so on and so forth. So these are the issues. But then also on the brighter side of things, I'm encouraged by the quality of engagement from the point of view of what people think needs to be done, everywhere I go, of course, because I served as Minister for Education, the first thing people talk to me about is, clean up the education sector. There's so much confusion, capitation, employment of junior secondary teachers, employment of teachers. Now, the matter has shifted from TSC to, politicians and political fronts. Teachers are being hired by, MCAs or, some people don't even have formal roles in this society. That chaotic environment has been subject of concern for a lot of people. But I am gratified to know that people tell you, we want an organized environment. We want more responsive leadership. Why don't we have a clear plan that focuses on a set of things and we have them implemented and done? They point out, why is this project not complete? We were told 4 years ago it should have been complete by now, and so on and so forth. So, as I said, I'm in that listening phase, talking to people as I draw a plan and then have sensible conversations with fellow leaders, because there's no one in this country on earth who's endowed to have the capacity to do things on their own. As we build the relationships that we have to move forward to prepare ourselves for the elections, it's also important to be sure that we have our finger on the pulse of the people of Kenya.
Well said. And let's talk about your transitioning from the cabinet secretary job to working for the World Bank and now back to the political campaign. What are some of the culture shock that you found in the political space?
It isn't a culture shock. I would not describe it as a culture shock. It's a different environment. Okay. There wasn't so much change between being cabinet minister to going to work at the bank, because both you're working in a highly environment. The bank gives you an even higher exposure to technical engagement and commitment and the expectations, and there is a much more predictable working environment. Okay. And then you're surrounded by, most times, highly intelligent and smart people, all the time. And every day is a journey of discovery, and you learn a lot of new things, and you become a better person because you have even better and sharper understanding of public policy issues and so on. However, now in the political environment where we are now, some of the things that you learn from time to time, people don't care so much about time. People talk all the time. You go to a meeting and you are meeting 20 or 30 people. You all want to make a speech. When you come from a technical environment where you work in a much more regimented environment, it becomes a big lesson in patience. Listen to 30 people at one go. I had a meeting another day where 32 people made a speech. You are seated there and listening to 32 people. Logically, half of those people repeat themselves. But you see, I have come to have a greater understanding, and philosophically you can say this: voice is very important. Voice and inclusion and representation are critical aspects of political life. People's voice to be heard, so that even if 20 or 30 people speak, it's very important that everyone's voice is heard, and then you do not underrate anyone in the room if they want to speak to you. As I said, I'm in the listening phase.
And Dr. Fred, in Kenya, corruption has survived every administration. What do you think you're going to do differently if you become the president of Kenya?
There is no better, stronger, and much more effective way of fighting corruption than exemplary leadership. You can have all the laws. In fact, one thing I want to say this categorically on this matter: I am not one of those candidates who's going to say we need to write a new law or create a new institution to fight corruption. And we don't need to. We have the institutions we need. We have sufficient legal framework that we need to deal with corruption in this country. What we need to do is act, but most importantly, there is nothing that we can substitute exemplary leadership with, you will not have the moral authority to tell people to stop doing what you do every day. If the ruling elite are corrupt, then we're going to stay with corruption for a long time to come. And if those who are in power are not corrupt, corruption will come to an end. So what I will offer is that I will not be corrupt myself, and that I will tell people what I will say is exactly what I will mean, and what I will mean is exactly what I will say. So there will be no people queuing in my office to ask me to take shares in their companies so that they can be favored with licenses and so on. I will not be asking private sector players for their shares in their businesses. I will not be intimidating Kenyan investors around to pay me so that they can do business in the country, and so on and so forth. And the day the country has that kind of leadership, we will be on our way to fighting corruption decisively.
I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore. That it works? Oh.
And Kenya is a youthful nation, and the Gen Zs especially are feeling disconnected from the leadership. What solutions do you have for them?
Inclusion. No, since 2024, and the demonstrations and expressions by the Gen Z, they all boil down, most of them, to, in my view, three things. One is inclusion, to ensure that we end the tokenism of promised inclusion of saying the youth are the leaders of tomorrow or whatever. No, the leaders are this country's lifeline today, and participation in processes, including government process, is fundamental. And participation does not, I would like to expand that concept. It doesn't mean that they are involved, they are coming to do ABCD alone. Yes, involved is one thing, but trying to be as transparent as possible so that the information is available. I have to say, let me give you a classic example. There is no law in this country, at least I'm not aware of any, that stops the government from publishing the list of those who have been licensed to do mining in Kenya. So if you go to Ikolomani and there is a company in Ikolomani that is mining gold in Kenya, why don't we know what is the name of the company, who are the directors, what are their KRA returns, what was their contribution to the economy of Kakamega, and so on and so forth. If there are people engaged in prospecting or engaged in exploration for oil in Turkana, or in Geothermal work in Baringo, or in Naivasha, or whatever the case may be, what stops us from publishing the details of all those people? They're doing business in Kenya. They are, exploiting Kenyan resources. Who are they? Who are the directors? What is their revenue? How much are they paying to KRA? How much is the Nakuru County getting? How much is the Baringo County getting? How much is Turkana County getting? Why is that secret? You see, the youth of this country are asking those questions. That is, we may call it inclusive, participation, not just presence, which is very good, but also being as transparent and as open as possible. That's the question that the youth are asking. So I think they're looking forward to managing a government that will be open and in the sun. So that's number one. Number two is leveling with the young people, because you see, in this information age, global processes are driven by information and information gathering and so on.
Yeah.
So why can't we ensure that, because you see, if I wanted to build a road from point A to point B and I put out the tender, chances are that if I'm not hiding the information, people will finally get the details about what it costs to do that road and stuff like that. Why not make the information available? So the issue is respecting the expectations and anticipations of the Kenyan youth. And then thirdly, breathing life and living the reality of our constitution. We are a free country. We have a liberal constitution, allows for freedom of expression, and and all the freedom to enjoy worship, association, and so on and so forth. Isn't it interesting that it would be so intransigent and sometimes even too rough in dealing with people because of how they have expressed themselves? Those are some of the concerns. And then, of course, you go down the others that affect everyone else in terms of the economy. Listen to Kenyans. When I listen to people, they tell you got stories about you need to bribe X amount of money to be employed as a teacher. You need to bribe X amount of money to be employed in a public service job and so on and so forth. People are collecting money for opportunities that are available. The day we institute, and that's my intention, we institute what I may call brutal meritocracy. You know where you advertise everything in the sun. Because as long as you're a Kenyan, it doesn't matter if you're pink, green, or yellow, it doesn't matter where you come from. You qualify for something, we advertise it. The way many international organizations work, you are interviewed by people who don't even know where on earth you come from. They read things on your CV. You come from Kenya, fine. They ask you questions. You can answer them, and your ability can take you places. Fair enough. That's what the Kenyan youth are asking. Because you see, not every youth is going to know or have a alternative. So if we are going to manage a society where chronism, clientele leadership with the elite, and so on and so forth is going to prevail, then for a long time we are not going to satisfy our young people.
And moving forward, as we approach the 2027 general election, the opposition actually is getting described as divided. Do you believe that the united opposition is united?
This is day 1 of my husband doing Tai Chi walking workout. This is day 21 of my husband doing Tai Chi.
I find this question because I ask this question. All of us as Kenyan, we need to come into this question because I even suspected you are going to ask me that question. Okay. We need to be practical and we need to be very pragmatic about this thing. We are talking about political participation. We're not talking about huddling together or putting together a herd of politicians who will wake up in the morning and they say we're going north or south or there is an English saying, fools seldom differ. Foolish people will always agree. And we are not foolish people. These are smart people. Some of them have got decades of experience in political practice. Some of them have run institutions before and so on. Some of us are coming from different perspectives. Now, to put a group of people like this together and they expect that tomorrow they will all be singing a particular anthem is a joke, honestly. I mean, you see, this is a process. The question of the opposition finding a format of working together is a journey, is a process. The opposition environment is a homestead, it's not a house. It's a homestead in the sense that there is a party in this house, there is a party in the other house, there is a party in the other house, and there is a party in the other house. So the process of them coming together is saying, okay, when are we going to meet for dinner at the fireside or at the gazebo? Or when are we all going to have a tent outside and then all of us come from our houses and meet there? It's a process, my dear. It takes a while. I don't know why anybody would expect that within 2 months or 3 months, everybody should have said, hallelujah, let's proceed. This is a boys' choir with one conductor, and now we are singing the hallelujah song. It doesn't happen like that. In any case, by the way, Kenyans should be worried if it happened in that kind of hurried manner. It might create an impression that you are dealing with people who are not reasonable, who are driven by something else. Okay. But you see, as I have often pointed out, we have to align visions, we have to align interests, we have to align manifestos, ultimately construct a platform that captures the most of what we desire, and so on and so forth. It won't happen in a day, a month, or even just in a set of months. It takes time. That's why everybody must go around in the country, have their own meetings, discuss with people, have intra-party discussions before we come to inter-party discussions, and so on and so forth. So I would only ask for patience because there is no other way. In fact, if someone tells you that there is another way of doing it, they are most probably lying to you. There is no other way of doing it. If you look at coalition governments in Europe, in Germany, in Israel, everywhere, they are such a pain together. By the time you get people together, and so many countries around the world that have formed governments out of coalition governments, coalitions between parties, it is not easy. So I don't know why anybody expects that in the case of Kenya, it was going to be a girls quartet. We arrive out there and there's somebody conducting, and then we say now, 2 days later we are singing the Hallelujah song. It doesn't work like that. It's painstaking, it takes time, then bonding, then conviction, persuading each other, and so on, winning over others, and and so on and so forth. So the journey continues. I have not noticed anything in myself to worry me. Whatever happens, where you have occasional differences of opinion or occasional differences in style, that's exactly how it should be. But we're different people, different parties, and so on. So, we'll get there. Yeah.
Which path will you take if you don't get to be the flag bearer of the united opposition?
No, you cannot cross the bridge in advance. There's no journey in this world where you decide there are going to be 5 bridges here. Let me cross all of them in advance. And then now I just go to the capital. It don't work like that. We're not flying. This is the journey. We'll get to every bridge, we'll cross it. One will use a stick to cross, another one will use a string, to entertain a safari. Yeah.
And presidential campaign require a lot of funds to run the campaign. How do you plan to fund your campaign?
The way I'm already doing it, by getting contributions from well-wishers, people who are interested in, who are supporting me. I love the fact that, in fact, I'm one of the few candidates who have come into this campaign, partly because of pressure from, a number of people, Gen Z, a group of professionals, groups of faith-based leaders and others who have asked me. I don't know whether you were with me or any one of you saw this experience I had in a church in Murang'a recently, when the bishop reminded me of a meeting I had with them in 2022, when they asked me why I was not running for president that time. They asked me whether I would run for president one day. And at that time I said, I don't know. God's timing is the right timing. I don't know, for sure I don't want to lie and say, I know that this is God's timing, because I don't know. I've offered myself. So, and all these, well-wishers, people give you contributions and, to fuel your car, take you to a particular place. Some of the people I work with, some of who you see are volunteers. They have not asked for a salary. I have so many people now working, for me on the campaign. Actually, I've now started having problems of coping with the number of people who volunteer, who are saying we want to come and work for you and so on. And I have hundreds of those people from everywhere in the world, Kenyans from Australia or whatever, saying, would like that sanity in the education sector back. We will support you. So that's how, everybody knows that I am not a famous businessman. I have not smuggled gold from Sudan or DRC or anywhere. I am not a gold businessman. I don't sell gold. Everybody knows that. I am not an insurance broker. I've never done any of those things. I've not supplied insurance cover to the police or the TSC. I am just Fred Matiang'i here. So I am benefiting from all these wonderful people, my fellow teachers and others who make small contributions, volunteers. 2/3 of the people who work for me on the campaign are volunteers. They're not earning a salary. That's how I intend to do that, because I think what I'm happy about, that's something else I should have told you. I've noticed that there's a groundswell, there's building up a group of Kenyans who want good for their country. And they're willing to say, it's okay, I'll fuel my car and come and work for you 2 days a week or 1 day a week. I'll stop my business. That's how I intend to do that. I intend to build this infrastructure of volunteerism and carry on. As I told you recently, I'm having problems now placing the number of people who are volunteering. There are quite a number of them, and I believe there are going to be many more others volunteering to work with us in the campaign. That's how I intend to move forward.
Okay. And you've mentioned that you were partly pressured by the people who believe you could be the next president of this country. How has this changed your life at a very personal level? Because it is a tall order, and people don't realize that.
Well, quite frankly, you are right in saying it changes life, because I'm having public expectations. For a while when I left government, I'd started enjoying, and in this particular, I'm absolutely sincere. When I say this, it's not one of those political spins. I'd started enjoying my privacy, my personal life. Go to the supermarket. When my wife sends me for a packet of milk, drive down the road and pick a loaf of bread, sit somewhere in a bookshop and enjoy a book. I'm not enjoying those things anymore. I can't even go to Java. I used to enjoy going to enjoy a cappuccino at Java. I arrived there, I don't know how many people asking me for a selfie. Others want to talk to me about the problem, how they want to go forward. I mean, you lose privacy. That's the first price. And then the other one is long hours of meeting and long hours of engaging, on issues. That is it. The third one is, obviously, I have lost, significant family time. I'm essentially somebody who loves spending my time with family, hanging out with my wife and kids and moving around. I've lost a bit of that. I'm failing now to make up for important dates, family dates, and so on. The other day when I was unhappy, a more experienced politician friend of mine told me, you can't eat your cake and have it. You have to decide that until this is done, you're going to miss some of those things. Yet I really used to enjoy, like all of us in Africa. I mean, I come from a large extended family and so on. I've not seen some of my cousins for a long time. And, I used to I love hanging out, and I had started enjoying that when I left public office. And now I'm making those sacrifices. And then, of course, lastly, I have now to be much more careful about what I say than I ought to have, because it was a private citizen. I could go shooting my mouth all over the place, but I have to be a bit careful and measured on the things I say, knowing as I must that the country is attentive and everybody's watching, and there's some things I may say that may not be necessarily good for a country, and so on. So that additional care imposes a responsibility. But I'm fine. I'm prepared to leave it.
Okay, well said. All presidents in Kenya have not had an easy presidency. Do you believe it's an impossible job?
No, it's not. For 10 years, I was a cabinet minister. Out of those, about 4 of them, after Executive Order number 1 of 2019, 5 years as Minister for Interior, I was working in the President's office, because, in this country, the structure of our government, the Minister for Interior and Coordination of National Government works in the office of the President. And technically, actually, if you look at the structure of government, the Minister for Interior essentially is the Assistant Minister of the President, because our President's foremost responsibility under the Constitution is the security of the country and so on. So any minister who runs Interior essentially is technically an Assistant Minister to the President, because the President is the Minister for Security. So I worked with the President on a day-to-day basis, and I enjoyed working with the President, and I enjoyed doing my work. It comes with a super stress, very high level of demand, but I'm fine. I was able to balance it out without a problem. One day when I have more time than today, I will talk, even some of these talks I'm asked to give by Kenyans. I'll talk about how the attitude you wear when you come into a responsibility is commensurate with how you manage and balance the demand of that responsibility. The attitude you wear, if you actually come into office to deliver and do some work, it is going to affect how you deliver on that particular assignment. When I was the Minister for Education, I would open containers at 3 in the morning. I would go to 10 schools after that. I would be in Taita Taveta today, and tomorrow I'm in Kabiamoto in Baringo, Nakuru. And I would be in Luanda, and then tomorrow I would be in Murang'a. And it didn't place a single strain on me. I love doing it. So I don't think that being president is an impossible job. And I will give you another reason why it's not. We're one of the most endowed countries in the region. What Kenyans need to know is that we have some of the best manpower. Our public servants are some of the best in this continent. And if you run a structured, organic government, how can it be an impossible job? You're smart people who work for you, and they are within the public service and without. One of the things I enjoyed, and I would like to say in this interview, is that I sometimes don't know why people fail to do their work. Like when I look at some of the ministers here in this administration, it's a joke. I don't understand why you fail to do your work. Because Kenya is so endowed. You have smart guys. Go to the University of Nairobi, Department of Economics, or go to the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Nairobi, or go to the Public Health Department at the University of Nairobi, or Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, or go to Egerton University or Moi University. You get all these smart, wonderful people who are willing to actually give you ideas and share information with you pro bono. Go to the Faculty of Law at the University of Nairobi, and anything you have a problem with challenges, you pick up the phone and talk to the dean and one or two guys, and they will just have coffee with you, and you ask them, hey guys, what do you guys think about this? They will give you stuff. How can it be impossible in Kenya? I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm really looking forward to it. To get to work with all these smart people. I remember when we were fighting Corona, COVID-19. You ask only for choices. You have Kenya Association of Manufacturers. You have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. You have medical practitioners organizations. You have all these smart people. When it came to, you have Kemri, scientists, smart. That's when I knew this guy called his Akwale, I think, or somebody. Smart people, who do this work all the time. Where you fail short of resources within government, the private sector is ready. They are there to tell you, hey, how can we go about this? And they are available. I would sit down in a room when we were working on something. When I was coordinating government project, I would call smart people, John Ngumi, Joshua Igara, my friend Awori from APSA, and all these smart people. You sit around the table with them, Carol Karaoke of KEPSA, all these wonderful people. You sit around Jane Karuku from EABL. You sit all around with these smart people, and you listen to them. Some of these are guys who run big companies. They understand the challenges they face. You ask them questions, they give you the answers. They even advise you. They tell you, Minister, this will not work. If you do this, you make a mistake and so on. How can it be an impossible job in Kenya? And I've not even scratched the incredible resources we have in the security sector. Some of our guys in the military, like the Directorate of Military Intelligence, the DMI, and some of the guys you find at the military college in Karen are some of the smartest. You get those brigadiers in the room around the table, close the door, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, well said. And having served as a cabinet secretary education, what, in your opinion, what do you think is the status of education today?
Chaotic. To use one word, chaotic. And I would actually even qualify it further and say, shamefully chaotic.
That's a bold statement.
Yes. Look, I don't mind saying this again, and anyone who wants to challenge me is prepared to do that. I'm ready to deal with them. I don't want to say this because it sounds like plagiarism, but when President Clinton was asked what kind of person he would have liked to meet at that point in time, he kept quiet and said, I would like to meet the new president of Kenya, who introduced free primary education and 1 million kids walk to school. What President Kibaki did was historic.
Yeah.
1 million kids walked to school. By the time President Kenyatta was coming in 2013, Kibaki's kids were going to secondary school those 1 million who walk to school when Kibaki introduced pre-primary education, Uhuru would blow us up with pressure. Transition, classrooms, everywhere. I remember going to Masai Manyatas in Narok when George Natembea was the county commissioner in Narok that time. The President Uhuru wanted every child in school. I remember going to Kilifi with Magu Mutindeka, who was my county commissioner then. Because we were having a problem of dropout girls. That's when I banned that silly thing called Diskomatanga and so on. You know, Uhuru said he wants every kid in school, and everyone who gets to standard 8 transition to secondary. Then we started now expansion. That's when free day secondary education came in. We have the resources. And to remove the barriers, for example, examination fee, increased capitation for day secondary education, and so on and so forth. We began that process, increasing the budget allocation for infrastructure development for secondary school. That is the stuff that we were doing to ensure that every child in school. Well, I don't want to say this joke. I'm restraining myself to be very honest.
It's okay.
But I don't want to say the joke of telling me about Singapore and we don't have kids in school. Wait in January and see what's going to happen. I mean, our dropout figures are going to go back to the pre-Kibaki years. Because that, you know, the social sector is the cockpit for any government. The social sector is like the cockpit of a plane. That is where you measure the welfare and the stability of your government and how the country is doing. If people are screaming they're not getting health services, if people are screaming they don't know what they're going to do in education and so on.
Homeowners in America hit the jackpot when the big beautiful bill passed and they don't even know it. On December 30th.
Brother, you have issues. Now, we are in that situation where the chaos, literally, you know, how can you rationalize, tell me, how can you rationalize a reduction of capitation in schools? How I mean, I can't even come around to calling it wisdom, because it can't be wisdom. What is that? For a country that's developing like this. And then you say you are reducing funds for free secondary education. So, and many more things I would say. You know, we started working on NEMIS, the National Education Information Management System, so that we get accurate data. We wanted to give every child in school a UPI, unique person identifier, so that from, you know, the time they get into nursery school, they have the same number to use until university, so that we know when we are doing the transfers to schools, we are transferring the money to actual existing kids. The transfers should not be to schools, they should be to kids, so that you can be. That's why now, when somebody tells me that we are transferring money to fund them schools, it's a joke. Kenya is the digital capital of Africa. How can you have those kinds of things? It tells you something about how we are not managing this. Now, if it is siasa or something, we are now talking as people who love our country. I would like to believe those wonderful people in government, those who love the country, but their approach to the task leaves a lot to be desired. And that's why we are talking about it.
Okay. Is the Singapore dream achievable in Kenya?
Please. I don't want to go that direction. It's a joke. Some of the things we are doing, I don't know. You know, sometimes you start by telling yourself, everyone has got everyone's dream is valid. When you dream that you're going to own the castle in London, your dream is valid. So, I don't know, I would not like to comment about that. You see, the truth of the matter is that, in my view, I may be wrong on this, it's a political fad, you know, by a regime that has survived on lies, you know. So, Lying Season 1 was about bottom up and hustlers, and now we're going to give Mama Mboga billions and Boda billions, and I don't know who billions. We want a billion giving spree in Season 1 of Lying. Now Season 2 is Singapore. Heaven. We're going, you know, please, let's go to our.
So as we wind up, what are some of your Christmas plans and what is good What are your plans for New Year also 2026?
Well, that's a mouthful. Christmas, hang out with family and my friends, and see some of my extended family members I've not seen for a while,
Okay.
and meet up with some of my friends that I've not seen for a while. I mean, I look forward to hanging out with some of my childhood friends and people I've grown up with, members of my church, people I spend time with. That's what I intend to do. But most importantly, I really, really look forward to hanging out with my kids and my wife. So that's what I'm looking forward to. New Year, the Lord will provide. We'll remain on the trail, conversing with the people of Kenya about the future of the country, and saying that we are available and we would like to contribute to our country and do the best the Lord will enable us to do.
Any message for Kenyans this festive season?
Keep the faith. Don't give up. I know some of the majority of our people are in anguish. Some of them have lost loved ones in accidents, such as happened the other day, involving families in Nyamira County in Kenya and several places. I know that people like the late Cyrus Jirongo's family are mourning. They've lost their loved ones. But most importantly, I know that there are many Kenyans who are anxious. Now the question of tomorrow is still a nightmare to many of our people. In addition to hope, the second point is, please, let's be a caring society. If by any chance you are blessed or endowed by 2 bananas and you can spare 1 banana, give it to your neighbor. And if we all live like that, we will carry each other along and we'll cross the bridge. So those of us who, if you are endowed, you can slaughter 2 goats, please slaughter 1 and spare 1 for your neighbor. Thank you.
Well said, and thank you so much for sitting down with us to have this conversation. I really appreciate you for that. Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to our fellow Kenyans. Happy holidays. Prosperous New Year. And let's stay together. God gave us this wonderful country as a blessing to us. It's our only home on earth. And let's do the best we can as the Lord will lead us to make it better, so that tomorrow for our children and children's children is better than today because of the efforts we will make jointly.
Well
Thank
said.
you.
Thank you.
Robert, Pole, I had to play that full.
In fact, this is my first. I didn't even watch the interview. I didn't even know it exists in the Mayon today.
Yeah.
A little bit busy.
Yeah, the reason I played, we agreed this year we will be playing each of these guys, because sometimes some Kenyans don't have time to get to know these guys, and until you listen to such an interview, and I would agree with what Daktari said initially, that you tend to know a very little of a human being, especially kidogo tu, maybe if you are in class, you know Roba as a teacher. Out of that, you don't know what Roba does after class. So you'll only be discussing according to Roba classroom issues, because that's where you have interacted. That's the face you have seen and interacted with. As human beings, we get biased. Not all of us, but you would hear somebody saying, Matiang'i can't be president. How about Rivaala? Just because maybe you've never heard a story told by him about Rivaala. You listen to him talking about it, and then you listen to somebody else talking about it, and another one. Then you're able now to, because sometimes stories are designed for a certain objective. That's why for me, I like all these candidates that are presenting themselves as president, I would give them a chance to actually come out and talk. Tell us, because you have to be, you know, you will be very explicit. Tuambie wewe ni nani, utafanya nini? Like for example, listening to Matiang'i, you will not fail to even quickly start saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," you know, because he hits all what you want. Ni kama uende kwa daktari umwambie jana niliumwa na this side ya shoulder, immediately anajua ni nini. You know, instead of a daktari that starts guessing, unamwambia shoulder was like this, anamwambia this could be XYZ. Let's test this and this and that. That's when you know you are seeing a professional. You know, and I would again agree with Matiang'i. Kenya is not, it doesn't have a shortage of quality human resource in all capacity, leadership, scientists, whatever you may call. We produced intelligent people. There's only these idiots who are killing our education system, because that is the backbone. Once we start producing idiots from school, and how do you produce idiots? When kids can't attend school because they can't afford, they drop out at standard 2, drop out at Form 1, drop. When you have dropouts, then you are building a community that will have no clue of where the world is going, and then to retrogress very badly. Maybe Robert, you want to say something?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I mean, to tell the truth, I not watched this. This is my first time to see this. And that's why I was just like, I want to hear, it's like endless. So I think this is one of the best interviews he has had for a long time, on my opinion, from the other interviews he had before. But there's a couple of things here I want to touch, and I think it's something we have to take note on. He said he has frontiers. That's huge. That's huge. Because I remember, even during, I'm not saying it's going to be the same thing. Even even other countries, when you want to run for presidents, you don't have resources. You need frontiers, and because he said he has frontiers, and now he has like a lot of frontiers, that tells you something's boiling up. And in fact, that one something also, maybe it's whoever I was talking to, we had talked before this interview. He had also said that on the ground, there's this something I'm seeing, ABC. I said, I don't know about that, but now I can see that there's something's building up. On another thing I noted here, he relates. So I mean, it's very difficult because maybe for most of you as you know, he comes from where I come from. I'm from Kisii County. I'm not saying you guys Stone PK. I was not for him. Remember the way I've come here. In fact, I wanted to know more about him. He has convinced me. I want to be sincere with you. He has convinced me. Yeah? Remember what I've been talking about here, since from the other networks and everything we said about. We need somebody who means what he says and what he says. He has a record. He has a record of doing that. When you talk of corruption, that's somebody I want. That's what I want to hear. My hope is Kenyans will listen to him, because he has done it before. He has done some of these things. Maybe some of these things we have. This is something very difficult to say. In fact, maybe there's more than Matiang'i in some of these small communities. People who can become very good leaders, but because they just feel like they are hopeless, because maybe this idea of like they don't come from large communities, maybe they can't win elections, they cannot come forward. But just hear what he just said, and maybe Uhuru saw something. Remember, Uhuru is the ones behind this guy. Let's not forget about it. Uhuru is the ones behind him. He has been telling us, this is a guy. People have been telling him, run. Somebody has worked in the World Bank. So we Kenyans now, going forward, if you give me him and Ruto has 5 years. I will give him also 5 years to see what he can do. But there are some things he touched. I'm just saying, if that things will be done the way he said it, even though politicians say what they want to say, then baadaye wanafanya vitu vingine. But him, he's consistent in some things. Because I went more, I did some research when he was Minister of Education and Interior. There are some things, okay, questionable things which everybody is not perfect. But remember what he just said. We have resources, but we don't know how to make use of resources. Then from there, what encouraged me as an ordinary person, I want to just hear somebody who knows what's going around the country. A small, Achalia Barabara, a big, small one, small, big people, but somebody who akona hira roho ya watu, that he knows the ordinary person. I mean, he just told us he's not a rich guy. Whatever he has small, so people are financing his campaign. Maybe that's something what Kenyan wanted, and that's what I said from the beginning. Maybe when we get out of our big brothers who have been leading the country, we get something else from this small community. It doesn't matter him or someone else. Maybe you never know. Maybe that will it might just give us a chance as a country. Yeah, you see, he has a vision of economy for the people, for the young people, and other things. The way he just said it. I mean, for him to work the World Bank and to do what he understands where the country is, and he's years on service, he understands it. So, good interview for him. I hope he'll keep it up. Hopefully, they will sit down. The only thing he never answered was when he was asked the question where the opposition is. He kind of diverged. He didn't want to say, and he brought a lot of things in. Of course, that's what we expected. But when they work as a team, let's see what happens, because he said it's not a one thing. I agree with him. It's not one thing, one time. And the other thing, I think the hope which is there, and to be able, you can see people coming wanafanya vitu haraka haraka na nini, maybe those things are the right things. So that he answered what, in fact, what I was driving at. Oh, maybe he's going to run as there are people come and lie to you just to make you like things are okay. But he just said no. It's not want to. It's not tough. It's not easy. So, good interview for him. I can say that's a good interview on my opinion. And this is something we wanted to hear from some of these candidates. Now, in fact, he hated William Ruto hapo sana. I like him by Singapore. Yeah, I was just laughing when he just like apana.
Yeah, it is disgusting. He only wanted to be diplomatic,
Exactly.
Alitafuta sana, not to be, but you could see the disgust in him.
Yes.
And that is where Kenyans are. Since we started this podcast, tumeongea hiyo for quite some time. We were, and for the whole of last week,
yes,
people are just irritated. Ukiona vile Gen Z wanaandika hizo TikTok na nini, you will know that this guy is taking us for idiots. Which is the most annoying thing. Yaani jamaa mmoja amechukua sisi wa Kenya ni ng'ombe. Hata ng'ombe ni nzuri. Unaiambianga iende hivi. I don't know what he thinks we are.
And in fact, he just put it very, very, I mean, he talks of when you are a president, your expectations. He talks about our universities, how we can get all this. We have big resources. I'm very, in fact, what I really took it from him. When you want to make, that's what I want from a reader. That's me. He said, nakaa na huyu nasikia kusikia the way things go. That's somebody who ana listen. But also it kind of sounded like Mr. Gachagua listening. I mean, Gachagua was doing the same thing. So can you say they are working together? I mean, that's something, that's very good if they're like, you have to listen to the people. Yeah, so I think this is my opinion, by the way. I mean, the Kenyans, the way we are right now and the way things are going, I mean, Kenya might decide, enough is enough. Let's not about this guy. We don't care. maybe we'll do that. Came into like the 2000 election or earlier 2002. I think 2002. Kibaki time, the Kibaki election. I think from what I'm seeing, I also want to hear from Kalonzo, which we have heard from Kalonzo before, and other things. But it's very tough too. You can tell. He just tell you, I'll just go. He's not scared. Yeah, it's very tough. Yeah, so good for him. Let's see where he goes from here, how he's going to manage. If you want to be a president, put everything together, bring them in a room, kama vile alisema, tukutana hapo, wataka ile nyumba tukutana katikati, then from there, you make a compromise. You convince them. If he can be able to do that, and maybe people behind him, now he becomes a leader. And because of that, now the country will, like I said before, once these people are ready to lead the country, I have no doubt. To tell you the truth, even Kenya ikifika year 2027, kama hiyo opposition wamejipanga, maybe it's on top of the ticket, maybe whatever it is, people will just like, you know what, down it's just, it will go like that. And I think that's William Ruto is scared of, because people are tired now. I mean, people are tired of empty promises. But kama somebody came out and find a kid with Yona, still you talk about it. Even if it was not, what about him with the power of the president? So he talked about faith, something we read, because I know it's something he doesn't like talking about. So the one thing I can just tell you from where he comes from. So there's one thing we believe on. And I can, in fact, what he just said, that one there. You want to spend time with your locals. You want some people you agree with. That's the tradition, members of the church. So good for him. Good interview. Maybe you look more, but I want to see more of this one here. I want to see this one, what he just said, to translate it to the rest of the country, where he, as a candidate, now he goes from one corner of the country to another one to go and tell us. If he goes this way, and like somebody, I saw, there's a clip I saw, that there's somebody in a house somewhere in the country. And that was something like, I saw like people from Central, somebody put a clip from Central about him, about Matiang'i. He said at least he has somebody who's going to vote for him, at least from a house somewhere. All he had to do is just put his things together. And if he gets the ticket, or he gets this one, he gets people supporting him, that's the way he's going to take us, if he gets that. But it's a tall task. He said it. But I just like the kind of questions. I mean, the only thing is I had from Nawi Jamal Samat, one thing at the Aluga was Somali. That's something I want to find out, because I've never had any story of that Matiang'i Aluga was Somali and Muslims. Tuale. See, Tuale alikuwa nasema the other day like that, a couple of weeks ago. So that one I got disappointed, because I went to do research but there's nothing there. So, I mean, we have reached a country where you have nothing about somebody, then you just start empty smearing. And that's what is happening. I don't know. There are some facts about him. I don't know a major thing was there for 10 years where you can link him in a big scandal, maybe like money or something, except in Nisikia Ruaraka thing, Randy, kanisa siada ya kwake. I mean, that's something when you have nothing, you can bring up things about him. But so far, clean is yes, the qualification. Will it work? I don't know. That's up to the Kenyans to decide, because we might say here when somebody else, some other people, they think something else. But he's a good candidate. I can tell you that.
Good. Yeah, I think now we can come to a closure. We will try to play one more candidate tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But the joy I have is that I have joy, and also I have disappointment. Disappointment in that we are not sure of having a process that can be able to allow us to make a choice as Mwananchi.
Yes.
That's my biggest worry, that we are not able to get a system that we go and make an undisturbed and untouched decision. Yet we have quality leaders on the menu. I mean, for me, all the guys in front, I would love they come out, talk to us, then we make a free will choice.
Yeah, like I wish this United, they could go like we United.
Yes.
We end every county.
Yeah.
Where wanasemaji money or watu.
Yeah.
Maybe people from there we end another county. Then from there we support the best candidate.
Yes.
That would be the best thing. It's like primaries. We just go there.
Yeah.
From there, the person who emerges, and that one emerges very strong. Who's one with the now from there? He has also from the other candidates or from somewhere else.
Yes.
He can get a running mate.
And then he gets supported by the same team.
The same team.
And then we get IBC that will allow us to have that free and fair election.
And I'm telling you, Stone PK, if this thing goes like you said, if they start Kenya wanataka other year IBC hawawezi hata wakijaribu nini. Are you going to support somebody hitting like 20%? Well, imagine the Luya nation, Kikuyu nation, Kisii nation, Kamba nation, from Mombasa wanakuja pamoja because they want change. You think somebody will be able to kuja ukiwa IBC? Mtachoma, mtakufa. People will come and install their own government. We have seen it. What are the changes since that? 2024. They will come and install their own government. Kama hiyo uchaguzi mtakuja mfanye hivyo. Because people are sick and tired of this crap going on. Yeah, huyu jamaa alikuja akashinda, vile alishinda na nini, he got the power. Yeah, let's also try somebody else. Like I said, I mean, it's not a bad thing, but also let's be realistic. What we hear, Stone BK, I mean, we are not being tribal. Yeah, we have how many tribes in our country? 42.
Yeah,
we have tried on it too. Why can't we try the third one and we see what happens?
Yeah.
You never know. You never know because people see. It's just like William Ruto wants to tell us. Oh, me, you know what he said. Remember the campaign. He said it's a campaign against what? The people wameleta Kenya, wamesumbua Kenya. The Moi family.
Yeah, dynasty.
The family.
Yeah.
The Raila Oginga family.
Yeah.
Then from there, a few months later, now after they takes power. They are the same people that wanaenda wanafanya na yeye broad-based government. Unaona? So I'm very sure where we are headed to, but let's see what the opposition is. Like you said, it's too late. I know where you're on the East Coast, man. There's another tomorrow. Even though I'm still on Friday.
I know,
1 hour to go before I get to Saturday.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You are a bit...
I'm on the West Coast.
West Coast. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so generally, I don't know where Njiro is. Unfortunately, we may have to...
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be back after I come from church tomorrow, Saturday, or today, Saturday, whatever you are.
Yeah.
I'll join you guys later on. I'll like this conversation here because that's my day, so I can give a conversation.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll discuss and also we'll have
let's have other candidates. Let's have someone like Caroso, Kira, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's have equal, but at the end of the day, wherever it just comes up, as long as it's not Ruto, let's see what we can do. I mean, I hope we have a process like you said. I wish these people would just go. You remember our opinion polls here in Iwong or Uchinga. That's a lie.
Yeah, some of those are cured. What we are going
manufactured polls.
What we are going to do, we agreed here. We will mobilize. We will mobilize our own opinion poll.
Yes.
At a certain time, we will mobilize from diaspora, and we will get at random guys that can do for us. Maybe they do out of the 27 counties. We can even do 27 counties, and we sample five people from the counties. Yeah, or 100 in each county. Then we have a bigger, whatever. Out of 100 people interviewed times 27.
A random sample.
Random sample. Yeah. Yeah.
And we can even have like 100 people.
Yeah, 100 per county. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can even teach life here.
Yeah, yeah. Then you know, random, and then we also have our own. We see the reflection. It will be an interesting one to do.
Yes, and from there we know where the people are headed to.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, see you, man, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night, Robert. Let me thank all the others who have been on our comment section. Annie and Annie Regenerate A. Nitawaaga tuseme asante kwa kushikilia mpaka wakati huu. Nani mwingine? Nyamu KM, asante sana, ulikuwa nimekuona kabisa. Na nani mwingine alikuwa pale? Akina Sali, asante, thank you very much. Okay, wacha tuseme muendelee kuenjoy mwaka mpya na tutafakari yanayoendelea na tuwe ready to be party to the transformation that we want in our country. Thank you very much, guys. My name is, as usual, Stone PK, wishing you all the best from wherever you've been watching us from. Unfortunately, we will leave the studio hanging because the moderator Bwana Njiru alionekana mara ya mwisho akiwa anaingia mitini. Atatuambia alikuwa anaenda kutafuta nini huko mitini. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Have a good time. Bye bye.